Wow. Lucas stole out them pint bottles out Granny crib. I poured so much I ain't wanna live. Told money then, shit we in the wind. I was in the hood when I clipped the bin. Since a young nigga I been ready. Went glass house on every Chevy. In this game I tried plenty settings. It's all or nothing. How niggas been. Got sucker niggas, keep suckers with them. One of the reasons I ain't fucking with them. Trish Tech and some more than her. Yeah, she couldn't even afford a winner. I'm open late, don't need a scale, and it's always over. Sneak wishing well, I double down, slick shit to spell. Shawty know I don't kiss and tell. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game, and when I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins, and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Cover bag, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first. He the last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures, temporary circumstances to temporary measures, temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game, and when I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins, and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first. He the last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. All right, check. Can y'all hear me? Press 1 if y'all can hear me all right, man. Press 1 if y'all can hear me all right. I tried to fix the audio for y'all. That's what took me so long to come on, man. Hopefully the audio is A-okay, man. Where's my tag at, bro? Where is the tag at, chat? We gotta go and get this together. Where is the tag, man? Where we at with it, chat?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
That's what I'm talking about.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Man, double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut alive out. You said no sound. No sound. Y'all can't hear me for real? Y'all can't hear me? Are y'all really can't hear me? Wow. Press 1 if y'all can hear me, man. Y'all didn't hear the music or nothing? What the hell is going on?
Father, who has passed and who he adored, came to her in a dream with a message. And he just thought that was quite odd. I thought that was an interesting story. It tells us a little bit about Erika because that is a psychology of sorts. It kind of reminds me of when Meghan Markle would spray Diana's perfume on to sort of attract Harry. We're learning a lot more about Erika and her psychological profile, and we are going to discuss.
All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? You said I'm low. Why the hell is my volume low? Check, give me 1 second. I'm low. Ain't no way I'm low. Ain't no way I'm low. Yo, all right, is that better, chat? Is that better? Is my mic better? We good now? Can you hear you now? Y'all didn't hear nothing now? Can y'all hear me? I was trying to get the delay out, but now I think we got the delay out. If y'all can hear me
and y'all can hear Candace, we might have just jumped it, Chad. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all can't hear me now? My volume is very
Gus,
low.
more of that in depth today. So welcome back to Bride of Charlie.
All right, hold on. My volume is very low. What about now? Is it better now? You said there. I think I'm a little late, man. I think y'all delayed, man. I think y'all delayed, bro. You said there. Yes. All right, bro. We good then.
We have nothing to hide.
Press 1 if y'all can hear the video.
Okay, so on background, I don't know how far down various rabbit holes you have gone, but if you are a regular viewer of the show, then you are very familiar with the name Alistair Crowley. If you are not, please, in your spare time,
Alistair
hit
Crowley.
Wikipedia, read maybe Hollywood Babylon, Chaos. Look, the short and the thick of it is the elites practice
Red light. That mean you can't see it? Red light mean live? Okay.
occult sex magic. You just got to accept that that is a circumstance at the top. They've been doing that for a long time. They get together and they have these satanic sex parties where they try to summon various demons. That sounds crazy. I know, but it's real. It's right there in your face if you just look into history a tiny.
What's crazy is, chat, they just asked Hillary Clinton about UFOs and Pizzagate in her deposition with the Epstein files today, chat. They just asked Hillary Clinton about UFOs and Pizzagate.
And Alistair Crowley,
Straight up, chat.
who was once termed the...
Oh, after this, after we watch this episode, y'all gotta stay because Hello Yasin, he's a creator that I watch for like streamer news and like hip hop news. He just broke down Clavicular and the PR company behind Clavicular, and Clavicular has the same PR company as Candace. And when y'all get the breakdown like I did of how they handle PR over there, everything makes so much more sense. I don't even think shout out to Hello Yasin. I've been following dude for some years, like 5, 6, 7 years. I ain't gonna say 10, like 5 years at least. But I think he was doing a breakdown on Clavicular, and I was just putting the connections together with Candace, and it's crazy, Chad. Y'all might want to stay around, hang around for that bad boy.
World's wickedest man would host these parties all across the world, and he even created his own religion around it. Science of Thelema, black magic. There are so many stories out there regarding Alistair Crowley attempting to summon various demons. In France, he tried to summon Pan, I think in Paris. And many times people would end up in the hospital. But probably the one story that ranks supreme is something that happened in 1923 in Sicily with one of his acolytes. Alistair Crowley was sort of grooming a young Oxford student to become his magical heir. He saw this young Oxford student and said, "You've got it. You're amazing. Button, come down to Sicily and let's, try to do some spells together." This was a 23-year-old student, okay? Alistair Crowley thinks he has the it factor. They go down to Sicily and the kid ends up dead. I'm actually going to bring on my producer, Ashley, to explain to you a little further what happened when they were working on an invisibility charm. Take a listen.
Yeah, so basically, Alistair Crowley was convinced that he was able to make himself invisible, and he was trying to bestow that power upon his little magical heir, Raoul Loveday. This was during one of his infamous ceremonies at his abbey in Sicily. But during the experiment, they both got really sick. Alistair survived, he was fine. But the nurse that was helping them said that Raoul became slowly fainter and fainter until he just completely disappeared. And so Alistair buried him in a quote-unquote empty coffin, like there was absolutely nothing in it. And later...
He became fainter and fainter until he disappeared. Where the fuck he go? To the ether? Well, what do you mean he became fainter and fainter until he disappeared? And they buried him in an invisible coffin. Man, what?
Raoul's wife, who was there, she was present for all of this. She blames Alistair Crowley for this, But just a few years later, in 1929, they came out and said, oh, no, actually, he just died from inflammation of the intestines. Nothing to see here.
So I'll tell you why this is important, why Alistair Crowley is so significant to the things that are happening today, okay? What ended up happening was Mussolini, the evil fascist, kicked him out of the country for being a Satanist.
I don't know, but Chad, like, with me, you know what I'm saying? I think ever since I've been going live over the last 2 years, I might have done some shit like this once, you know, and I caught myself. But for Candace to be talking about Alistair Crowley and do the damn 666 shit, it's kind of crazy. Like, Candace, what the hell is going on? Like, I understand that's a natural movement sometimes, but it's like, to be talking about this and do that is a little weird right now. I ain't gonna lie, Candace.
Crowley for this. But just a few
crazy.
years later, in 1929, they came out and said, oh, no, actually, he just died from inflammation of the intestines. Nothing to see here.
So I'll tell you why this is important, why Alistair Crowley is so
What's up,
significant to the
Chris?
things that are happening today, okay? What ended up happening was Mussolini, the evil fascist, kicked him out of the country for being a Satanist. Fortunately for Alistair Crowley, this didn't actually matter because he was friends with the elites all over the world, including, and this is just a historical fact, a woman by the name of Pauline Robinson, who would eventually, after spending time with her friend Alistair Crowley, 8.5 months later, she gives birth to Barbara Bush. Okay. This is just, again, a little over 8.5 months after hanging out with Alistair Crowley. Obviously, you know who Barbara Bush is, the mother of George Bush. Now, this is the source of the rumors that Barbara Bush is actually the child of Alistair Crowley. Now, why am I telling you that? Why am I starting this episode speaking about these occult rituals and the idea that the elites are practicing occult magic? It's because it's important that as we begin to connect dots throughout this series, that you fully digest, as I told you yesterday, that Operation Paperclip was not about rescuing brilliant Jewish
Hit the like button,
scientists who
chat.
were being persecuted from Germany. It was about rescuing wealthy occult perverts like Sigmund Freud and his boys, referring to them as scientists, saying that they had scientific breakthroughs so they could go on doing perverted things and go on being the elites. The same families have been in power for a very long time. Everything else is just an illusion, okay? I don't know how some people don't recognize that. Just looking around at who they keep trying to tell us is a genius. How is it always the rich people? Do you guys really think that every offensively wealthy kid who makes his butler do his homework grows up and becomes a tech genius? That's just the story that we keep being told. Jack Parsons, unbelievably wealthy kid who created the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. That's the precursor to
Big
NASA's
Niche.
Apollo program. Oh, he was such a genius. He was trying to literally summon demons. He was Alistair Crowley's protege. He was doing the exact same thing that Alistair Crowley was doing, throwing elite sex parties, saying, we're going to create a moon child, everyone, sex, drugs. Look, Elon Musk seems like a nice guy, but do I believe he's running 17 trillionaire dollar companies at the same time while also having 49 baby mamas? No, I don't. I don't accept that. Bill Gates, that one bothers me the most. Oh my God, shocker. He's in the Epstein files. Look.
Yeah, Bill Gates is in the Epstein files. They got him in there. They say banged 2 Russian prostitutes, man, caught a little something, had Epstein get him some medicine, and then had Epstein walk him through how to slip the medicine in on his wife, man. And this shit is crazy, man. Bill Gates might just be cooked, man. I'm not gonna lie. They just had the president of the World Economic Forum step down today too, bro. I don't know. Bill Gates might be cooked.
Look at him, people. Look at him. Look at his face. Of course, he's in the Epstein files. You really think this guy is just such a genius? He went from computers to pharmaceuticals to poisoning African kids. He's just so genius. Yeah, I'm troubled the most by people who ever bought that man was smart. Poor and middle class people know we can never go on to become geniuses. It doesn't work like that. Now, I want kind of want everyone to just wake up from this occult spell of thinking that these.
Man, listen, Chad. What the fuck is Candace talking about? Poor and middle class people. Man, what the Candace now? I fuck with you, Candace. I like your content. You do your thing, man. But hold on. Candace, you worth $5 million, man. $5 million,
People
bro.
are smarter than you. They are not natural geniuses, which do exist, like Charlie Kirk. You get to you have to either play ball with the elites, meaning hand over whatever it is that you have built to fulfill our ends. Let us be in control of the message. What you're doing is big. We want in. Or if you say no, you wind up dead. That's how the world works. And the military is responsible for keeping particular families in power. It's pretty much eugenics at the top and social engineering at the bottom. And we have proven over and over again as a society that we are subject to psychology. Our minds are malleable. They've trained us via marketing to poison ourselves so that we can't have more offspring, aggressive marketing campaigns, propaganda, repeat promises of scientific breakthroughs. Scientific breakthrough. Oh my God, we had no idea it caused cancer. What do you mean she can't get pregnant? We're so shocked. This is what the military does best, okay? Psychological operations. You've seen it in this entire lead up to Erika Kirk. It is part of the reason I believe, I don't know if you thought about this a lot like I have, why did the military choose to have us all watch Charlie's execution?
I don't understand what she means. Why did the military have us choose to watch Charlie's execution? I guess that's another layer that she's about to reveal. But I do think the Maduro shit was a psyop all the way from the very beginning. From when Trump came out saying that the Venezuelan had unloaded their jails and put the worst of the worst criminals out. All that was a soft launch psyop leading up to going in, snatching fucking Maduro for the rigged elections and the damn oil, man. That shit was a psyop. It was a soft launch, man. It was all about where we are at today.
Think about that. They could have just like poisoned his drink or something, done their standard.
Because you got to think, like when they used, it was the Venezuelan unloaded their jails out on us. That was the precursor to all of this mass deportation, all of these people going into there. But what it actually ended up happening, Maduro got fucking snatched, man. You said, when did this episode air? This episode aired earlier today, man. Y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button. Let's get it up in here. This episode aired earlier today, bro.
With the brakes and get into a car accident. I don't know. But no, they wanted us to watch it. They wanted to make sure that we all watched it and we had an emotional reaction and that they could sort of harness our emotions to get behind Erika, right? Erika, that was where it was supposed to go. You watched it. She's the widow. That's why they just keep saying the thing. She's the grieving widow. She's a grieving widow. Never mind everything that she's doing right now. Never mind the lack of concern that she seems to have for this investigation. Me sitting down with her and her speaking about Charlie, and never is emotion coming up. And she's like, yeah, I like to work. But then when I see the first trace of emotion, it's about her mother who's alive, but Charlie's dead. Charlie's dead.
Thank you, Fiji.
Everyone recognized something was off about that. The way that they are defending her is crazy. I've never seen anything like it. I could do 27,000 series, like I said, about Hillary Clinton. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't care at all. But Erika, my goodness, there is something there you cannot touch.
RS11, what the fuck are you? You said Candace remind me of the black girl I tried to talk to and she was dating a white guy. Well, what the fuck are you, RS11?
Or speak about it because, well, they cast a spell. What's wrong with you guys? Well, anyway, let's quickly recap the military connections that we've already established in the Erika Kirk story, right? So we learned that Erika was born at the Good Samaritan Hospital on either the 20th or the 22nd of November of 1988. It depends on who's telling the story. Is it Erika? Is it Lori? Is it Erika's dad? A hospital graciously gifted by the Marine Corps after they were kind of caught experimenting on human brains, because who among us hasn't been caught experimenting on human brains unethically? Youth, I guess, is wasted on the young. You should also know that Far, Carl Kenneth, was himself a military man. He served in the Army Corps of Engineers.
We 10 minutes in and you say you a black Hebrew.
And I have to tell you, having looked through so many people's stories, I do believe that the Army Corps of Engineers is not always engineering, planes. I think sometimes they're just engineering society. Social engineering is what they're into. I'm not speaking about Carl Kenneth specifically, but that's very obviously one element of our military. Now, Erika's father and her mother, Lori and Kent Frantzve, as we learned, were married in Marblehead, Massachusetts. We still cannot find a single shred of proof regarding that union having taken place, but we do acknowledge that it is the birthplace of the Marine Corps aviation. Although whether that marriage took place in the 80s, whether that marriage took place in the 90s, or whether that marriage took place at all, we will see if we can discover through.
Oh, chat, I need everybody to hit the like button, but I need y'all to lock in. Shell, you said you glad we covering this. Well, Hello Yasin just dropped a video about Clavicular, and Clavicular and Candace Owens have the same PR. And when you take a dive into that PR, you understand the Candace that we're getting. You understand the Clavicular that we're getting. Like, it's crazy, man. The shit really blew my mind. Like, when she's talking this, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all just gotta see it. Not saying anything bad, but it just gives you another layer. You see like the behind the scenes. You really don't see the behind the scenes with Candace so much, but when you watch this Hello Yasin video of him breaking down Candace's PR through BBC, the same PR that Clavicular has, it makes so much fucking sense, bro. It just makes sense.
Throughout this series. But today, I would like to discuss with you guys Kent Frantzve's first wife. This woman is very important. The woman that he married before Lori, in my opinion, is one of the more compelling characters in this story because she's very powerful, she's very connected, and she has quite a peculiar background. And ultimately, her life, despite the fact that she married Kent first, is going to plug right into Erika's life. This woman's name she died 2 years ago, Dr. Jerry Frantzve. Look at Dr. Jerry Frantzve. I'm going to tell you about Dr. Jerry Frantzve. She keeps her name. She also dies in Arizona. Everybody's in Arizona. You would have no idea that these people were exes, and they seem to get along quite well. They keep doing business together. Well, Dr. Jerry was born Jerry Pitts in 1943. She was born into a very strict Mormon household. Yeah, fun fact, Erika's father was at first married to a Mormon before he got together with Lori. Jerry's Mormon family is from Arizona, a very powerful Mormon family, but she herself was raised in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Now, don't the Mormons believe in like intergalactic, love? Like if you pass away, you'll be reunited with whoever, in some I don't know, chat. Y'all let me know what's going on with the Mormon church, man, because I believe there's it's something like some intergalactic shit going on. And I think that's why she's tying all of this back to that school.
Jerry also happens to be a victim of child rape. Okay. Now she's going to tell the story in a different way. She's almost going to, when she...
Hell, Kel, my name is Plug. You're not talking to Candace Owens right now. You're talking to me. You said you're so incredibly disappointing. Wonder if your husband likes the new Candace. I don't fucking have a husband. I don't know about Candace's husband and whether he likes the new Candace or not. But hi, my name is Plug. Welcome in. Please hit the like button.
Retells the story, make it sound like a love story. It's weird to me. I don't think a person should be trying to normalize child rape, or if they do, they probably shouldn't hold any future positions of power over children. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I'll let Jerry tell it. Let's read a bit of this article from 1981 where she recounts her own history. It tells us that at 14, she ran away from a strict Mormon upbringing in Indianapolis to get married. She says, quote, "I was a straight A student and was about to get the worst mark of my life, a C in algebra," Frantzve said in an interview. "I couldn't face my parents. I loved my boyfriend. We saw an opportunity and we took it. I lied about my age. I altered my birth certificate. I then smeared it with Clarisol to make it look older. 6 months later, we asked to come home and we were welcomed. She was a mother before her peers graduated high school and divorced before she was old enough to vote." Okay, so just to recap, she gets married at 14. Not mentioned is the fact that she's already pregnant. Okay, she then runs away for 6 months to the other side of Indianapolis, uses Clarisol so she can get married at 14, has this little shotgun wedding. She gets married to a guy named Carl Pangerl. Carl Pangerl, spelled Pangerl, is 5 or 6 years her senior. I can't really tell. Look, she's already telling us she's forging docs, so he could be 5 or 6 years her senior. And just so you know, he's going to go on to become a bishop in the Mormon church because marrying a child is apparently not a disqualifier. In fact, she tells us her parents welcome them back into the home. Okay.
Hey, mods, y'all direct people where the like button is at, man. You got to hit the 3 dots at the top. It's like at the top left or something like that, or you can double tap your screen. Mods, be sure to direct people on how to hit the like button, man. Interact in the chat, man. Welcome all the new subscribers.
Okay, I guess. Let's keep going. They divorce, and then Jerry somehow becomes a bookkeeper. She gets into accounting. So it doesn't matter that she got knocked up at 14, that she's married and divorced before she turns 18. She's still somehow able to just get a good job and begin a career. She becomes a bookie. She learns clerical machines. And I would love to know who exactly it was that she was bookkeeping for, because I think it probably was somebody pretty important, because Jerry then suddenly marries some top brass in the military. Her second husband, and we're not going to get it, just going to give you the facts about him. He's a man named Kenneth Himsel, and he's a captain in the Indiana National Guard. Goes on to become a general, a major general. They get hitched in 1965. Jerry's now got connections. She gets a bachelor's degree in psychology. That same year, psychology is what she is about to become an expert. That's going to be her career path She just gets psychology, particularly the psychology of children. It's now 1970. She's 27, and she becomes a social worker in Indiana. And instantly in my mind, and I get it, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I'm pretty obsessed with MKUltra. I don't love anybody that was a psychologist in the 70s, especially one that's connected to the military, especially someone that's connected.
Bro, like, is Candace asking for fucking help or what, bro? Like, she just made the video yesterday talking about Erika casually throwing up a Freemason sign in her damn kindergarten picture, right? Now, this whole fucking episode, all Candace is doing is throwing around okie dokie symbols, man. Fucking okays and shit. 666s, man. Like, is this a distress, bro? What's going on with Candace, dog? Like, I know she knows this is going on. She has to be doing it on purpose, right?
7, and she becomes a social worker in Indiana. And instantly in my mind, and I get it, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I'm pretty obsessed with MKUltra. I don't love anybody that was a psychologist in the 70s, especially one that's connected to the military, especially someone that's connected to the military in Indiana who happens to be a victim of child rape herself. I'm not loving it. A lot of red flags here. It's immediately suspicious because MKUltra was in full swing. And if you did not know, Indiana was a major
No, I don't think those pajamas, that shit Candace got on probably cost a lot of money. I ain't gonna lie.
hub for MKUltra action. The universities in Indiana were factually involved in experimentation. In fact, Indiana was actually the place that the government manufactured the LSD to drug people with for their experiments. You can thank Indiana for the hippies movement. Thank you, Indiana. Anyway, suddenly Jerry's big time, okay? In 1971, she heads out to Chicago and she begins working for Quaker Oats for 3 years. Now, if you're like me, I was like, well, at least Quaker Oats, we know, hired a psychologist for what? She says she was helping them with marketing. What kind of marketing? Okay, the official story, like, I don't know, help us sell these oats. And if you're like me, I was literally thinking in my head, well, at least Quaker Oats was never involved in any weird MKUltra type experimentation or anything. Except for that one time when Quaker Oats was actually going into mental institutions and force feeding a bunch of radioactive oats
to the kids. They was going down there feeding the radioactive oats to the kids, and then that one community was that St. Louis that said they seen that green fog come through and it was thick, and now all the people getting cancer, they was testing the radiation therapy, and then they fed it to those kids and they fed it to pregnant women to see how it would pass through the placenta, through the baby. I remember that shit. I studied that, man. I knew this is where she was gonna go when she said Quaker Oats, because they was giving it to those kids. The kids didn't have. They promised the kids like a fun day, shit like that, meal, whatever, man. And they was feeding them kids that bullshit, man. And they was giving it to pregnant ladies, and they had a fog come through the damn city that was green, and now everybody getting cancer from the shit, man. It's crazy.
To little boys. Look at this article. This is our government. A spoonful of sugar helps the radioactive oatmeal go down. Yes, Quaker Oats was conducting experiments on unsuspecting young boys. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
No, it wasn't just the young boys, man. It was the damn placentas too, man. It was the women going in there pregnant was getting it too, man. Let's not just say they was doing it. We got to keep this shit a buck, man. It was giving it to them pregnant women too, because they wanted to see how that shit passed through the placenta.
Energy Commission teamed up with Quaker Oats to experiment on children. Now, how long did that go on for? Did Jerry Frantzve herself play a part in any experimentation on children with Quaker Oats? Was this even related to MKUltra? We're never going to know any of those answers. Put it out of your mind. In 1975, the military orders the destruction of all of the files related to MKUltra. So what we have today, which is already terrifying, is just a skeleton of just how far-reaching that CIA program was. But I can say confidently, I've always believed that MKUltra was tasked with creating Manchurian candidates. I believe a lot of people in politics today went through weird psychology programs. It's my personal opinion. This is my podcast. I am entitled to it. Jerry meets and marries Kent Frantzve, jumping back into her timeline. Okay, she meets and marries Kent Frantzve while she's working for Quaker Oats. And she's a few years older than him. She continues to climb the ranks as a psychologist, gets a master's degree, a doctorate. Now she's going by Dr. Frantzve. And her and Kent Frantzve moved down to Paradise Valley, Arizona, before deciding to divorce. Okay? We're supposed to believe that, okay, well, they're divorced. They're never going to see each other again. Maybe. Should know that once she becomes a doctor, she has arrived. She is now going to work for the biggest and most powerful families in the world. Okay? This is where it's going to get really fun, because she begins working not even.
Oh shit, Chad, we got 34 likes now. Y'all playing in here tonight, man. Can we get to 100 likes right quick, man? Double tap the screen. Get off live, bro. This shit is wild. Nobody
just one of the most powerful families in the world, but it also happens to be
is crazy.
A French family. France. I could never do a series where you're not there, France. The DuPonts. I kid you not. She starts working for the DuPont family, becoming the director of employee relations for DuPont because she's so good at psychology. She gets into organizational psychology. She is tasked effectively, I would say, with finding the psychopaths that should head up the corporations that are run by the elite bloodlines. She goes into partnership working for the DuPonts. Now, in case you forgot, they're also just mass poisoning people. That's what they've done for a very long time.
What is DuPont, Chad? DuPont is something. Is that what? I remember seeing DuPont. What is DuPont?
If the lawsuits are telling us anything about, they have innumerable lawsuits related to them poisoning the population, giving people cancer. Jerry's apparently a good fit. In 1983, DuPont completes the largest merger in corporate history.
Oh, shit. It's a chemical company.
With Conoco Oil, and they're able to do this thanks to Reagan and George Bush being in office, deregulating things, making it easier for private corporations to go in and do bigger deals. Of course, we know DuPont then moves those headquarters to Wilmington, Delaware. I just loved looking into her and just seeing that she's the DuPont woman, because I like to pause and reflect on past episodes when I don't know why everybody's freaking out.
That's where I see DuPont. It's NASCAR. I think I had a NASCAR. Is DuPont is there a NASCAR for DuPont? I think I had a NASCAR jacket that was DuPont, Chad. That's where I think I remember it from.
Now about things, and I just like to consider how terrified they must have been when I'm looking into the Charlie Egyptian plains, and I'm like, what's going on in Wilmington, Delaware? And I instantly hit the DuPont family.
What's up, OG?
And then Erika's out there nervously at AmFest, cracking like not funny jokes about Egyptian planes. She's like, oh, no, when nobody from Gypsy Plains are here. Tell you something, her jokes are going to become less and less funny as we get deeper into this series. Now back to Dr. Jerry. She is then somehow awarded an entire clinic, research center, pardon me, at Radford University in 1983, a gender clinic of all things. She's a feminist, and she's awarded a gender clinic, and they begin giving lessons to the military. My question is on what? Gender? Why do we need a research facility? Oh, I know why. The reason, and so you need to understand how the world works.
What's up,
the reason why
Breeze?
companies might be interested in having people that will come up with BS research for them is because government and corporations have to produce completely fictitious academic reports and studies to justify the psychopathic things that they're doing to us worldwide.
No, real shit, chat. And you want to know, I didn't realize this shit till we was grown. When they be talking about those peer-reviewed studies and shit, man, sometimes they only ask like 1,000 people or 5,000 people. So a lot of these shit that we're going off of, and it's studies and shit like that, man, this shit is a sample size, bro. Like a little snack, man, like 500 people, 1,000 people, 5,000 people, and we're fucking living our lives based off of this shit, bro. What?
Wide. Okay. You got to have the experts. You got to have the psychopathic experts that will produce the reports so that people in power can just unilaterally force things across the population, like the COVID vaccine. Oh, well, Dr. So-and-so, oh, Dr. Frantzve maybe says that if you don't get the vaccine, it's because you're a psychopath. If you don't line up and get the shot, it's because you're crazy and she's an expert. That sort of a thing, you know, just giving you an example. She wasn't involved in the COVID thing, to my knowledge, but that's the purpose, right? And Dr. Jerry
Thank you,
Frantzve
Najee.
becomes that sort of an expert with ties to the most powerful families in America and France. She also, by the way, happens to be a total and complete fraud. I am confident that Jerry Frantzve is a fraud, okay? Fraud, capital F, fraud. How do I know? Look no further than this report that came out of Radford University that Jerry Frantzve produces pertaining to Native Americans and the Appalachian Mountain. I'm just going to show you the cover of this report really quickly. So it says that who's putting together this report? The Center for Gender Studies, and it lists 5 names: Marjorie Wayland, George Bourne, Richard Castor, Susan Friedman, Jerry Frantzve. Well, not what she doesn't communicate in this report is that that's her family. Marjorie Wayland is her mom. Richard Castor is her nephew, her sister's son. This is why they just get married so much, because, and I didn't even look into the other two. I just couldn't, once I realized that the 2 of these people were her family and they're going to produce a report, I just went, oh, she's like a whole fraud. That's just effectively Mormon mafia, right? We've done a report. I guess we can go into Native American. They need feminism or something. We can go right onto the reservation. These women want to be free, something like that. But I want you to sear that into your mind. Mormons conducting research, students conducting research. Again, this is a background episode, but that's going to become very relevant as we examine Erika Kirk's ties to Eastern Europe, because Jerry Frantzve gets involved in Eastern Europe, especially in Eastern Europe. What is going on, by the way, with all these Mormon missions? Tyler Boyer, I'm kind of speaking to you, my friend. I know about your time in Romania. I've got the receipts. Now, we'll dig into that. But the reason that I wanted to give you the background of Jerry Frantzve is because after this, heading into the 90s, the next thing she does in life is she gets involved with charter schools. She gets into the charter school business, particularly helping them to develop psychological methods with students. Yeah, you know where this is going. Dr. Jerry Frantzve is going to be the person who helps develop the Tesseract way. Tesseract schools, the school that Erika went to that is exceedingly problematic. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that after a quick break. All right, you guys, you may have seen the conversations happening online lately. Censorship is obviously back and it's happening everywhere. Platforms are controlling narratives and pushing the stuff that they want us to see. We absolutely have to fight back. Rumble is the only company that has stood the test of time, and they totally deserve our support. My show is on there, and they were the only place to have my back when YouTube demonetized me. On one side, Rumble is challenging big tech censorship, but now on the other side, they've also introduced something that will give us protection from the big banks shutting us out as well. Banks can cancel our accounts and they can freeze our cards, so that's why they are launching Rumble Wallet, a wallet that no one can cancel. With Rumble Wallet, you control your money, not a bank, not a government, not a tech company, not even Rumble can touch it. It's yours, only yours. It's not only a wallet to buy and save, but it also allows you to support your favorite creators by easily tipping them with a click of a button. There will be no fees when you tip my channel or others, and we actually receive the tip instantly, unlike other platforms where we have to wait for payouts. So you can support my show and other creators by clicking the tip button on my Rumble channel. It's wallet.rumble.com. Again, that's wallet.rumble.com, or search Rumble Wallet in the app stores. Also, want to tell you guys about Dose, because one of the most underrated organs in your body is your liver. It's doing over 500 functions every single day, filtering unwanted elements, supporting digestion, helping with energy, but we never think about it until something is wrong. What if we actually supported it before problems started? Dose is a powerful all-in-one wellness shot that helps support gut health, immunity, energy, and all of the stuff that really matters when you don't have time to slow down. And let's be honest, when you've got a big and busy family, slowing down is not always an option. It takes me literally 5 seconds in the morning, and I feel the difference all day long. Their bestseller is Dose for Your Liver, which was formulated to cleanse your liver of unwanted elements, aid digestion, and maintain your body's filter. Dose's clinical results showed lowering liver enzyme levels by 50% in most of their participants. One shot of Dose for Your Liver is equivalent to 17 shots of turmeric juice. Right now, new customers can save 35% on your first month of subscription by heading to dosedaily.co/Candace, or by entering code Candace at checkout. Again, that's dosedaily.co/Candace for 35% off your first month subscription. Also want to tell you guys about Magisterium AI, because I said it before and I'll say it again. We are in the middle of a war on truth. The people controlling the information we see every day are desperate to push a secular worldview and erase God from our culture. That's why I switched to Magisterium AI, because when you face real tough questions about marriage, suffering, or purpose in life, you want the absolute truth. And unlike the mainstream alternatives, Magisterium AI actually brings the receipts. Every single answer provides clickable citations to original sources so that you can verify everything yourself. You'll get 2,000 years of Bible commentary and wisdom from the saints, popes, and the church fathers. Its knowledge base grows daily, fueled by exclusive digital work happening directly inside Rome's pontifical universities. It's the #1 Catholic answer.
All right, chat. We still ain't hit 100 likes yet, man. I need y'all to hit the like button, double tap the screen, man. Share the live out. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. I'm gonna skip these ads for us though. But listen, chat. I need y'all to get to 100 likes right quick, man. Everybody, double tap the screen.
Candace. I mean, it is just not an exaggeration whatsoever for me to suggest that the Tesseract school, when you look at the people that are involved, very much you can view it as almost a child psychological experiment. I'm going to introduce those individuals to you. Let's just recap Tesseract school in general. Okay, we've already informed you Erika will be there from 1993 to 1999. We showed you this photo of her in the first grade. We also then showed you this photo of Erika in the second grade. Erika, by the way, because we got some comments about this, she has spoken about how her mother chopped her hair off. So that is a known thing because she didn't know how to do her hair. I'm actually inclined to think that it was because her dad was taking care of her at that time. I'm not positive about that, but that would definitely make sense because these are going to be the years that she has a stay-at-home dad. Third grade photo. We have here with Erika in this school. This is without question a school that is being designed by the elites. It is backed by the Bushes.
I'm not gonna lie, she looked a little older than third grade in that picture, man. No cap. That picture looked a little older than third grade. I ain't gonna cap, Chad.
That would definitely make sense because these are going to be the years that she has a stay-at-home dad. Third grade photo.
Yeah, I ain't gonna cap. That look like that might be damn elementary, 6th grade, 7th grade. That look like that might be junior high, bro. I ain't gonna cap, man. I don't think that looks like a third grade. Maybe it's just a throwback, bro. I don't know.
We have here with Erika in this school. This is with.
But you know how they say back in the day, like Erika's not that much older than me. But y'all remember how they say back in the day when the 30-year-olds of back in the day look like the 70-year-olds now?
without question,
Maybe
a
that's what
school
was
that is
going
being
on.
designed by the elites. It is
What's
backed
up, gang?
by the Bushes and the Waltons. They, among other elite families, they are, again, kind of getting into government money in a way, pioneering charter schools. You give us the tax dollars and we'll show you a better way to use them. Government schools are failing, right? We're always in that right versus left false dialectic, but the same families are benefiting from it. We're going to use this government money. Okay. Now, of course, you're going to do all that. You need to have your elite psychologists on board to help develop these children, how you're going to test them, how this is going to be a different model. And that is why it makes perfect sense that Dr. Jerry Frantzve, who conveniently is her entire Mormon family is from Arizona. Her and Kent had a home together in Arizona and in Paradise Valley, which is exactly where this particular school was. This was the first school, and this one is going to fail very quickly. But yeah, of course, she's going to help them draft those psychological models that, at the school that Erika attends. Now, Erika might not know this woman. She may not have met her. I would definitely be shocked if she didn't know about Dr. Frantzve. Is she just doing the models? Did she sit down with the kids? I don't know. But this is going to be how they handle these students is going to be described as the Tesseract way. Now, I want you to know who else is involved with this school. Because if you think Dr. Jerry Frantzve is problematic, well, I told you already that John T. Goley is the CEO of Tesseract. He does that announcement about it with Jeb Bush, who is, supporting charter schools. Well, I told you John T. Goley, he was working with Roundup Monsanto on their launch. So I guess him and Jerry's with DuPont. That's a natural alliance, poisoning the population and getting away with it. But there's some other key players here. I really want to know about this guy named Phil Bliss, who joins the board of Tesseract. Okay, Phil Bliss here, over there in the corner.
Oh,
Phil
shit.
Bliss, the board member, was
Phil
involved
look
with
like a hippie.
Stanford University in the 70s. I'm not going to, yes, I am MKUltra. Okay, he was known widely during that time as a drug counselor. Okay, everyone's taking LSD. You got the drug counselors.
Damn, how long did you go to school, Blackwell? You said school was great in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. How fucking long did you go to school, man? Dang.
And he is also working with Stanford's Hospital for Addiction Research, right? He then co-founds a school in Palo Alto, which is called Mid-Peninsula High School. He installs himself as the principal of that school, and that school then has a shooting. In 1996, it turns out that the student that committed the shooting had been working with Philip Bliss through his depression. Okay, fantastic candidate. I don't know. I got a lot of questions about these psychologists. As I said in the first episode, when you look at all these things that are happening, school shootings, behind everything is a psychologist and a prescription counter, truly. He also, on that same campus, by the way, he was on the board of a French-American school, so he also has French connections, but that's just kind of implied now in my life. The person who is going to be running the school as the executive director is a woman named Jill Kessler. She's the executive director, and she says that she moved to Arizona for her husband's job, and he is a pediatric developmental behavioral pediatrician, whatever that means. He specializes in children and behavior, essentially. So she is well suited. Above her is Susan B. Silverstein, who is the vice president of development.
All right, chat, put yes in the chat if you think Candace is going too far. Put no in the chat if you do not think Candace is going too far. Everybody double tap the screen, shut a live hour. 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal.
I have a very strong indication of who Susan B. Silverstein is, but unless I'm certain, I'm not going to show the face and tell you the backgrounds. But yeah, we're just going to pause on that. But we had a strong suspicion about who Susan B. Silverstein is. Like I said, they have done a very good job of wiping anything and everything about this particular Tesseract in Paradise Valley, which eventually shuttered in 2000 from history. I mean, even books They're like, this person wrote a book on the collapse of it. The book is just gone. You cannot find this book anywhere. I told you already that John Walton, obviously the son of Walmart founder Sam Walton, is a major investor, and he also sits on the board. And my viewpoint is that it is fair to suggest that the school in and of itself was a psychological experiment, and the school completely falls apart. There's accusations of financial impropriety, as well as the method which they used to track the success of the students. People said this is a complete scam. The way that you're doing the studies doesn't have any control. There's no control. And that would track with anything Dr. Jerry Frantzve had her hands in, because she's a whole fraud. She's just, you can't just have your mommy doing experiments. Like, come on, man. You can't do this. You just can't do that. I also want to say this, and this I'm going to say without any names here, but the family that I received these yearbooks from, they had a child, multiple children actually at the school, and obviously the child is an adult today and has always maintained that he was sexually abused by very specific people at the top of this school. Obviously, I'm not going to name those people. I have no evidence of this, but I was very compelled to listen and also to believe that individual.
Here we go.
Because, well, child abuse and psychology go hand in hand. So even if I didn't have his account, I would not have doubted it. Dr. Jerry Frantzve herself, by the way, was friends and colleagues with John Money, the notorious psychologist who was one of the fathers of transgenderism, who then it turned out notoriously abused children. If you guys don't know who I'm speaking about, as soon as Jerry Frantzve opens the gender clinic at Radford University, or heads up the gender research center at Radford University, she brings over Dr. John Money. This is who Dr. John Money is. Take a listen.
John Money, he's one of the greatest villains in history, and he is the father of gender ideology. And he became that by abusing two twin boys, one of whom had his genitalia basically destroyed in a botched circumcision. Money believed that sexuality was fluid, convinced these parents that he could raise that boy as a girl and it would be fine. Long story short, that didn't work out. That boy was every bit a boy. When he was told what had been done to him, it destroyed him, and he eventually ended up committing suicide. Money was a hero because he told the world that his experiment succeeded, and it wasn't until the young man comes out and tells his story that people realized not only did it not succeed, but he abused those boys horribly. People needed to know where this ideology came from. That this guy who abused these boys made them perform sex acts on each other.
Yeah, just a colleague of Dr. Jerry Frantzve. I am telling you, all of the psychologists are perverted. They are, I mean, I'm not saying like every psychologist that you know is perverted, but these people with the power and that are within close proximity.
Chat, when it comes to this gender fluidity shit, I try not to, pass judgment on people. So I have these conversations with gender fluid people. Today, I was having a conversation with a gender fluid person on one of these social media platforms, another one that we own as a community. And this was a girl. She was a stud. She didn't want to be called a dyke. She knew she was a woman. She was a stud, but she said that in every one of her past lives, she was a man. So now in this life, she's a woman. So she chooses to deal with the women. She says she doesn't take hormones. She actually clowned on some people that took hormones. But she has chin hair, and she says her chin hair grows naturally because that's the masculinity in her. I want to ask her about this guy right here, man. I want to ask her about this guy. Who is this guy?
It destroyed him, and he eventually he believed that sexuality was fluid, convinced these parents that he could raise that boy as a girl and it would be fine. Long story short, that didn't work out. That boy was every bit a boy. When he was told what had been done to him, it destroyed him, and he eventually ended up committing suicide. Money was a hero because he told the world that his experiment succeeded. And it wasn't until the young man comes out and tells his story that people realize not only did it not succeed, but he abused those boys horribly. People needed to know where this ideology came from. That this guy who abused these boys made them perform sex acts on each other.
Yeah, just a colleague of Dr. Jerry Frantzve. I am telling you, all of these psychologists are perverted. They are.
They
I mean, I'm
said
not
the
saying like
name at the
every psychologist that
beginning.
you know is perverted, but these people.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch. She said the name. He said the name at the beginning.
This is who Dr. John Money is. Take a listen.
Oh, Dr. John Money. His name is Dr. John Money, Chad.
School, like Sigmund Freud, is your biggest clue that something is wrong. Something is very wrong and rotten at the top. I want to add this across the board. Everyone that I have spoken to says that Lori, Erika's mother, is exceedingly problematic. Exceedingly problematic. They acknowledge that Erika lies about a lot of details, and obviously on the basis of just the divorce documents that we went through yesterday, I can see that Lori might do some things that would not be described as honest. Okay, I don't think she is likely an honest dealer. But what people have said to me is she is the person, has always been the person in Erika's ear. Like she's this type A person that tells her who to go after in each and every room. She knows who those people are, who Erika should instantly transform into, what she has to say. I mean, one of her exes was very clear. He said to me, I was warned by.
Chad, hit the like button. You said this is not live. I'm live. I'm plugged. I'm the host. We doing a reaction to Candace Owens episode today. And if y'all hang around, I got a Hello Yasin video where he shows the connection between Candace's PR team and Clavicular's PR team. And once y'all see that, y'all will understand the way this shit is going and how this shit is about to is not gonna stop. It's about to go crazy. It's about to go crazy. It's literally the strategy over there.
Another person in beauty pageant world, that girl will do anything to get to the top, and her mother will do anything to help her get to the top. Her mother herself, Lori, was a model actually at one point. So that hunger for Erika to get to the top, there is a connection just based on discussions that I have had with multiple people to her mother. And I know that's an untouchable subject because there's always this, well, she's sick now. You can't talk about her mother at all. But to get into the Erika story, you have to know who Lori Frantzve is, and you have to know who this cast of character is around her. And Erika is, without question, a climber. Okay, she is also, without question, willing to lie to make her mother look better. I mean, to say I grew up with a single mother is not true. So why is she saying it? Well, people suspect probably Lori is the person in her ear getting her to say that because it makes Lori look good. She wanted Erika to be famous, but let's not remove Erika from this. Erika desperately wanted to be famous. No one can deny that. Tomorrow, when we now begin in earnest to go through Erika's life, you will see she's never dated a normal guy. She's never dated a guy with a 9-to-5 job. And that's what Elizabeth Lane was hitting at when she was speaking about going through her exes. You can see like she was going to be with somebody. She was, okay, you're going to the NFL, you're going to the MLB, we can be on The Amazing Race together. You will see very clearly she is not dating a regular guy ever, okay? Her goal was to make it. And I
believe that. And I honestly think that about a lot of women that are at that tier, because we have to realize that women have been taught to marry up for centuries. So why are we going to act like it just stopped? You know, like women have been taught for centuries to marry up. Why would we think just because 2026 or 2020, whenever they got married, it just stops? No, this shit's going on today. Hit the like button, chat.
Suffice to say that Elizabeth Lane was very much on the money when she suggested that that she would have done anything to be famous. And like I said, you simply will not be able to deny that when you see the stuff that we have uncovered about her and the missing years, I'll say plural, of Erika's life. Very weird. Where was Erika? She even admits she's missing. There's so much there. Anyway, we'll take a brief break before I just show you a clip of Erika just lying casually. All right, you guys, let's talk about something most of us have order. You know, easily.
All right, get money, Candace. Everybody hit the like button. Like I said, man, this is nothing new. Like when she said Erika wanted to be famous or rich or whatever, like this is nothing new. This has been going on since hundreds of years. It's still going on. Now it's sort of changed. Now we can supplement it. It can be wealth. It could be social media fame. It could be status. It could be long as something's going on to elevate you. You know, that's what's been taught for centuries. What do parents say? Don't bring a bum home. Get somebody that's established. Get somebody that has a future. Get somebody that knows what's going on. Man, this shit's been taught for hundreds of years. Why we act like this shit so fucking what?
The most important relationship, and again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, so we're going to get into this tomorrow, but the most important relationship that Erika had at Turning Point USA is Tyler Boyer. You will recall that when I sat down with her, and I want to let you know that ahead of today's episode and yesterday, one of the questions that we keep asking that we can't get an answer is, how does Erika Kirk know Tyler Boyer? She couldn't recall that in person. We can't get an answer. That seems to be something that she doesn't want to answer, right? But Tyler's a very significant person because he introduced her to Charlie. He set that up, right? Not a good guy, Tyler Boyer. And there was a rumor, which I will tell you what Turning Point's response was, but and it was stronger than a rumor. It was somebody very much in Charlie's life who said, had reached out to me and said that Charlie.
Now, when you say if you take out your husband to elevate yourself, that's a big problem. I'm still not necessarily sold that she took out her husband. I'm not all the way sold. It might have been out of her hands. Now, it might have been out of her hands. You know what I'm saying? It truly might have been just above her fucking pay grade, above her fucking level. Honestly. But women do this shit all the time. Women marry old men. They marry old men who are about ready to kick the bucket so they can get the money or the status or the damn businesses. Marrying up. It just is what it is, man. Shit's going on, man. I don't think it's anything crazy to think that she wanted to marry up. She was with a basketball, whatever kind of sports player, and she, was with whoever. Now she ended up with Charlie Kirk. I mean, I know these type of girls. Like girls that won't date a man without an attachment. You have to have something behind that name. The fuck is coming behind that name? Is it a good job? Are you in a tech field? Does your family name hold weight around the town or the state? Are you an athlete? What's going on, man? I know these kind of girls, man. Like, are we gonna act like we don't know these kind of girls in here? This shit's been going on since junior high. I play quarterback, chat. I fucking know. Like, let's be real here.
That he was establishing Doge because $10 million was missing. Okay. Heard that. I went to Justin Strife when there was communication between us two, the COO, and I specifically asked about that. I said, I heard this, and this person definitely knows Charlie, he knows Erika. And, is there any truth to this? They said, no, that's not true. Well, fast forward to today, and they've fired a lot of people, and, a lot of people are speaking. And somebody who was within Turning Point USA confirmed to me that money was indeed missing out of Turning Point USA. I can back that up 100%, which is why I'm saying it publicly, that there were millions missing out of Turning Point USA. And they were wondering where that money was going. And they specifically said that the money was missing out of Turning Point Action, which is headed up by Tyler Boyer. The reason why I'm bringing that up, and the reason why it's coming to my mind, is because Tyler Boyer has a relationship with Lori. And Lori was put on the board of...
You said, can we talk about 2026? Most of my married family and friends are the provider for their husbands. That's because nobody taught them that shit. That's what I'm saying. Not everybody gets taught that shit. Not everybody's teaching their kids to marry up. What I'm saying is the shit's going on. A lot of families do, depending on where the fuck you at. You know what I'm saying? Maybe your family and friends weren't from affluent areas. Maybe they didn't have, man, listen, man, carry your ass somewhere where it's exclusivity, man, to where you got to put in a gate code and go up some curvy ass mountains and you see the big ass houses and shit like that, man. Those folks give a fuck about who you date. Now, if you just in the, nice little crib, apartment, whatever, maybe you didn't go through that. But you get up there and up in the mountains and hills and them exclusive areas and shit, man, those folks give a damn about who you lay with, man. They care about that shit, man.
What's that company, whatever it's called, that collects data and nobody really kind of knows what it does? Was it like AZ Tech or something like that? And I remember when I was sitting with Erika, she kind of brought this up and she's like, a lot of people want to know why my mother was put on that board, but it was just because we needed a familiar name. That's what she said. Lori was put on the board because they needed a familiar name. I guess there's just not enough billionaires that donate to Turning Point USA for them to have put someone other than Lori, who we are told is very sick, by the way, and is very sick. But they had to, they put her on the board of that company. It makes me wonder if that is true, and also why Justin Strife has a different version of events than somebody else at the company regarding whether or not money was missing. There's a lot there that I feel needs to come out. I do not believe for a single second their version of events that Charlie established Doge 7 days before he died because he just wanted to feel like Elon Musk and use an expression. I don't buy that for even 1 second. So I do want to say that. And there is something casual about the way that Erika lies and how she lies about her background, how she lies about whether or not she's had boyfriends, didn't date for 5 years. That's not true. It's almost like she glitches and she doesn't remember. And there's an element of that.
See, that like you love says, you can get taken out of the wheel for some shit like that, man. That's why this society of marrying up is actually going on. And yes, there are consequences and repercussions to that shit, man. You've never been with somebody or heard of one of your friends or even seen on a damn movie where they're like, I gave up everything for love. I can't go back home. I have no family. You're my only family. Why? She stepped outside of the fucking box, man. Hell, let it have been LeBron, man. She picked the wrong nigga. Let's say it how it is tonight, Chad. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, man. She picked the wrong nigga. That's why they get rolled out of the wheel and exiled and excommunicated and shit. And let it have been a Ken Griffey Jr. ass nigga, LeBron James, man. One of those type niggas, man. They would have been all ball, man. Bring him on down, man. Do you like stuffing? Pick Jerome or Tyrone or one of these YNs or something. Oh, you're done. You're done. They want the keys to the Beetle. They want the keys to the Bug. They need the house key back, man. They might not even fill your gas tank up, bro. Like, I'm from Arkansas, Chad. I don't know what the fuck y'all got going.
That, to me, feels like information is being downloaded, like she's remembering things and can't quite remember it. And I'm going to show you this clip because tomorrow we're obviously going to get into her pageant days and how she meets Tyler Boyer and the connections in Romania. But I do want to show you this clip of her just kind of lying very casually about how she got into the pageant world. This is her discussing that back in 2020. Take a listen.
Was it after that? That's when you started pageants? Or when did that come about?
So the pageant world to me is something that it was an interesting season of life. It was nothing that I was ever groomed for. It was nothing that was ever on my radar. I wanted to play professional basketball.
Tomboy.
That was my thing ever since I was 5. Like I wanted to play, and that was all I wanted to do. I was a gym rat, for lack of a better term. And I remember getting something in the mail when I had come home from school one summer, and it was like, hey, you should compete at Miss Arizona USA. Someone nominated you. And I was like, I don't know who would nominate me for that, but okay. So I shared it with my mom, and we...
Chad, hit the like button. She went from that bob cut, man, to Miss Arizona, bro. That might be one of the glow-ups of the century, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. That might be a glow-up of the century. From the little bob cut, bro, the Boosie fade, man, to Miss Arizona, bro. She might have the biggest. She might have just beat Soldier Boy, bro, for the biggest comeback of the century, man.
I was reviewing all the different things that you have to go through, and I thought to myself, if I were to ever win this, the most important
Then I seen on Twitter they trying to say she was with a woman, man. Like, I don't know, Chad.
thing out of it
They
would
saying
be
all kind of shit about Erika Kirk right now, man. Now, I'm not gonna say she was with a woman or she wasn't with a woman, but if she was with a woman, that's kind of crazy too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, it's a lot going on in this story now.
to be able to make a difference with the
Yeah.
title.
Nice.
I don't care about the
Yeah.
photo shoots. I just want to be able to overbook myself, being able to get involved with the local communities, with the local organizations that are actually making a difference. So the pageant world for me was something that was not a form of narcissism. It was more along the terms of being a steward for my state, especially as it hit our 100th year celebration.
Yeah, that's not right. That's not true. Erika has been involved in pageants from the very beginning. Her mother is definitely the person who pushed that. I actually
You telling me she was in a pageant with that damn Boosie fade, with that bob cut, man? Come on now. Come on now, Candace. She wasn't in no pageant with that bob cut, bro.
do believe that Erika loves basketball. There's no question she plays basketball.
Now that makes sense. She had the shooter cut, the Kyle Korver, man. Erika Kirk probably could shoot a mean three. She had that Kyle Korver cut out there, man.
But this idea that she didn't want it is just not true. It's so objectively not true. Erika, without question, and anybody who's being objective and honest and looking at her history of the people that she dated and the people that she wanted to be in close proximity to, can guarantee to you that this girl wanted to be famous, like very badly wanted to be famous one way or the other. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Obviously, we unpacked a lot, but I just wanted to introduce you to Dr. Jerry Frantzve and that Tesseract school. And tomorrow we're going to really jump into Erika's pageant years and when she kind of, I would say, hits the map. I'm going to answer some of your comments when we come back after a short break. All right.
Hey, Lost in a Dream, I'm gonna need you to wake your ass up talking about another half brain doing a live. Listen, man, I don't think you realize what the fuck you just walked into, dude. So I'm gonna need you to pick them rainbow flip-flops up by the door and get the fuck out, man. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. We had a little snack gift bag for you, but you don't get shit. No plain lays or nothing, bro. Just get the fuck out, man. It is what it is.
All right, you guys, between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the organic ingredients. Had to hide in the washroom at the Daily Wire to watch this with the other 238,000 live audience. So good. Angel of Remedy writes, I want to pick off Candace so that she will investigate my family roots because I want to know where I come from. Tanner Wolf wrote, everything they have been telling us is far, far from the truth. I mean, loving the Scandinavians in the comment section. It was fantastic. We really enjoyed it. And you guys just make everything worth it because it's so fun, even though the media absolutely hates us. And I mean, it's crazy. Talk about a psychological campaign to try to get us not to do the series. You guys have no idea what they were doing. Just no idea. They were beyond. Charlie writes, we all feel what is happening instinctively, Candace. I feel you are the one who was sent to pull down the veil and unite us all against the elite global machine. They try to divide us, but together we are strong in God and truth. You know what? I used to play that game too. I didn't even realize it. That's how good their psychological campaigns are. Like, they really do make you think you figured it out if you've picked either the left or the right. And no, they are benefiting on both sides of that machine, and it is the same families that are benefiting at the very top. All of it would have seemed so crazy to me if you had said to me even 5 years ago that, you know, the elites are practicing occult magic. And now I'm going, why are we even in school? We're just literally sitting in a classroom talking about the public school system so they can just work a number on your children and make them think that they're educated and that they should pursue working for one of these companies with the elites. That's the most aspirational thing that they can do. It's so backward. It is just so backward. Intuition Jen writes, it seems really weird and now a bit suspicious that there are so many Mormons involved with Turning Point USA. And Erika, thank you for continuing to go, Max. The Mormon thread will continue to happen. I do want to say this first and foremost. So many Mormons helped me in the Charlie Kirk investigation, and I could not have done a lot of that early research into UVU campus if it was not Mormons running around getting information and them acknowledging what's going on at this university.
Chat, Have y'all ever been to a Mormon church, man? Yes or no in the chat. Have you ever attended a Mormon church, like even to visit?
Why do I feel like the CIA is involved? Why is our president like former CIA? She has since stepped down, but there's a lot of weird stuff happening in Utah. But in terms of speaking about Turning Point USA, Tyler Boyer is the guy. He's the guy that introduced Charlie to everybody, including Erika. And Erika.
Tyler Boyer, that's the guy that from TPUSA. I need everybody to double tap the screen and share the live out, man. We are 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. We go live every single night over here talking politics, current events, and entertainment, man. Subscribe to the channel.
Erika can't remember how she met him. That's not right. Okay. And more investigation needs to be done into Jerry Frantzve's Mormon family. Okay. I'm going to give you that last name again of her mother, Marjorie Ferrin, Ferrin. Now, Mormon families are always big, so this could mean something or it could mean nothing, but the Ferrins definitely married into the Farnsworth clan a few times. And Arizona, there's stuff going on there. There is definitely stuff going on. Tyler is close with the Farnsworth clan. We've covered that. There's a lot to look at, and I can say definitively he is not a good person. And yeah, it's weird that Erika is protective of him. That should unnerve you. If that's another thing that was missing in this is just her instinct to get rid of bad people or people that were pressuring Charlie. She's like, give them main stage. These are my allies. My allies are Charlie's enemies. I don't know. None of that's normal. None of that is normal. And if I find out
what's up,
Carpe action was indeed for a fact and not allegedly, and I feel like it is like I'm getting this from Turning Point USA, right? I was actually missing around $10 million. Two separate people saying that, one in their personal life saying that, and now someone in their professional life saying that. And Erika is covering for that. Man, it's just gonna get even bigger. This is just gonna get, we just need to keep the pressure and get to the bottom.
A missing $10 million is critical, chat. And if Erika's covering for it, it might be because her ass is on the line. Man, if she's truly covering for a $10 million loss, chat, I'm just going to be all the way honest with you, chat. It might be in her fucking best interest, dude. Man, 10 million, chat. Man, listen, chat. I'm from the country, man. People come up dead down here for a lot less, man. I'm talking about, man, a used Honda, man. People come up dead where I'm from for a used Honda, man. And we're talking about 10 million, man.
Of what happened. Right. Jennifer Hofer writes, the young boy was David, the young boys who were abused were David and Bruce Reimer. I'm from Manitoba, a small town outside of Winnipeg. It is a very dark story. Yes, absolutely. Of what Dr. John Money did to those twins. And there was so much evil that happened. The media did not cover it well. I pray he is in a better place. There was no justice ever served. Absolutely true. And that was in one of Dr. Jerry Frantzve's colleagues, given her background and what happened to her. And the family was just okay with it. Come back home. Okay, it's all right. Your 19-year-old boyfriend knocked you up. Just come back in. This person writes, we need a day of peace and worship, a Hands Across America 2.0. We need to come together and raise the spiritual vibration of this world. Some will fight this evil with weapons. Some will fight it with spirituality. Anyone have any ideas? Let's go, Max. I am all about fighting it with prayer and truth. I am so serious when I tell you, I don't know. It's almost like they're like, they try to like cast a spell every time they lie, but it doesn't land anymore. It doesn't land. And they kind of know it doesn't land. All of the money, like we're saying no to the money. We're recognizing the influencer campaigns, the screaming, the theatrics. You cannot watch this series. Candace is a demon. Oh my gosh. How dare she look into what school Erika went into? How dare she notice that she's lying? I always want you guys to just feel encouraged because none of us were awake to this. Years ago, we were all at one another's throats, and now we are finally turning around and looking at the elites and going, who are you? What families are you from? Why are you behaving like this? We're the psychologists now, right? We're diagnosing them, and they're a bunch of psychopaths. Okay, done. This is our ship, and you guys got to go. Okay, we're not doing this anymore. The peer pressure, making people terrified all the time, and you're going to lose everything. We'll crush you. We'll do this. Goodbye, okay? Just goodbye. Nobody cares about that anymore. Jordan writes, Dear Candace, you are a human being who is true to her soul. When my father died, I held him tightly to my arms to make him know that I was there for his last path, as scary as it was for him. Wow, it's so beautiful. While being skeptical, I kept my senses open, and I truly felt his soul coming out of his body. Helena Dini writes, TPUSA is running a tight shipwreck. Joyce Tootal writes, she is America's #1 investigative truth seeker. Of course, we stand with Candace. Christ is King. Let's go. Yeah, I just want you guys to walk away and know that the elites are practicing the occult. I want you to know that. It has not stopped. Yes, they are satanic, and we have to just acknowledge that thing first. Remain up.
See, chat, like when she says stuff like this, and then earlier in the episode, she keeps flashing the damn 666 symbol. Like it makes me question. Like I get a little curious. Like, damn, Candace, you all right, man? Is this one of those blink twice moments? Because she's talking about the occult. She's talking about this Freemasonry shit. She's talking about, but at the same time, she's doing shit like this throughout the whole episode, man. Am I the only one that sees this shit? Are you okay?
Optimistic. In the end, God wins. Okay, God, He's already won. My husband says to me, I'm like, in the end, we win. He's like, Christ has already won. That's why they can't defeat truth. They don't know what to do. They're spending so much money. They can buy everything. They can buy influencers. They can buy ad spots. They can continue to float people who would naturally have failed if we did, in fact, live in a free market society. Nobody's watching them, but somehow their companies keep growing. Yeah, that's the elites. That's their money. The factory never ends. But the one thing they can't purchase is truth. They can't.
An industry plant.
So be happy. Be happy. That's not a thing. Hope Bean writes, Bodhi Baucham is a prominent pastor and author and a theologian. He died on September 25th, 2025 at the age of 56. His death was attributed to an emergency medical incident. I loved him. I wondered about his death. Christ is King. Yeah, I did not know those. I did not know any of that. So thank you. Paigey writes, did everyone see the alleged leaked smear campaign against Candace Owens by Turning Point USA? That isn't righteous judgment. It's bearing false witness. The 9th commandment doesn't include an agenda-driven exemption. Truth over fear. Christ is King. Go Max. I can tell you, I did not look too much into that because I felt that they were trying to distract us and our team from doing the work and actually creating the series. But what I will say is I found out from employees that they were behind the attacks against me from the very beginning. And so that was quite shocking because I was obviously speaking to them in good faith, trying to understand what had happened. And then I was very alarmed to learn that they had so early been behind a PR campaign to dismiss me. I mean, at Charlie's real funeral, they're on the phone with the doctor and coming up with like magic bullet theory. That's beyond weird. Don't ever forget that. That came from Erika. That came from Erika. Superman neck came from Erika, and they're telling you have.
Yeah, what they say, you got hit with a 30-06, man. Like, Chad, I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. I've shot a lot of rifles in my life, man. I don't know a rifle. We're talking about a rifle here, bro. It hits a human in the neck, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad, man. That rifle's gonna do some damage, bro. Talking about some damage, bro. Like it ain't gonna be looking too good, bro. It's just crazy.
Have no right to ask questions like what? She was running a PR campaign to help the masses believe that Charlie had like a Superman neck on the day that he was slated to be buried. I guess he wasn't buried. We don't know whether or not he was ever buried, but that's wild. That is wild, and it's not okay. And so, yeah, tomorrow, like I said, we will begin in earnest to go through her pageant years, which I'm very excited to get into, but I felt like this background and these players are important. Dr. Frantzve is important, and now I can just kind of give you the timeline. We can go through and see what Dr. Frantzve is doing in Eastern Europe, and then Tyler is going to get into Eastern Europe, and Erika is going to get into Eastern Europe, and everybody's in Eastern Europe with the Marines and doing good things, always. They never do anything bad. What are you talking about? The Marines gave Good Samaritan Hospital out of their hearts. They just said, I heart you, Catholics. Here, have this hospital. Yeah, that's how it goes. Anyway, reminding you, if you'd like to support the show, we have merch available on the website. Head to CandaceOwens.com. It is the easiest way to support me and to support our team and the amount of research that we do. It is exhausting. You have no idea, but we wouldn't have it any other way. We love having a small team. And yeah, so go buy yourself a mug.
All right, chat, double tap the screen, shut a live out. Now I'm finna pull up Hello Yassine's video, and Hello Yassine did a video on Clavicular, and it's about Clavicular's PR team. but Clavicular has the same PR team as
You can
Candace.
go read them. The
So,
beauty of the
hold on,
editing part,
Chad.
you can go and
Hold on, Chad. So Clavicular has the same PR team as Candace. So when you're listening to him talk about how this guy handles Clavicular's PR, remember this is the same guy who handles Candace's PR, and you'll see the similarities, and it'll give you a whole new understanding on how not only the Brigitte Macron situation played out, how this Erika Kirk TPUSA situation is playing out, and even when they were accusing her of being paid by Qatar. It all makes sense. It's like, fuck, bro. Hello Yassine just dropped the fucking script on these people, man. And I fuck with Candace, and I know Clav is really controversial right now. So this is some crazy PR chat. Like, I wonder how Clav exposed that he's paying his staff $43,000 a week. So that's how much his expenses come out to. I wonder how much of that is going to this guy who runs the PR.
Quickly become one of the most controversial figures in streaming. But rather than hurting his career, it's almost like he skates by every single controversy and only gets more popular. And a gay Jewish man from southern Florida is behind all of it. The same PR person who works for Clavicular also happens to represent Candace Owens.
Boom. See, I follow Hello Yassine. This creator that we're watching this video from, like, I watch dude's videos. Like, I've been watching them for years. I comment on this shit too. But it just popped up on my damn feed because I'm subscribed to him. And I was like, whoa, this is Candace's PR too. So let me sit back and watch the video. I watch his videos anyway. And it just opened up a whole new layer of like everything that's going on to me.
And a lot of the drama surrounding Clavicular, including the legal cases,
Thank you, Don,
have been carefully controlled by one very interesting figure, Mitchell Jackson.
So that's the guy right there. That's the guy right there. I guess Hello Yassine saying he's a gay Jewish man. I don't know. He's also a journalist too, but they say he's top tier. He's not bullshitting, straight up. He got the connections and he got the strategies to keep shit rolling, man. They say this dude right here is not to be fucked with, man.
Began as a senior staff writer at Broadly, which was a women's publication owned by Vice. Here he wrote about many controversial figures like Paris Hilton, Rachel Dolezal, and Ann Coulter, and often through a very sympathetic lens. However, in 2017, BuzzFeed News exposed Mitchell as a controversial figure in his own right. Joseph Bernstein wrote a feature of...
We have got to the point where literally...
Oh, it's no fucking way we got ads on. How did we just watch the whole Candace video chat with no ads, and now they want to slap some ads on chat? Y'all double tap the screen, man. Share the live out. I'm finna get us to the ad-free version. Hold on, chat. Double tap the screen, share the live out, man. Let me get us to the ad-free version, man.
Looked Maxine kick streamer Clavicular was arrested in Arizona on Saturday night.
He very openly does drugs. He takes Adderall.
All right, Chad. Here we go.
Mitchell began as a senior staff writer at Broadly, which was a women's publication owned by Vice. Here he wrote about many controversial figures like Paris Hilton, Rachel Dolezal, and Ann Coulter, and often through a
like
very sympathetic lens. However, in 2017, BuzzFeed News exposed Mitchell as a controversial figure in his own right. Joseph Bernstein wrote a feature about the right-wing commentator Milo Yiannopoulos, who supposedly had some hidden helpers in the liberal media. Mitchell was found to have emailed Yiannopoulos, "Please mock this fat feminist," along with a link to an article about the body-positive writer Lindy West. Soon after this email, an article appeared about West in his publication, Breitbart News. He was also friendly with Tim Jonet at Breitbart. He sent him a Broadly video about how the Satanic Temple were embracing abortion rights and said, "Do whatever with this on Breitbart. It's insane." The next day, Breitbart published an article titled "Satanic Temple Joins Planned Parenthood in Pro-Abortion Crusade." On the surface, it looks as if Mitchell was secretly right-wing and was destroying the left from the inside. But the reality is far more interesting. Mitchell told Vanity Fair, "I drove traffic, Whether that was me, with my boss's permission, sending opposition media our story so they'd make fun of them, or I had a good instinct for what would sell. The BuzzFeed article led to Mitchell being fired from his job and being, quote, canceled. He would later branch into PR where he could still work in journalism, but carefully behind the scenes. The journalist Taylor Lorenz.
So you see what he said. It's about driving traffic. He was going around his bosses. It was what it was. They thought he was he's supposed to be liberal. They thought he was a right-wing plant inside of liberal media. He ended up losing his job. From this point, he goes into PR.
Who worked with him at Vice, spoke about his cancellation and said, I actually think if that scandal had happened now, I don't think he would have lost his job or been pushed out. The whole of conservative media would rally around something like that. And when speaking about Mitchell's new life now, Lorenz gave a fascinating response. She said, the thing about Mitchell is he recognizes that it's all a game. He's able to position his clients and work with the press effectively because he understands their goals. And there's no better example than his latest star client, Clavicular. In January 2026, Clavicular was heavily scrutinized for being a part of a group of streamers who played the controversial song Double H by Ye while on a night out in Miami. Clavicular had previously played the song several times on his own stream and it never got this much attention. But another person in the group was Andrew Tate, who did multiple podcasts defending himself on the incident and shifting blame towards others. However, Clavicular's response was a lot more relaxed.
Banned from all clubs? Okay, does that mean I'm screwed? Because if you are judging the metric of me being screwed by being banned from clubs, then I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be fine, bro. You know? Oh my God, no, I'm banned from the nightclubs. Oh shit, dude. Like, I could give a fuck, man. Did I talk to the promoter?
Now you see how he's handling that. Like, I could give a fuck, dude. Now, once we get further into this video, you'll realize that is a PR move. It's mocking the situation, like downplaying it, mocking it. Like, you know what? So what? I said some wild shit. Yeah, we played the song. I'm banned from all the nightclubs. All these club owners don't want me there, but I mean, is it really that bad? Who needs to go to the club anyway? You know what I'm saying? Like, F it, fuck it, mocking the situation. This is PR on a high level. This is some shit that I'm trying to understand. I don't understand it, and y'all are learning with me.
Nate? Yeah, he knew it was a joke, man. I told him, I was like, bro, it's all lighthearted stuff. I don't actually give a shit about Jews or whatever. And he was like, yeah, man, I get it. I know you guys do content. And he said, I think I'm a cool guy. Him and his assistant say I'm a good guy or whatever. And I was like, bro, I appreciate that. So that was a cool response of him. I think he was mature about it, unlike everyone on social media just freaking out over literally playing a funny song.
The fact is that this response is very much in line with Mitchell Jackson's approach to controversy. When facing a potential cancellation, the most natural response is to apologize and try to make the situation go away, panic. But that's not how he and his clients operate. Before representing Clavicular, Jackson did an interview with Anna Silman from GQ in May of 2025, which revealed his way of handling media pressure. Silman noticed that Jackson was carrying a...
Now listen to this. This is in 2025. This is his strategy on handling media pressure. Now, we just showed some of the Clav shit. Now, think about how Candace handles her media pressure, from being accused of taking money from Qatar to this Erika Kirk situation, even going back to the Brigitte Macron situation. This is the script right here, man, and she does this shit at a fucking high level, man.
1994 issue of Vibe magazine where Lisa Lopez from TLC was dressed as a firefighter. This was a response to the controversy that she had burnt down her boyfriend's house. Jackson was going to show this magazine to one of his clients and told Silman she didn't apologize, she mocked the situation. But then, in the actual interview, she talks about how she does have mental health problems, and other people talk about how she's a victim of DV. So it really covers all the bases. And Clavicular's approach was to also not take the controversy seriously. He thought the song was funny and didn't care about being banned from nightclubs in Miami. Merely days later, though, Clavicular...
So now what Candace is doing, she's With the Erika Kirk situation, what is she doing? Oh, she's a CEO. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to be her to be the morning wife. Well, I'm sorry, you're a CEO, lady. When we go to the Brigitte Macron situation, she's being sued. Anybody else would have folded. She doubled down, tripled down, and kept it going and was like, sue me. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Y'all are gonna sue me. Sue me. It is what it is. Sue me or prove that I'm lying wrong. Double down, mock the situation. When it came to her and Tucker being accused of taking Qatari money, what did she say? Oh, I'm taking Qatari money. Where's the Qatari money? Please call me, send me my wire or whatever it is, man. This is high level PR, man. This is fucking high level. This shit damn near blew my mind when I just thought about it. Like I broke it all the way down. And then it started when you go back and see when he picked her up as a client, it was right when she left, I believe the Daily Wire. Shit is crazy.
Miller was involved in a much more serious scandal, and once again, there was a highly strategic response.
Looked-maxing kick streamer Clavicular was arrested in Arizona on Saturday night. The 20-year-old was at this bar/nightclub in Scottsdale, and according to local police, he was escorted out before being put into custody.
This made major headlines, and in the New York Times, they wrote about Clavicular's colorful publicist. It says, but around 11 p.m., word began to spread in the bar that Clavicular had been arrested. Mitchell Jackson, his publicist, took a hurried phone call to confirm. The Scottsdale police had taken his client into custody and would go on to charge him with 2 felonies, possession of a forged instrument, and possession use of a dangerous drug. A judge forbade him to leave the state. Mr. Jackson sensed an opportunity. I want this to be an iconic mugshot that can be sold on t-shirts and malls, he said. Clavicular's fans were shocked, but his haters were thrilled.
So now let's see what's going to happen to this piece when he can't do the things he wants to do no more.
Eventually, he's going to be soap maxing, and so whether he uses a soap to wash his body or to perhaps lubricate certain orifices, Clavicular is going to have a good time, or, well, depending if he likes it or not, a very bad time.
You are a world authority on somebody called Clavicular, who I have to say hasn't brushed my life particularly. He got arrested at the weekend.
He very openly does drugs. He takes Adderall and
No, so Clavicular that's going to the club and shit, he's just the guy who's getting his PR handled. This video is not, we're breaking this video down not for the Clavicular side, but for the Candace Owens side, because the same man, Mitchell Jackson, handles their PR. BBC is the PR company. This guy handles PR for Clavicular, and he's been on record saying Candace is his biggest client, and he has a strategy. Hello Yasin just brought the damn article where he did a sit down and said, look, this is what we do. This is our strategy. We mock the situations. We mock the situations, man. And now when you take that information and you apply it to what we've seen over the last year and a half with Candace, it makes sense. This is her PR. Candace is excellent at doing it. But it's a strategy. You don't apologize. She's not apologized for that shit. She's not apologized to Erika, none of that shit. She didn't apologize for being called out for the Israel, calling it a genocide, and she hasn't apologized for the Brigitte Macron shit. And that is what this video is exposing, or not even exposing, but revealing, that the PR strategist, Mitchell Jackson, that's what the fuck he does at the highest level. We wonder how Clavicular can come on camera and say he does all these drugs and shit. He gets caught with a pill in his pocket and it goes away or whatever. We see him run somebody the fuck over in a cyber truck. Whatever. He says, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. That's he mocking the situation. You see the Hail Hitler song in the club. What did he just tell his people? I really don't care about that shit. It's just a song. This is high level PR. We're looking at it as Clav doing this and Candace doing this, which they may be, but it's also this guy behind them, the PR, what he's paid to do, that's his strategy. So now that we see that going on, we know what to expect. Candace is probably not going to apologize for a motherfucking thing. She's probably going to double and triple down on everything, man. And we see that it's working. It's successful. She's good at it. So you know, that was just my breakdown.
These are all things that he talks about very openly, and he is 20 years old. He is talking about using illicit, illegal drugs on his live streams every single night. So honestly, it's like a wonder that he has not been arrested prior to this. But yes, he was arrested. He went to a frat party at ASU over the weekend. He had a prescription pill in his pocket, and I don't think he had the prescription on him. I don't know if he even has a prescription for it. He was also using a fake ID. They arrested him. Now the fake ID charge has been upped to a forgery charge. He's not allowed to leave Arizona, which is a big problem for him, Pierce, because he was about to walk in New York Fashion Week. That's some exclusive tea that I have for you. So he's not going to be able to do that because he's stuck in Arizona.
And this is a very crucial, which Owens shares. Some people have to love you, but some people have to hate you, he argues. The secret to longevity in the spotlight is leaning into the controversy.
You hear? This is the strategy. This is Candace's PR now. This is Clav's PR saying Jackson's guiding philosophy is that divisiveness is key, which Owens shares. Some people have to love you, but some people have to hate you, he argues. The secret to longevity in the spotlight is leaning in to controversy. The people who hate her and send out her clips every week to the same 10 Twitter accounts are really helpful for promoting her show, Jackson equipped. I don't want them to stop. So when she's going at Ben Shapiro and Netanyahu and all of these people that are coming at her as well, know that this is a game of chicken. And her PR, and she is not going to back down, man. She's not going to back down. This is what she pays this man for.
Who hate her and send out clips every week to the same.
Yeah, I'm not saying that she doesn't care about providing truth. I'm saying that this is a little more insight into her team, into what's going on, into the strategy. We're talking about countries saying that this is the 8th front of the war. Now we're seeing a little bit from her side, right?
Same 10 Twitter accounts are really helpful for promoting the show. I don't want them to stop. And just like with Candace Owens, it's also very helpful to fight back against your haters too.
Bro, imagine being her husband and this could get on an interview panel and talk about me for 30 minutes straight. Like, bro, I would be mauling hard if I was that.
And then
Clavicular, since he started, has attracted love and hate, but at the moment he seems to be controlling this balance a lot better. Since Mitchell has become his publicist, Clavicular also stopped using the N-word, which has definitely toned down a lot of the hate he got earlier, which he probably felt was
What's up, Miss Bone?
and made it much easier to defend him. Fortunately for Clavicular, he escaped any charges in Arizona and made his way to New York Fashion Week. And this is where you really see Mitchell's media manipulation at work. The New York Times article I mentioned earlier was instrumental in drumming up hype for the event. And rather interestingly, this New York Times article about Clavicular was written by Joseph Bernstein, the very journalist that canceled Mitchell in 2017. So this should give you an idea of just how small the media landscape is. But during New York Fashion Week, we also witnessed just how small the streaming and content world can be. Clavicular was invited by the conservative-leaning fashion designer Elena Velez, or the one that is more open to conservative-leaning people in comparison to the rest of the fashion industry. And another person she invited to this show was one of Clavicular's biggest haters, which they say there's a thin line between love and hate, Brett Cooper. You saw her earlier speaking to Piers Morgan about how much she hates him, and she was a conservative commentator under Ben Shapiro's network before going out on her own. But during New York Fashion Week, she finally got to meet him in person.
Hello from New York and New York Fashion Week. I am going to my very first ever New York Fashion Week fashion show, which is very crazy and very cool. Yes, you might have seen Clavicular walked in the show. Because he was there and because I was in attendance, there is now all of this discourse on X, I would say, about me being there and watching while he walked and meeting him. And God forbid, this is the worst, God forbid, I'm so sorry that I did this, but I smiled at him. Oh my God, cue the meltdowns, guys. They are freaking out over on X.
Brett, what's up? How are you? Amazing.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming.
Good job.
You thought it was good?
The show is very good. I did not even know that Clavicular was going to be walking in the show when I was first invited and agreed to go. I actually didn't think that he was going to make it after all because he was literally just in jail in Arizona. But yes, he ended up walking, and obviously I was going to take the opportunity to meet him. Sometimes two women go out without their husbands, and sometimes women, oh my God, interact with the male species. Again, touch grass, log off. It will be better for you, I guarantee.
But despite being at odds with each other before, they both have one very important thing in common. Brett's publicist is also Mitchell Jackson. So this is a highly beneficial relationship for both sides. Clavicular leads a lifestyle that her audience hates and provides content for her.
So now we see another layer to how this shit goes. Clav's arch nemesis, this Brett lady girl, has the same fucking PR as him. Talking about killing 3 or 4 birds in one stone. This shit is wild, bro.
Clavicular, meanwhile, gets more publicity from being content on Brett's channel. This is almost the streaming world's equivalent of Mitchell working for Vice and getting Breitbart to write articles about them. Clavicular then appeared on the Adam Friedland Show, which is another one of Jackson's clients.
That's not really Jester Maxing, though. Jester Maxing would be like
juggling.
Yeah. That, or just like maybe self-deprecating humor would be like one thing.
Yeah.
And this is yet another mutually beneficial relationship. Jackson has been described as the secret weapon in getting so many high-profile guests for the Adam Friedland Show, and this light-hearted interview also took away the seriousness associated with Clavicular's arrest and the Miami nightclub incident, on top of the vehicle incident that happened a month before that. Clavicular also did an interview with Kieran Press Reynolds at GQ, but GQ did not have the same privileges that the Adam Friedland Show had. According to Press Reynolds, Jackson told me I couldn't conduct my interview off-stream, but he manages to get Clavicular to not record while taping an episode of his client Adam Friedland's YouTube talk show the day after Clavicular's runway debut. And Press Reynolds had some very interesting things to say about Jackson, writing, "Throughout the time we're together, Jackson behaved less like a publicist than a handler for an unaccompanied minor. He even referred to Clavicular as his son at one point. When a couple of people with a camera..."
Less like a publicist and an unaccompanied handler. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This guy might be a fucking handler, man. The way he was, you know what I'm saying? The way he work his move, chat. The way he work his move, man. Even if he's not a handler to some other shit, man, he's handling this shit, man. He has his own fucking ecosystem over here that just prints money. This shit is printing money, man. Mitchell Jackson, man, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Come holler at me, bruh. Come holler at me, Mitchell Jackson. Y'all print money over there. Hey.
Snuck into the fashion show to gather footage for a Hulu doc about Clavicular, Jackson barked to have them ejected. If it was Netflix, that would be one thing, Clavicular reasons. No one gives a F about Hulu. During my sit-down interview with Clavicular and the Sprinter, Jackson kept trying to look over my shoulder at the questions on my laptop. Press Reynolds also heard Jackson tell Clavicular, "Page 6 wrote some bit thing about what happened at the club, but all I care about is that you're in Page 6. They also discussed a negative article about Clavicular at New York Fashion Week and the different right-wing groups that were at the event. The article read, "On one side is Thiel's incendiary hipsters and Vice President J.D. Vance aligned edgelords, and on the other is Fuentes black-pilled neats. And what's most interesting here is that both sides know that because of the online attention economy, they need Clavicular. He does not appear to understand any of this, though, because he's 20 years old and extremely stupid." Regarding this piece, Clavicular said, "Someone wrote a piece saying I was too stupid to understand what was going on last night." To which Mitchell replied, "Oh, it was garbage day. It was Ryan Broderick. He doesn't matter." And Clavicular responded, "I think that's good, though. It's funny." So Jackson is incredibly protective of his clients. This involves shielding them away from people who could damage their career, but also involves going on the offensive too. In February, The Atlantic wanted to write a hit piece on Clavicular and emailed Jackson a right to reply to everything mentioned in the article. In response, Jackson posted a picture of The Atlantic's owner, Laureen Powell Jobs, who's Steve Jobs' widow, with Ghislaine Maxwell. Mitchell wrote, "Hi, Will. Our statement is this photo of your boss with Ghislaine Maxwell. Please publish the photo in full as our statement." In another article about Clavicular with Slate, there's an odd paragraph which reads, a spokesperson for Clavicular declined to make him available for an interview for this story and did not respond to a detailed list of fact-checking questions they had first requested. They did, however, send a statement that mirrored in tone previous trolling responses they'd given to other outlets. Grand Theft Auto 6 GTA 6 is officially scheduled to be released on November 19th, 2026. Clavicular also did Piers Morgan Uncensored, where Morgan tried to get him to apologize for the Miami club incident multiple times, and he gave a response which may have been devised by his publicist.
You're in a van with the Tate brothers, with Nick Fuentes, with Sneeko. When you watch that video, are you comfortable about that?
Well, listen, Piers, historically, you've, kind of been talking about this whole thing with Ye for a little while. So I've actually got a Ye thing as well for you. So why would you go to that island, Piers?
Which island?
You know what I mean?
Which island
so
is crazy.
That's the point.
Hang on. Wait. No. Wait a minute. Which island? You mean the Epstein Island? Obviously, I've never been there, never met Epstein, never had any connection with him, not in the Epstein files other than references to being at lunches and things that have nothing to do with him. Well, no. You can go read them. The beauty of the Epstein files, you can go and check my name. You can read every entry. You'll see none of them have anything to do with him or his activities or anything. I'm just mentioned in passing as having been at completely unconnected events. So there's nothing to do with that. I met Ghislaine Maxwell. Well, I'm about to come to that. So I was pictured with her. Okay, I was pictured with her at a book launch for 5 minutes. I've talked about it. She admitted that under oath. The only time we'd ever met was for 5 minutes. So I have no connection to that scandal at all, other than I once met her for 5 minutes at a book launch. So let me come back to you in the van with the High the song playing.
Well, this is like a little bit ridiculous.
Clavicular also went live streaming at the exact moment that the interview started, which took Piers Morgan and his team by surprise, because this would allow for Clippers in real time to post this before Piers Morgan was able to brush any narrative of his own. Or
hey, chat, be sure to subscribe to the channel so you don't lose it, man. We go live every single day talking politics, current events, and entertainment. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal, and we need to get the likes up, chat. Get the likes up in here, man.
Even upload it to his channels. And Piers Morgan used to be the editor of the Daily Mirror, which was then owned by Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell. He said that he met Ghislaine at a book launch in 2013 and spoke with her for 5 minutes. But this allowed Clavicular to gain control of the conversation. Piers then tried to get Clav to apologize, which he has been trained not to do.
Well, the thing is, Piers, I'm not political, and I didn't play the song, so that's kind of all there is to it, right? And I find it quite silly to me.
It's a band Kanye song called Hell H. You know what they saying? Hell H. It was the band Kanye song they talking about. Sneeko, Andrew Tate was there, Clav, few people were there.
That you're with the #1 looks maxer, and instead of asking how you could ascend so that, your wife wouldn't tweet out captions like, when my husband's away, Mr. Sud comes out to play. Maybe if you asked me how to ascend, then that would stop happening to you. You know what I mean?
Then Clavicular tried to bring the conversation back to looks maxing, the original community that he's from.
Yeah, I absolutely understand why people are offended by it, but at the end of the day, it's like something that went viral, and like I'm a content creator, but it was sort of more of a headache than it was a positive. So at the end of the day. And I'm not political, and this is kind of like what happened was now people are asking me all these questions about podcasts. So it's just really not something that I want anything to do with in terms of like my content to do political stuff, to do any of these like huge PR stunts. You know what I mean? So I'm simply here to advocate for, men's issues and looks maxing. So that sort of distracted from that a little bit.
So this debate could have gone either way, but the consensus among his fan base and the internet was that Clavicular had...
So what we doing right now, Peacekeeper, I know you just jumped in. For those who just jumped in, this video is a Hello Yasin video. Y'all go give him a subscribe. Yasin Extra is a Hello Yasin. He's breaking down Clavicular's management, his PR. His PR is through BBC, no Diddy, no Epstein, which is Mitchell Jackson. That's the same guy that is PR for Candace Owens. And he brought some articles forth where Mitchell Jackson tells his strategies on how to handle PR, how to stay in the spotlight. Now, we've seen that they go as so far as to Mitchell Jackson does PR for Clav and his arch nemesis, the main person that goes at him online and does all the shit when on Piers Morgan talking about him. He manages both of them, or does PR for both of them, excuse me. So we're just showing the connections, man, shit like that.
Stood his ground. The top comment with 5,000 likes reads, "Came here to watch Piers get mogged." And Eddie
Fair
Craven
use.
and Andrew Santamaria from Kick were incredibly impressed.
Clavicular keeps rocking the mainstream. I think he went on Piers Morgan and rocked his house a little bit, which is awesome to see. It's like this changing of the media guard from the old heads like Piers Morgan to like up and comers like Clavicular. So it's been a good week for live streaming, man. I gotta say, you know.
Man, that was, I must say, big shout out to Clav on what he did there with.
All right, yeah.
So Clavicular is pretty much on the other side of the Miami nightclub controversy, even meeting with Dave Grutman, who's the head of Miami Nightlife, who unbanned him from everywhere just a couple of days later. And this is in no small part thanks to Mitchell Jackson. However, in the grand scheme of things, this controversy surrounding the HH song is pretty tame compared to what Jackson has been dealing with Candace Owens. In July of 2025, the president of France and the first lady sued Candace for accusing Brigitte Macron of being a man. In response, Jackson told the media, "Candace Owens is not shutting up. This is a foreign government attacking the First Amendment rights of an American independent journalist." And while this lawsuit is still ongoing, Owens has been making some highly inflammatory comments about Erika, Kirk, and Turning Point USA. So Jackson is more than capable of handling any controversies that come Clavicular's way in the future.
What's up,
Important to
Asha?
note that Jackson doesn't have a one-size-fits-all approach to his clients, and what he does for Clavicular could be different to what he does for Candace Owens. One particularly interesting client he worked for was Maya Henry, the ex-fiancée of Liam Payne from One Direction, who tragically died falling off of a balcony in Argentina in 2024. The response to this was to basically allow all of the outrage and drama to eventually die out. Months later, she then gave an exclusive statement to Rolling Stone magazine. And this is an example where Jackson was very much not the villainous character he's often portrayed, and instead helped someone get through a very difficult time. But instead of being a hero or a villain, he lies somewhere in the middle, in the shadows. Neither good nor bad, neither right-wing or left-wing, but somebody who is
All right,
very
man.
good at playing the game.
All right, chat. Y'all be sure to go give a Hello Yasin subscription, man. That's the channel. Hello Yasin Extras, man. He did that breakdown. I wanted to bring that to y'all, but we're gonna move on in the show. I got a couple of TPV Sean videos, man, about Bill Gates. Also I wanted to get into the Anthropic and the CEO. Also, Block, another company, Block, the company that owns Square and Cash App and all of that, their CEO just fired like 40% of their workforce today, and their stock shot up like 20%, bro. He fired 4,000 people and said that his company will be more efficient and work better and get more done with these 4,000 people out of the damn way. In so many words, Chad. That shit's crazy. But yeah, let me get into this TPV Sean video. Let's see what the hell he talking about. Fair use, chat. Be sure to double tap the screen and share the live out. Let's see what TPV Sean's talking about.
Forum Insider has blown the whistle, revealing gruesome details behind an occult blood sacrifice performed by senior members of the WEF, performed with the intention of ushering in
shit. That's why the president of the World Economic Forum resigned today? The president of the World Economic Forum stepped down today. Is this what it has to do with this shit Sean talking about?
Gates' new dark age. The ritual took place in a room marked for destruction immediately following the 2026 Davos summit and involved the sacrifice of an illegitimate child of French President Emmanuel Macron, who was present for the ritual, alongside former Canadian President John.
An illegitimate child? TPV Sean, you taking me fast, bro. Man, fair use, man. This is all alleged, man. I'm just doing a damn reaction, man. I ain't got no money for these people to sue me. Damn. What?
A World Economic Forum insider has blown the whistle, revealing gruesome details behind an occult blood sacrifice performed by senior members of the WEF, performed with the intention of ushering in Bill Gates' new dark age. The ritual took place in a room marked for destruction immediately following the 2026 Davos summit and involved the sacrifice of an illegitimate child of French President Emmanuel Macron, who was present for the ritual, alongside former Canadian President Justin Trudeau, Katy Perry, and various world leaders, including Mark Carney. This is what it looks like when power enjoys itself, when prediction becomes permission, disaster becomes destiny, and one sanctioned death is not a burden, but a thrill that prepares them for millions more. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community,
TPV Sean be on some
and
shit,
gain access
though,
to
bro.
exclusive and uncensored
TPV Sean on me, bullshit.
From the gilded halls of Davos, Bill Gates, the unelected global health czar, has crunched the data and issued the latest of his chilling predictions. Within the next 5 years, humanity will descend into a new dark age. And woven into this grim vision are the silent premature deaths.
Hey, chat, y'all want to know what's crazy is he said in the next 5 years, humanity will push into a new dark age, man. Anthropic CEO, the one that's going back and forth with P. Hegseth right now, because they don't want to let mass surveillance and, autonomous weaponry go on. Their CEO came out and said, bro, all of the white collar jobs are done in 5 years. He said, man, all of the entry level shit, white collar is done. Lawyers, all of that shit is done. Paralegals, lawyers, every damn thing. Profit and loss, financing, all of that shit's done, bro. And now he said that he put a 5-year timeline on it. Now they saying Bill Gates got a 5-year dark age timeline. What the fuck is going on, man?
Of nearly 5 million children. A toll that seems almost calculated. Because let's face facts. The new WF leader, Borge Brenda, followed up Gates' psychopathic prediction by admitting that the WEF orchestrates global events.
The World Economic Forum is not about responding to current events. It's about orchestrating the right conditions that enable us to move forward.
And nobody thought that was some bullshit he was saying, chat. Nobody around him, everybody just looked, okay, sounds good, man. Nobody wanted to say, bro, look, hey, buddy, you want some bullshit. The fuck do you mean creating some conditions for what, man? You're on some bullshit, dude. Nobody thought saying it. Nobody.
This is disturbing because the global elite savor nothing quite like the exquisite agony of children suffering. From Keir Starmer, who ensured that Jimmy Savile didn't face justice, nor did the grooming gangs.
You have to choose now between Davos or Westminster.
Davos.
To Justin Trudeau, who stands credibly accused of a raft of sickening crimes against children, and whose new partner, Katy Perry, is on record admitting she prefers human flesh above all others.
My old cameraman's mother actually died after complications from the COVID vaccine, so is that misinformation? Oh, now you're laughing.
To Mark Carney, a former central banker,
Allegedly.
who was a close friend and associate of Ghislaine Maxwell.
People will charge me as being elitist or a globalist, to use that term, which is, that's exactly, it happens to be exactly what we need.
To Emmanuel Macron, a former Rothschild banker, entangled in a shadowy liaison with a predatory figure of ambiguous gender.
Chat, hit the like button.
Tender age of 14. And now that Macron has joined the notorious Black Eye Club, that circle of bruised faces and hidden rituals, the truth stares you right in the face. It becomes impossible to ignore.
We're going deep tonight, guys. Let's talk about the Black Eye Society. Black Eye Club refers to the growing number of celebrities, politicians, business elites, and heads of state that seem to suddenly...
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, y'all remember we seen Elon go to the White House with it with that damn black eye, man. I don't know, like they was playing rock and sock and robot.
and mysteriously have wound up with black eyes. Some people believe that when a celebrity gets a black eye, it is a mark that they have been inducted into a secret society such as the Illuminati. Some people even believe that the black eye is related to a life-extending surgery that is only available to the rich. You got Ariana Grande, Lady Gaga, Pope Francis, as well as the Pope that preceded Pope Francis. For real, how are you going to tell me that the Pope ended up with a black eye? Twice. You got Kanye, George Bush, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Prince Andrew, Prince Philip. There are countless more of these examples. Like, are black eyes really that common? I mean, I've never gotten one, and I know like 2 people who have.
Black eyes are vanishingly rare in the real world. Yet among the elites, they appear with eerie frequency. It's the same with satanic rituals.
They be getting off that coke, man. They be high as hell.
None.
That powder
Yet,
fighting and shit.
How many have you seen unfold right in front of you at the opening ceremonies of global events, or staged inside the headquarters of the
On a
WFA,
binge.
or this blatant example at CERN?
What the fuck?
I gotta cut that music down, Chad, before they try to, get us up out of here, man. No cap. What the hell is they doing, man? They walking around in front of the CERN, what's some little deity out there in front of CERN, man? They in all black, like Harry Potter. Fuck. He still got that music on, man. So I'm just gonna get a play-by-play, man. They on some Harry Potter shit out there, man, in front of the statue of this deity. They got a little spotlight over to the right, man. Somebody stepping forward. Oh, that's a white woman laying down. That look like a white woman laying down. Oh, what is shaking? Oh, he done got caught. He spotted. Oh, he got spotted. He done laid down. Don't get scared now. Don't get scared now.
21st. Samhain, also known as Halloween, or All Hallows Eve. This date is the Illuminati's highest day of human sacrifice. Of course, the media gatekeepers covered for the Satanists, declaring that pranking scientists were suspected of carrying out the fake human sacrifice. Because, of
Chad,
course,
subscribe to the
scientists are famous
channel,
for being
man.
pranksters,
We go
right?
live every day over here.
Next, they'll tell us CERN is just a really elaborate whoopee cushion. Unfortunately, the truth is far darker. CERN is far more than a particle physics lab in Geneva. It's a hub for occult elite agendas.
Man, occult elite agendas and fucking particle smashing, trying to open up black holes and shift us in the timelines and Mandela Way, man. We not gonna just put the damn science projects and experiments and shit to the side, man. Listen, we gotta look at this shit in the whole, man. All of that shit's in the damn, it's jumbled up together, man. Sean, what the hell is you talking about with it? Yeah, it's some occult shit going on, I believe, but it's also some scientific shit, man. Some particles being collided and shit.
World-altering experiments and hidden rituals. And satanic rituals, complete with human sacrifice, unfold openly at these elite strongholds. Davos among them. Just days ago, the illegitimate child of a prominent world leader was offered up in cold blood. And according
Days
to those
ago.
who saw it, the parent never so much as blinked. We have the...
Man, TPV Sean, man, be out of there, bro, man. He be having some wild shit going on. Sean, man, I don't know, bro.
Details after this important word from our sponsor. Today's sponsor is told to go home. And coupon code People's Voice is the ultimate elixir, keeping their skin taut, their appetite sharp, and their grip ironclad on the game. They dread the day their death machine grows too distant, too clinical, too abstract, and the old primal hunger fades. So they keep feeding it, ritual by ritual, lest they wither into irrelevance. Chillingly, the elite prefer to kill one of their own. And this year, the senior member to give up his child was the man with the black eye and reflective aviator shades. Emmanuel Macron.
Listen, just listen, alright? I know this sounds insane, but I need to say it out loud before I lose my nerve.
Man, shut the fuck
That's my
up.
role here. I design secure facilities, off-book spaces, places that are meant to exist without ever officially existing. Every year I'm given a brief that looks like nonsense until you know what it's for. I built the room, I oversee the construction, and when it's over, I'm the one who makes sure there's no trace it was ever built. No plans, no invoices, no memory, except mine. The blood sacrifice they make every year, it's not religion, it's not tradition, it's training. They don't believe the death changes the future. They believe it changes them. That's the part I didn't get at first. These people, they already know their decisions will kill millions. Not metaphorically, literally. Climate policy, vaccines, pandemics designed to launch on schedule. They see it all in advance. Forecasts, curves, probability bands, death reduced to decimals. And that scared the founders more than blood ever did. Because once killing becomes abstract, it lost some of its pleasure for them. So they made it small. 1 room, 1 person, 1 hour. No distance, no paperwork, no euphemisms. 1 body to stand in for the rest. A way of saying, this is who we are, this is what we do. Not pretending it's an accident. Not hiding behind inevitability. Owning it. Reveling in it.
We're gonna let TPV Sean have that one. Yeah, we're gonna let TPV Sean have that one, chat. We finna watch this Tyler O'Vera shit. How long is it? 1 hour and 13 minutes. Damn, we might have to watch that bad boy tomorrow, chat. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Shit. What time is it? Y'all wanna watch that Tyler O'Vera, man? I ain't gonna lie, chat. That might be a little stiff, bro. That might be a little stiff. Yeah, we gonna find something else to watch, man, bro. That shit's a little long, man. 1 hour and a half, bro. That shit's a little long. Damn. Oh shit, they went to the most dangerous hoods in Arkansas. Oh, they went to Palm Blue. Chad, double tap the screen for me, man. I'm trying to get us somewhere right quick. CEO. Oh shit, yeah, we're gonna see what Hillary Clinton said. Hillary Clinton had to talk today on the Epstein files. We're gonna see what the fuck Hillary said, man. That shit ain't too long. Yeah, TPV Sean lost me with that one. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Well, what's crazy is the president of the World Economic Forum did step down today. TPV Sean put that video out, I think, on today, the 26th. Yeah, I think he put it out today. And that man the president of the WEF did step down today. Crazy.
We're going to take you now to Chappaqua, New York, where Hillary Clinton is speaking about her deposition with lawmakers earlier today. Let's take a listen.
Fully as I could, based on what I knew, and what I knew is what I said in my statement this morning. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, never had any connection or communication with him. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell casually as an acquaintance.
What's AI slot? Oh, you talking about that TPV Sean video?
But whatever they asked me, I did my very best to respond. It was disappointing that they refused to hold a public hearing, so I wouldn't have to be out here characterizing it for you. You could have seen it for yourself. We had asked for that. We think it would have been better for the committee and its efforts to gather whatever information they are seeking. We had a bit of a challenge in the beginning because we had agreed upon rules based on the fact it was going to be a closed hearing at their demand. And one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they might violate us.
Hit the like button, man. Subscribe to the channel.
So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get assurances that no rules would be broken going forward, and we returned to answer questions repetitively, literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet, that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me. So I can only say that the best exchange that I had came at the very end when, contrary to every other deposition they have taken, no Republican member asked any questions about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to anyone else they have deposed. And in fact, the Republican members didn't even show up for the deposition of Les Wexner. And when I said that, I had to point out that the only questions that any Republican member asked of any of the people they deposed was of former Attorney General Bill Barr when Chairman Comer asked him about the allegations, in his view, about Russia's involvement in my election in 2016. So at the very end of this hearing, after I made that point, I want to commend Chairman Comer for raising a series of significant questions that I responded to about the nature of the investigation and the areas that I thought should be explored. So I appreciated that. I want to see the truth come out. So that was a reassuring way to end a very long, repetitive deposition.
Madam Secretary, you spoke in your opening remarks about how heartbroken you have been for the Epstein survivors as these files have come out. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you have processed and reacted to the fact that the former president, your husband, Bill Clinton, is referenced in the Epstein files numerous times, including in some photos featuring women, and how have you been personally preparing for the deposition that is coming tomorrow? Are you 100% confident that there isn't anything that the former president knows about Epstein's crimes?
I am, and I think the chronology of the connection that he had with Epstein ended several years before anything about Epstein's criminal activities came to light, and that he was charged and sadly given a sweetheart deal, which, as I said in my statement, had that not happened, perhaps his predatory behavior could have been stopped earlier. But I think it is fair to say that the vast majority of people who had contact with him before his criminal pleas in 2008 were like most people. They did not know what he was doing. And I think that that is exactly what my husband will testify to tomorrow.
Madam Secretary, can I ask? Why was Ghislaine Maxwell?
Do you believe this was a fair hearing, and do you still want to testify publicly, even though you gave this deposition? Oh, I'm not going to do it again. You know, they had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again. Which
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, Hillary don't look like she's in bad health. I remember a couple months ago, Benny Johnson was making it seem like Hillary's getting ready to kick the fucking bucket, man. Like Hillary looked like she doing all right, man.
seemed to me to be very productive. And then, as I said toward the end,
Chad, I also just put the StreamYard link on my community tab. So if y'all want to join the panel that we're about to have on Debate Nation, the link is in the Discord and the community tab. I'm about to put it right here also. If anybody wants to join the panel to have a conversation or debate, we normally do it in Discord, but y'all said y'all want a StreamYard, so we got StreamYard. Only 6 people can come up, so put your bid in early.
you know, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Madam Secretary, can I ask? Yeah, James Matthews from Sky News. Can I ask, why was Ghislaine Maxwell invited to the daughter of Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010? She'd already been mentioned in a civil lawsuit by Virginia Giuffre before that. Jeffrey Epstein had already been convicted before.
She came as the +1, the guest of someone who was invited. Thank you all.
All right, there go Hillary getting up out of there, man. All right, chat. We now live on Debate Nation, man. If y'all want to head over to Debate Nation, you can catch us live. We'll stay over here live for a minute. We got Top Cat already on the panel. If anybody wants to join the panel, I got the link on my post on this page right here, Plugsation, and I'm gonna put it on the post on Debate Nation. It's also in the Discord, man. Top Cat, talk to me. Top Cat, you here? Top Cat, you muted. I don't know if Top Cat's here, y'all. But yeah, double tap the screen, share the live out. You said that they have cameras. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they did.
You must not can hear me.
I can hear you now. It took long enough.
All right, shit. You know where I be at, man.
What's going on? How you feeling about this, dog?
Man, I've been stuck on a couple things. You know, I've been busy.
One second, chat. Can y'all hear Top Cat? Talk, Top Cat. I can see if you coming through the mic.
I'm saying I've been busy like this week, real busy with, you know, dealing with some stuff. So I've been kind of trying to catch up later. That's why I was like, man, I just been on hearing about all this stuff. Like, it's been fresh to me, you know what I'm saying? But that Pakistan, Afghanistan was the freshest thing I saw today. I didn't know they was getting down like that. Did you cover that already?
No, we ain't talked. We talked about what Candace had going, breaking down her PR, and then we just talked about this Hillary. We ain't talked about no really global affairs today.
Yeah. Did you hear something about it?
I already had the show lined up what we was gonna talk about, but they saying they heard it. Man, y'all join the panel if y'all want to talk about it. The chat saying
man.
they heard it. There goes Steve. Hold on. What's up, Steve?
What up? What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You heard about that, Steve, already?
No, I've actually been out loop all day. I didn't have my phone with me.
Oh, you had a good day.
I'm gonna see if I can look. Let's see if I can look it up without getting
So
bumped
give
off
us
here
the
real quick.
rundown, Top Cat. Let us know what we need to
Yeah.
know,
What do
man.
you,
Just give us the
Well,
rundown.
so basically, they've been having a skirmish, I guess, a couple days ago. I think Pakistan had attacked them and dropped a couple bombs on Afghanistan. So Afghanistan struck back, I believe, yesterday. And they've been warring for the last 3 days, and I think it's been over 130 some people that got unalive. And
I did hear something about that.
I think Pakistan prime minister or whoever's in the head of their stuff said that it's full on, it's open war now. So they getting it right now. And then when I was watching some live feed on it, and they was getting it right there, they got traces and everything. They in the hills smacking right now. So it's actually a full blown. And I guess the political part of it is, you know what I'm saying, bulletproof was supposed to be didn't stop this situation, and now it pop back up. So he can't claim he stopped that war no more. It's popping. That's the biggest thing I've seen when it came to, you know, just lives being lost. You know what I mean? That was what I was like, damn, people is over there actually in the middle of the funk right now, and we ain't just talking about no drones and nothing. And some old school shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going on everywhere in the world right now. Not to sound, you know, unempathetic, but shit, that's them folks' business, man. If Pakistan and them want to get on there, man, who am I to say nah?
Yeah, it's an old beef. It's
You cut out
just slapping. Can you hear me now?
a little bit. You getting
God
too far
damn.
away. Go ahead, though. Steve, what's your
So
thoughts and
I'm gonna move
opinions on it?
around. I'm gonna come back. Let me move somewhere closer to this Wi-Fi.
You said, yeah, I think they're claiming Taliban. Yeah, they did say. I did see that where they said they put an attack on the Taliban. I did see that chat. My thoughts and opinions on everything today that we covered, though, when it comes to the Candace and Erika situation. She was speaking about the school, the doctors, the medicine, just a lot of different things, you know. She said it's setting a foundation with the Mormon church. I don't know where she's finna go with that Mormon church shit. But it is pretty interesting. I don't know. I don't hear Steve. I don't think Steve's talking right now. I think Steve might be trying to get it together. Oh, there goes Steve backstage.
Hey, what's
What's
up,
up,
man?
Steve?
Not much. I mean, we just have different takes on Candace. I know that you think she's a voice of to be listened to, but man, you gotta look at the origins of everything. Candace Owens is an industry plant. She was created to serve one purpose, and she was created by a guy named Bill Montgomery and Rush Limbaugh. And her whole thing about the black exit, Rush Limbaugh got canceled for saying that because he was white and saying that blacks need to get off their Democratic plantation. And then they found her to say the exact same things, and then it was acceptable. And her and Charlie Kirk were banging uglies, and she was spreading her legs for Charlie Kirk, and
Allegedly.
they didn't allegedly, but it was a lot of pictures about it. It was a lot of talk going on about it, and it bothered them because of the color of her skin, and so that's why they say, okay, we're gonna sit you up with some people, and they had him take in some interviews, and the first interview he took in was Erika, who he ended up marrying. That he met her on a job interview. She was supposed to come work for his company, right? That's as plain as it gets. And then they get married. And then after that, a few weeks later, she goes to England with him, and she meets a guy, and they say, okay, we want you to marry this guy. 2 weeks later, she gets married because she was told what to do, and she followed through with that. And then she went crazy. And then she went crazy about the she did have a change of heart over the stuff that was going on with Palestine, with Gaza. And she's, I
What
mean,
I'm
she
saying
was
is
like, this is just too
everything.
much for me.
I think what it was, in my opinion, just even from the analysis you gave, is that she played the game to get on. Then, like when she went independent, like Candace is beat the cancel culture like what 2 or 3 times, especially aligning herself with Ye. I do believe, she played the game to get on, but after she left and went independent, it's kind of up in the air.
Well, I mean, again, look at where she's making her money from. She's still making money from them. She's still making money from the same handlers. They divided their team so that they can look like that they have opposing sides, so that they don't lose any of the right. But she's still working for the same overall handlers. Like her first handlers died. Russ Limbaugh's dead. He talked about black people being drug addicts. He had a opioid addiction. You know, her other guy, Bill Montgomery, was a COVID denier. He died of COVID. So both of those guys die in the most karma way possible, and those. She has handlers who handle her. They still control her. It's like her going after the French government. I mean, the reason why it's not working is because it's the same thing that they were saying about Michelle Obama, that she was the man. She thought, oh, this is funny. I'll use this same trope over there against him. She's being sued for $1 billion. When that lawsuit kicks in and she loses that case, Candace is done. You won't see Candace will be more done than what's the guy out of Austin, Texas? I can't remember his name that had
Alex
InfoWars.
Jones.
She'll be more
Yeah,
done
I
than Alex
don't know,
Jones,
Steve.
dude.
I don't know, man. I don't think she's gonna. I think if they were gonna, she was gonna get smacked with it. It might have, it might be looking a little different from her, man. I don't think Candace is gonna lose $1 billion in this lawsuit. I honestly don't. I
Well,
understand
let's see
you
what
have your
happens.
gripes with her. I'm not saying that I take everything she says as fact. I can poke at what Candace says, but at the end of the day, she is one of the people that's, questioning a lot of shit.
But
Questioning a
that's the
lot of
thing.
shit.
That's the thing about it, though. I mean, she's not. What she's doing is she's giving you a narrative so that you're not looking at the real issues. And I'll point out something interesting. Okay, remember how she talked about like the Babylon sex thing that Alistair Crowley was doing? Well, Alistair Crowley, and you can look this up, chat. Alistair Crowley got that from a guy named L. Ron Hubbard. Okay, L. Ron Hubbard wrote that, and it was a treaty that he wrote up, and that's where he got it from. Okay, L. Ron Hubbard runs the Church of Scientology, so a lot of what she's saying is supports the Church of Scientology. And why this matters is you'll never hear her talk crap about the Church of Scientology because they're running things. They run Hollywood. They're more prominent than Zionists in Hollywood. Church of Scientology owns everything in Hollywood. Her anti pharmaceutical thing, that's directly from the doctrine of the Church of Scientology. So also JPL, the guy that did JPL Laboratories that she was talking about, he was roommates with L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard stole his boat, stole his girl, and created the Sea Org. The Sea Org is the main, like they have a bunch of ships in Scientology. That's all. That's where all that came from. So she's shifting the focus away from the real culprit. Like the real question is, how much of all this is the Church of Scientology really involved with? I mean, what Epstein was doing, all that stuff, all the sex magic stuff. That's the Church of Scientology is actively doing all this. And if you want to get a job in LA, in Hollywood scene, bro, you have to either have a Zionist friend or know the Church of Scientology. That's it. They run everything in Hollywood. But see, she's not talking about that. That's what I'm saying, dude. Her goal is to distract from the real narrative and to present a false narrative so that you go so far down the rabbit hole, you ain't even looking at them anymore. And that's why I have a problem with her. It's the same team. It's the opposite side of the dirty coin. So I'm just saying, just be careful what she said. Just look into some of it, and you'll see. Holy crap, she is really kind of leading us down the wrong path. And then you got to ask, what's really going on? Like we're not talking about Trump being involved in any of this, are we anymore? Not even close. We're not talking about all the millions of dollars the Trump administration is stealing. We're not talking that Trump just now had an advertisement on Fox News selling a watch. The people are broke.
We've been talking about them Trump watches, man. We've been talking about them Trump watches for a minute. Listen, people are talking about that shit, man. It's just that shit. This live is not about it. You know, this live is not about it. This live is about some other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Can y'all hear me now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear you good. Go on, Talk Cat. What's up, man?
I was just
By
gonna
the way,
say,
how's everything going with you? Is everything good, man? Last we heard from you, you gone to the hospital a while back. Did that all work out okay? Is everything okay?
yeah, about as good as possible. I mean, it's an ongoing situation, man. So
all right, man. Still thinking about you.
I had 3 funerals in 8 days. I got one more to do on Saturday, man. So it's just been a hectic week, but it's all gravy, man. All praises. But look, what you was talking about on the Scientology thing, you got kind of down there further, and from what we were watching earlier, watching those little crazy ceremonies and stuff, from how you were speaking, I think you know a little bit about L. Ron Hubbard and what he used to do, right?
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, so he used to get down with another guy, and they used to basically have these sexual rituals, allegedly, where they seen power in the point of ejaculation. It was crazy.
Yes.
Yeah. So they do this a ritual where it's crazy. It's like this is when we start getting into that sexual stuff where you know it's actually true. This is documented stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can't remember exactly how it was, but it was something crazy that they did during that performance. So right when they're reaching that high point, they would do some type of ritualistic thing, and they would have a whole room of like just orgious situations. So they figured that it was a godly like power of when you get to that, that point of ejaculation. So it was crazy, like. And then once it goes into Scientology, Steve knows California, where I'm down here is their like their hub where they send people to get disciplined is in Hemet, allegedly. When I know the place, I've been down there. I've been down there plenty of times. It's a big gate and everything that has everything written on it. And when they discipline people, they actually send them there, and they have to stay there for months. And they then had electric shock therapy, all kinds of crazy stuff that goes on with L. Ron Hubbard and his stuff. So this ritualistic stuff, L. Ron Hubbard and his folks that he came from, because it was another dude that was with him in the beginning, and that's the guy I think you said he took his boat with him. They had this thing going on, man. So they had their thing going on to a point where now, basically now they put away superstars. Like if a superstar gets out of hand, they send them there for a certain time, and that's a disciplinary act. And they put them in there, and they're basically in they have their own jail, their own discipline, just like you'll find in those other societies, the ones that say they are, but they ain't. They actually have it. And then when you get in, allegedly, and then when you get into Catholicism, the reason why these priests can never be actually put in actually disciplined. They just go to another place, or they send them somewhere else, and they say that that's discipline, and that's above basically United States law. You know what I mean? You know that they've done stuff to minors, and they just get pushed to another cathedral or somewhere else, and they call that discipline. So the one thing that I do like about Candace is that she does expose a bunch of these situations to say that we're supposed to be American and looking at these situations. She has exposed a lot of these situations. Just to me, the same as Trump. They are, even though good, bad, or ugly, they're exposing a lot of these situations that everybody else is taking for granted.
So one thing about that.
Oh man, Chad, let me log back up. Hold on 1 second.
Like so Scientologists all take an oath. Like you sign this contract, and you assign that they control your soul for 1 billion years. 1 billion years. So if you do something bad and they have you in one of their jails, but again, you haven't broken the law in California, But if you escape from that jail and the police catch you, they'll turn you back over to the Church of Scientology. That's
Yep.
how you can't run and flee and go to the police and say, "Hey, help me." They'll take you as if you have a mental illness and turn you back over to Scientology. That's how in control they are of the system itself. So, I mean, and again, let's not talk much about this because they will come
Allegedly.
after you hardcore. Allegedly,
It's
all
all
allegedly.
allegedly.
There's a
Yes, they
movie
will.
called Going Clear. And anybody in the chat, you should watch that movie. But what Top Cat's saying is crazier than it's even crazier than you think it is. Like
Yes,
they control.
I'm keeping it lame. It's
He's
way
keeping it light. They're the largest.
Chat, hit the like button.
They're the largest owners of property in Hollywood. They control most of the buildings on the streets. You go down the main Hollywood Boulevard, like half those buildings are owned by Scientology. And you go down to La Brea.
Once you join the church, you got to give up all your assets.
Yeah, everything's over. But there's a lot more churches like that too. So when you go down Hollywood Boulevard and you see those churches, you will see the dominant. That's why they're putting them there, just like Roman pillars. They have them right there. That's why you see the LGBT church. You see Scientologists. And at the end, you'll still see a Catholic cathedral. You'll still see all the players that are controlling the sheep. And that's pretty much what they're doing. They're all basically fighting for sheep. And then when you go to the heads of each one of these things, you're going to find that they're the same families that have been fighting over there in England for the last, well, I'm not going to say England, Germany, Russia, and Europe for all these years. It's the same people that's over here doing these same fights, bro. And they're still doing their same thing. Hey, what's up, Nick?
Hey.
So it's crazy to see the power head of how they try to control things, and it all goes back to biblical. And that's the only thing I can say about Candace. She got on their heads, and she stopped because she got into Catholicism. So she couldn't say too much more. She had to stop at a certain point. She could have went into DNA. She could have went further, but she had to stop at a certain point, allegedly, because her dedication to the Catholic Church, they're still all wrapped together. Like I tell everybody, once you go to Catholicism, they'll be like, well, I'm a Christian. Well, the Catholics made your books. They made your canon. So how can you not be Catholic or you're a Christian and you can only read the books that the Catholics told you? That means that you all are Catholic Christians. Because you're not reading the book straight out of it. They gave you your canon and said what books you can read. So how can you not be Catholic still? You know what, no matter how you determine the books, they're giving you the books. They said that these are the only ones you can read, these 66. And then say, if you join our situation, you can have more books than that. It's kind of crazy.
I just find it weird when anybody can do Catholicism. That is just seem like a natural pivot to me. Because they require you to not really read the Bible. We'll read it to you. Just follow these rituals. Just go if you go to the Vatican. Christ isn't the most revered patron in the Vatican. He's like number 9. Like what? It's just crazy. It's basically paganism. The Catholic Church really kind of is paganism.
It's wild how you look, the way that they do things and how they, and then like even when we look over there, and that's why I say when we start getting to Martin and all these other people, how they're just being made saints. So there's people that in their cathedrals and stuff that are known anarchists, that are known atheists, that they still have in those same places as some of the holiest people that they call of their country. You know what I mean? So if you got King Arthur down at the bottom, and then you have somebody that did something, like say Albert Einstein, and he says he doesn't even believe in a higher being, but you got both of them buried next to each other on holy ground. Like I've seen some crazy stuff in Europe. Like, how do you do that? And you said, why would you bury somebody that's supposedly that opposed the opposition next to somebody that you revere as a saint? They do that type of stuff.
I don't mean to change that as a point. I got a question for you, Buck.
Go ahead.
So what do you think is going to come of all of this Charlie Kirk stuff? I mean, I think this has gotten a little crazy, but what do you think is the final outcome of this whole Charlie Kirk and Erika thing?
I don't know. It could take a lot of different turns, especially if money laundering comes up, especially we'll see. It'll also be a campaign because we have elections coming up, and we know TPUSA is going to be a stronghold for the Republicans next coming election. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. How Candace, how Nick Fuentes and them come at that movement while they make that push for the 2028 presidential race.
I mean, do you think that Erika is genuine, or do you think she's an industry plant? She's who they need there as their figurehead to push their agenda forward. As all this, she's nothing more than a figurehead. Or is she actually like a real person, her own thoughts, her own leadership? Like, what do you your thoughts on it?
I mean, let's be honest. Do you think they really gave her the helm of a multi-100, 200, we'll say $200+ million company? Do you think they really just gave her the helm of that company unchecked?
I mean, me personally, I think she was a plant from the very beginning. I think it was an arranged marriage. I think when Charlie Kirk died, it was a great opportunity for them to push their agenda because he was going against the agenda. He was turning against Israel. I mean, after Dave Smith,
I'll put it like this.
his head up.
I'll put it like this. I don't think that she could burn that company into the ground if she wanted to.
Yeah, I agree. You can't because she doesn't run anything but her mouth.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nick.
Next was talking. Go ahead, Nick. What's up, Lady Bones? What's up, next?
Nah, I ain't saying much. What I will say is I'll go back to the Alistair thing. That's why I popped my head in. I just wanted to, yeah, all that. We don't know unless if we've seen God, we don't know exactly how it all operates. And I don't think Alistair Crowley did neither. I think in his time was when Hollywood was new and fresh and LSD was out and humans were doing human bullshit and psychology was going around and everyone wanted to be a cult leader. And he was just the one who happened to be successful in it. You know what I mean? And then, yes, that created a chain reaction of social situations where one person meets another person. But I don't believe, like, I believe that they were saying sex magic, but really they just like magic. And then they were reading, oh, Hinduism. Oh, it's so cool. Now I'm gonna fucking stay. You know, oh, chakras. Yeah, chakras. Yeah, we're Satanists because, you know, we want to be against the current regime of something because we want to be radical because totally, dude. You understand? I'm pretty sure that was a bigger half of that culture.
I don't think so, man. So, this is the reason why, though, too. And it might be a selfish point of reason, but for how many years had they been doing these certain type of rituals across all these so-called people that were supposed to be religious, turning people's bodies into oil, using people's skin for shoes, doing different things. So it wasn't like these were wild stuff, these fairs and stuff that they were going.
Hey, chat, y'all be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. We are actually live on Debate Nation right now. If y'all want to see the panel guests, everybody's calmed down right now, but
degenerates.
I'm saying I think they were practicing stuff that was passed down generationally, if you understand what I'm saying. I don't think they just looked into religion and found it. I think they were practicing stuff that was passed in generationally from all the way from Europe to here in different places. And that's why you see those things.
I think every continent would have that. Every continent, every country would have very similar things because humans, there's always a pyramid. Is it because Anunnakis came down, or is it because eventually humans are going to all come to the same conclusion because we are all programmed in the same way?
Can I address that real quick?
Oh, go ahead.
So, I mean, I can tell you a lot about Alistair Crowley. I studied him a lot in college, because there's a thing he wrote. He wrote the Thoth deck, like the tarot cards. So if you look up, like, he wrote a thing called the Book of Law, and according to Crowley, Crowley got most of his stuff from Egypt. Okay, he became very obsessed with cult magic, and he went to Egypt to do his study. Okay, so that's where most of his stuff comes from. Number one. Number two, if you look at the Thoth deck is probably one of the most accurate tarot cards that exist. But everything is built off of the Tree of Life. Each card is built off of the Tree of Life in the deck. Alistair Crowley just had a very good way. I mean, he really kind of got it. Okay? And his claim is that he contacted an angel, and the angel gave him this information that he wrote the Book of Law from. And that's why it can't be changed, and it has to be kept perfectly. And then his assistant, Frida something or another, she's the one who made the images on the tarot card. But even that's not really accurate as he wanted to. So understand that it really wasn't passed down. Like, Crowley looked at something that was ancient, and he went to the Egyptians, but Crowley as he wanted to. So understand that racist. Okay, his whole thing was really a European thing, ancient, and it's all completely different. He had nothing to do with Hollywood.
He was just creating his own thing.
Well, what he did, he created something very new. He created a cult, and it was very new.
He created a cult, exactly.
And in his times, though, it's
my thesis is he never did talk to that angel. That's my thesis.
Then that's a tough one.
He just went to Hollywood and did drugs with a bunch of rich people and created a fucking cult.
He didn't go to Hollywood, dude. You're missing the point. Crowley was a European. He was in England, okay? He was over there. Even the sex cult, the sex thing, he got that from L. Ron Hubbard. And look it up. Yeah, he talks about L. Ron Hubbard. I think they may have communicated back and forth, but I don't think he ever met the guy. He did. JPL was roommates with L. Ron Hubbard. Okay, that was their connection. So you want to put it all together. It doesn't fit together. And by the way, Crowley got in trouble.
No, that is
England.
exactly what I'm saying. It doesn't fit together.
But and so don't put it together. They're all separate. Crowley was doing his own thing. Crowley was, because his doctor told him, "Hey, you have a cold. Here, this will help your cold. It's a new thing. It's called cocaine." And that's how he got hooked on cocaine. Okay, because he had a cough. His doctor told him it'll help your cough. So now he's in an institution. He's dying. He's sick, and he's reading different things. And he reads L. Ron Hubbard's thesis. It's called Babylon. Look it up. Look at L. Ron Hubbard and Babylon.
No, I have looked. I've actually read some of his stuff, and like a lot of other crazy things. When you read the philosophy, all humans will eventually come together in thought.
But L. Ron Hubbard didn't write that. All right, it was written by. Crowley didn't write that.
Same rules apply. My thesis is just that he didn't see an angel, and there's no. I don't believe in all that part. Like the IMF or the Davos thing. Like, come on now.
Do you believe in angels? Yes or no?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, please understand what I'm saying. Like, for 200 years or 300 years down there before that time, they had plenty of time to practice anything they wanted to do to any humans over here. So I feel like once it comes to you, whatever religion or whatever part of these things, these rituals that they sing from years and years ago, all of them are using and practicing these things over the time that the United States was being built. These people come from those people. They were running situations together. They'd been doing everything together. You can go to the Ku Klux Klan. You can go to all these people. They all have these occult rituals that they do. So
they're all just rituals.
Huh?
They're all just rituals. Everything that we do, birthday is ritual. Okay, put it like this. Okay, I got a good way to explain the point that I guess I'm trying to make. I got a good way to explain it. So, is voodoo Satanist? Yes or no?
No, voodoo is very then Satanism is Satanism. Voodoo is voodoo. They're like night and day. Hey, Lady Bones, you're back.
Yeah, voodoo became Satanism as soon as they said that it was attached to anything that was black.
Yeah,
Exactly. You're ahead of my
the
point.
answer is no.
Exactly. The answer would mostly be yes to most people. That voodoo is Satanism. It's something with more gods and all of that type of stuff. You know, it's
I'm from the
Hinduism like
South.
that.
I'm
They
from the
worship the
South. You
bull.
know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm gonna say. Being from the Bible Belt, we wouldn't say voodoo is Satanism. We'll say voodoo is of the devil. So that is a clear distinction that they are different.
The entail of my point, the entail of this is, so do you think that the power of Satan and Alistair is why the white people are more dominant in today's culture versus the African where it is derived from? Or is the whole thing fucking bullshit? And they're it's just people doing Christmas in their own little way, as long as they don't kill people. Which I mean, now we can get to that conversation,
Okay,
but that
let me
conversation
take
is
this.
crime.
Let me take
We have
this.
to.
Hold on. Before you get to going into a soliloquy, let me answer you. We'll break this down on a outside of this, the fundamental spiritual. Let's just break it down on 3D where we are in life. Let's take the metaphysical and the spiritual out of it. It could be just initiation. Like, hey, look, we have this 200-year future or this 150-year future. We're gonna get these people together, and this is how we're gonna make it happen. And if you want to be a part of this, and if you want to be a part of this on a higher level, it's just like project management. Only certain people can manage 50 or more people. Only certain people can manage 150 more people. As you go up this ladder, you'll have to do quote unquote rituals or initiations, so we know that you won't spill the fucking beans until that we're trying to, reshape whatever's going on.
I agree.
Now, if we go into the metaphysical of it and the spiritual of it, that'll be a different conversation, and I'll let somebody who may be a little more versed than me take that.
It's a point
Lady Bones.
fraternizing. There's a reason why there's a book there. It's a point of fraternizing. It's a point of trying to be above the Most High in every single situation. That's why I always say shooting the arrow into the sky. It's a Babylon type thought. And once you do these rituals, the same as they talk about biting the apple, all these things are supposed to make you be all powerful or all enlightened or all these different things that you cannot reach without the Most High. So I see it as all being a fight. So voodoo and all these different other things have their point of time and their point of where they are. And nothing is completely inherently evil. It's how you use it. So if it says don't bother with that because it'll lead you down the wrong road or it has its own power, that's why we don't get into that. But most of those things that we're talking about come from a Constantinian view. It came from adding in these different views of people that did not come into an understanding about humanity. They were out there doing their own things. They had already turned their face from the Most High. And that's where you get all these crazy rituals. Okay, say if for the ritual was sexuality, well, it says no bestiality. So why did it have to get said if these things weren't already happening? If you get what I'm saying.
Lady Bones, I want to hear from you real quick.
It'd be funny how Steve just be ready to paddle. That shit killing me.
I took a
Go
picture
ahead.
of my book for you, Steve. I've got my tarot cards out for you, see? In my profile
Yeah,
picture.
nice, yes.
For you.
What cards do you use?
I've got like 4 different or more decks. But the what are they? Wait, something, that one.
Yeah, the wait deck.
Yeah, like, I don't remember what it's called. But I've got a bunch of them. They're fun. But I keep it. See, I put it with the religious text because I thought that was just a little bit fun. But my me and the religion thing and the voodoo and the whatever. But my mom was like kidnapped when she was a kid, and my mom believed in voodoo because she said she straight up saw some really crazy stuff when she was kidnapped because she grew up, like, she was born in Mozambique. So she said she believed
All right,
in it.
hold on. Listen. We not
that's
doing
all
no.
I know
Hold
about
on,
it.
hold on.
She didn't talk about it very much.
Hold
wanna
on,
say one
y'all.
thing.
Hold on 1
Go
second,
ahead, bud.
Steve. I'm reading the chat. They talking about no thank you for the evil crap, a tarot card reading. I'm out of it. Listen, Heather, that is a panelist speaking. You know, we got different type of backgrounds up here. You know, I don't think Lady Bones will be doing any readings over here tonight, you know, so you're safe there. The Lady Bones won't be doing any reading. We're getting her perspective. We have plug. I'm from the Bible Belt. I would, you know, say that we all fall short of the glory. You know, I would identify myself as a Christian. We have Top Cat, who would be a Israelite. We have Lady Bones, who would be an atheist. And I would let Steve and Next, you know, give their opinions, thoughts and opinions as to their background or what they subscribe to.
I like to study everything, you know, because I think there can be wisdom found in everything. So that's kind of what I do. But I wanted to address something that you said next about whether or not Alistair Crowley got his stuff from an angel. So just hear me out real quick.
Say it is. Next at what he was yet. Let him say his denomination.
Well, okay, that's fine. Go ahead next. Well, he go and say, and then I'll finish next. What's your denomination?
I'm not arrogant, but I'm also not superstitious in the level of humanity. Humanity's superstition is most likely incorrect to what God truly is. And I recognize that. I'm not ignorant, or I'm not arrogant enough to say that I know that there's no angels or whatever you want to call them, ghosts, angels, spirits, UFOs, aliens.
Man, we trying to figure out what the hell you subscribe to, man. Are you spiritual or do you not? You know, all right, say you spiritual, nigga.
All right, but I mean, what does that mean? But yeah, I mean,
we need to know though. You can break it down
every now and then.
Okay, so this is what we saying. I'm not saying you don't have to. You can't break it down, but we trying to. We got a chat over here. We trying to categorize it. You know, so would you be okay? You spiritual, but you will show up to other. You know, you study. You spiritual, but you study. Is that a good way to describe it?
Yeah, I'm not superstitious.
Okay, he's spiritual, but he's not superstitious, and he does study. He'll pop up at a mosque every now and then, and he's valid for the conversation. So we got spirituality, Israelite, atheist, Christian, and Steve said, I forgot what Steve said, but go ahead with your question, Steve.
Okay, so getting back to that, so if you take a look at, so speaking of Islam,
Lady Bones, mute up for me when you're not talking. Steve got an echo off your mic.
Oh,
Lady
sorry.
Bones.
According to the Quran or the beliefs of Muslims, that the Prophet Muhammad talked to an angel, and the angel, you know, told him the words that he said, that became the Quran. Okay. According to the Bible, Christ, you know, God talked to the Father himself, an entity, and then angels, you know, like, you know, Samson's mother talked to an angel. So that exists. And according to Alistair Crowley, his book, or the tarot cards that he got, were given to him from an angel, and that's what he talks about. It's called the Book of Law. So, you know, if angels exist, maybe, I mean, who am I to say that he's telling the lie or truth? Only thing I'll say is that as far as quality of tarot cards, the Thoth Tarot deck is probably one of the most accurate tarot decks that exists, and it hasn't changed since he created it. And so,
what do you mean accurate?
I mean, so like when people
Lady Bones would be a billionaire.
No, because it's about. See, this is the thing about tarot decks that no, like they're based off the star alignments, and my biggest problem with it is that we don't know how old this was. It's actually in modern times, but it goes back to the Egyptians and maybe even to the Sumerians. So the stars have changed since those things. So the stars are probably kind of off, but nevertheless, they still have this idea that, you know, it's like do you know that machine at the amusement parks where you stand against the wall and it spins around really fast, then the bottom drops out, which sticks onto the wall. Yeah,
Rabbitron.
that's the human. That's us. We're on a giant ball spinning throughout, going 1,000 miles a second or a minute through space. All right, right now, and so we're not in control of anything. The universe is control. The spin of the universe controls everything. And that's what the tarot cards are saying. That the spin of the universe controls everything,
I got a
and
little
that this
pushback on this. I just got a
okay,
little
and then
pushback. And it's not
that's
on
fine.
what you're speaking on because if you go get into what I'm
Top
into.
Cat, let him finish, man. Steve a little long-winded, man. Let him finish, man, because
I'm trying to wrap it up. But that's what tarot cards are. Is that they basically say that the universe is spinning and that this is a prediction of what will happen. And you know, if you look at tarot cards, kind of come from gambling. Why do you think gamblers are so like they believe in the cards? The cards, set the stage. Yeah.
God. All right, Steve.
That's where it
Let
comes
Top
from.
Cat push back because you getting into some other shit now. Go ahead, Top Cat.
Basically, what I was saying is like what you're saying. I've looked into it all and astronomy, astrology, and all that different stuff. So I have books on all that. I even have L. Ron Hubbard's books. You know, the original hard copies from the 60s and the 50s and 70s.
Dynamics.
I got the whole all that stuff. But when it comes to what I'm talking about right here, this is just on what Plug was talking about, a practical thought on all of it. So when it comes to how the Europeans came here and how they've used these different situations like you talked about, they have a long history of using these certain situations to manipulate people, even though it's not true. So if we go into John Smith, where he was under a tree and some plates. We go into everybody that's created these brand new religions. It's always that same scenario that you're talking about. So why, as we move forward, is it the same situation? And at the end of the same situation, it's always colonization, just like you were talking about with Scientology and all that.
But so do the Israelites. The Israelites believed in the luck of the draw. It's the same thing. Lot. What was Lot's story all about? And Jonah and the whale.
What do you mean?
It was about drawing. It was about drawing lots. They do it.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, y'all have to talk one at a time because when y'all talk together, Top Cat, Mike, hold on. When y'all talk together, Top Cat, when you talking, when anybody else is talking, we can't hear nothing. Your mic just muffles everything. So we gonna have to talk one at a time or we not gonna hear shit. Honestly.
Yeah, go ahead, Top Cat.
All right, go ahead. I was just confused on what you're saying with the luck of the draw. That's what the Israelites are on. I'm trying to figure it out.
So the story of Jonah and the whale was about luck of the draw. Whoever drew the shortest lot, they said, look, we're going to draw lots. Whoever draws the shortest lot, that's God saying that you're the problem. Okay, and that's just one example. But even throughout, like a lot of times when they went to war, they decided on drawing lots. All right, well, who should we kill? How many should we kill? That's what they would do, and they drew lots and they cast stones. That's part of. This has been in our societies forever, and that's exactly what the tarot cards is about. The tarot cards is about drawing lots, drawing a card, and let the fate of the gods determine what's going on. So that's all connected. And even though the Israelites said, "Hey, look, you're not supposed to go to soothsayers and this stuff," what does Saul do? And what does Saul went to a soothsayer, and then what does he do? He brings up Samuel from the dead. And he tells them that you shouldn't have done this. You're going to die as a result of it. All right. They didn't deny that he did it. They 100%. He brought up the spirit of Samuel. All right. So all of this stuff is connected. Even though they outlawed it, they still believed in it. The Israelites still believed in it. Period.
Well, I understand exactly where you're coming from, but there was still a higher source and a law, and there was still relativity to it, which doesn't come in the other one. So if there is a law of nature, like, okay, you breathe too fast, you might pass out, these certain things were still considered. And then once you went against them, it was called what the things that you were called a magician, or you were called a warlock, or you were called a wizard or a witch, because you were manipulating things that your body wasn't supposed to be dealing with. Why are you worried about these things when you only have a certain amount of time that you're supposed to be here? The unknown.
Bro, they still believe that, bro. I mean, they read a book about it 500 years after the event happened. But during his lifetime, the king of Israel knew that it was real, and that's why he says, "I know I outlawed it, but I have to go and ask her because I need to talk. I need to talk to Samuel because I need to get his advice again." So they 100% believe that Jonah and the whale, they drew lots. He took the short straw. They threw him in the water, and he completed God's mission. Okay, it's. I mean,
Exactly what I'm talking about. So giving up, basically what you're saying, just casting out of casting yourself in a way, is that what you're saying? Is they believed in faith?
No, they believed in the supernatural. They believed in the luck of the draw. They believed that it was God's will. Just like car players. Car players in the old days, if you cheated at cars, it was a death sentence because you were breaking the will of God. God decides the winning hand. That's what you get. It's the luck is with you. The luck of God is with you. And this is what, and that's what tarot cards are to this day.
Don't play with your faith. Basically, don't play with your faith. There's a narrow road, so you're not supposed to play with your faith. And when you're doing that, that's why they say you're playing in the realm of the Elohim in a way. You get what I'm saying? So you're playing with the things that can take over you, like selfishness, like gluttony. You're playing with those things with those cards.
Well, that's not really because that's not what the cards have nothing to do with that. All the cards do is show you what your fate is. Period. This is your fate, and if you and again, you can get somebody who interprets it completely wrong. That's why the more that you learn, go ahead, Lady Boss,
They're very much up to interpretation, and like I use them like mostly kind of for fun, almost, but also sometimes with friends or clients and stuff like that. And sometimes we use those, but sometimes I use Rorschach cards or oracle cards or a pendulum, and most of the time it's like to bring out what the person's innermost thoughts are. Like it helps to like pull information out of you in a different way, just like Rorschach cards.
Just like sex magic.
Listen to what I'm saying. So what I want to know what you and Steve, Lady Bones and Steve,
That's
what do
kinda
y'all
crazy.
think about? What do y'all think about with Sixth Sense? Because y'all talking about all these different things like these fates and pulling cards. So what do y'all believe the Sixth Sense that we were given is compared to these cards you guys are talking about?
Well, I think that everything is energy, and that some people are more intuitive and tapped into the things around them, and it's just kind of an energy thing more than anything else. Kind of like in the same way that like
Wouldn't that be an
trees are
arrogant thing to say? If anyone said I'm more in tune, with the energies of the stars, therefore I can read these tarot cards better. Therefore, when I read them magically,
no,
I'm right.
No, it doesn't work that way. I said intuitive, but that's not. It's not somebody saying it.
It is
like
better to say
more.
I use tarot cards for psychological reasons than it is to say I use tarot cards because I know the future. Which side are we on?
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's
No.
saying that.
I think Steve is saying that with the luck of the draw. That like what it says is what it is. That's my whole thing. That's the superstitious part of it all. It's like, how arrogant are you to think that you know how the universe operates?
Let me interpret what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying, and first of all, let me go back to answer your question, Plug. But the whole Sixth Sense it's actually very interesting. I don't think I thought
That
about it.
wasn't my question.
Oh, was that your question, Top Cat? Whatever question it was. The Sixth Sense is interesting because I mean, it's a new idea. Maybe we had a sixth sense at one. Maybe we still have a sixth sense, but we're told to ignore that sense. So we really don't know. You know, if there's a thing in the Bible that says, and so follow the Spirit into the wilderness, or follow the Spirit here, that would be a sixth sense. All right. If I'm walking during the daytime trying to find the north, if you really had a sixth sense, you could follow the north, like the compass, without a compass. But you can't. I can't. I need the stars. At nighttime, when the stars are up, I can know where the north is if I follow the North Star. So I don't think that I'm in tune with my senses. Maybe some people are. Maybe some people are in tune with their senses and can sense it better. But I don't think that I've got a perfect grasp of that.
That's a good explanation. But I was saying, for both y'all, what do you think with the sixth sense and the cards? The combination of them wouldn't one nullify the other?
No, this is plain. What she's trying to say is it's about interpretation, and the way that you interpret the cards best is by just practice, learning, understanding what they mean. So interpreting the cards is just one thing. That's a whole different thing. And the luck of the draw, I mean, go to Vegas. If the spirit's really with you and you have that thing, you'll win every single time. You'll play blackjack and you'll win. You'll play baccarat and you'll win. You'll throw the dice and you'll hit a 7 on the first roll, and you won't hit a 7 for 5 hours. Right? That means that you're in perfect balance and the spirits are guiding you, right? So or it means that you're cheating. So we really don't know, especially since like Next was saying, someone can say this and say that, oh, I know this, and I can tell you your future, and I can tell you that. I don't know. Maybe that person can, or maybe they're just
It sounded
when it says I don't know, maybe that person can, just like the Alistair thing talking to the angel, and just like the Quran thing talking to an angel. I will say, with my experience, I will calculate my own math, and I will say the probability is hell no. The probability is who am I to say? Well, I am me, and I have my experiences, and with that experience, I can kind of sort of guesstimate that probably that's bullshit.
Based upon your experiences, right? But that's just used. That's used an individual. But you've never really met, you never met Alistair Crowley.
No, I've never met that guy. I never met Muhammad, and I never met an angel. I never even seen a ghost. So I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't know what happens when we die, and I ain't gonna pretend like I do. All I'm saying is the likelihood that the other guy did when he tells me this, especially if it's on a bus stop. I mean, I'm going to pass on that, but I'm going to tell him, cool, but I don't really know.
What I was saying is the cards seem like they're for you then, if it's on an interpretation thing and you don't have a level field or a law behind the cards or a situation, which probably the Egyptians did, but I'm thinking in that aspect, then it's for your own internal psyche, like what Lady Bones is saying, compared to you being from
100%.
Huh?
100%. That's what I think as well. I think it's like a time to. It's almost meditative. It's like a time to sit down and think about things, ask questions, think about things that are important to you and which way you want your life to go and which way you're being drawn to. I think it's more about a personal thing than I don't attribute, I don't ascribe to the people who try to sell that they're fortune tellers. I think that's just a great.
My aspect of thinking of it, in my position, as being an Israelite, those are certain points of where it says in the book, you could speak things into existence, or you could do so. If I'm sitting up there and somebody's reading a card and they pull the card out and says, ooh, there's wealth in your future, or ooh, there's unalive in your future, or it's whatever, I feel like you're kind of speaking things into actions because your tongue is that strong. Your tongue can curse and it can bless. So you can do all these different things. So that's kind of
cards wouldn't say that though. They don't say that.
That's playing. To me, it's playing with your fate. You're playing with your fate when you can be on a straight and narrow and be on a certain situation. Me as an Israelite, the things that most people talk about and they see as a religion, I'm not religious at all. This is my culture. This is who I am. It has nothing to do with all the other stuff, like how people think about it. This is who I am. I'm that people compared to how everybody else thinks about religion and separates themselves. Most of them don't feel like they're that people. So everything that somebody else would call a ritual would be just my culture.
Let me give you an
cards aren't
example.
going to say something direct like that. If that's a person and that person's probably trying to sell you something like a spell breaking potion or something,
right?
The cards won't tell you something like that. It just won't. It's not in there. It's not a part of it.
Yeah, exactly. The cards, I mean, as best as I understand it, the cards really, like, again, if you're touching the cards, it's the same as if you're pulling 3 cards to play, or 2 cards to play poker. All right. And so you pull these cards, and it's just about energy that's in the cards. Just like, when you're drawing lots, it's about energy. And the card, like, you might get a card that's like the 13th, the death card, and another card that's the tower card. And somebody who has a goal, like, I want to study this, might say, oh, I see a death in your life. That's not what the cards are actually trying to say. It's saying that something it might be saying that, like you're reading a book and it's going to come to an end. This chapter, another chapter is going to begin. And so that's what and again, we don't know, because each person is unique. And so it's really, only person that can really interpret the cards for you is yourself. Someone can tell you what they think it means, but then you have to look inside yourself and make an assertion, making some decisions about what it really means.
Now, Steve,
And
that's
so,
exactly what I was saying about your sixth sense. So we know for a fact that our sixth sense keeps us in certain situations. So you might be like, hey, I'm not going down this road, or I don't feel like going out today. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Or you have a sense that of protection, your hair on your body will stand up in certain situations, and it's being controlled by your thought or a feeling or something that goes by you, or a spirit that fills you. So I understand, but it's hard for me to say that a card would hold something, because that would be, what did they used to call it on Inuyasha, the talismans or something, where they could actually, they have power and control. And the scroll,
but the card doesn't hold anything. It's just like it's like a symbol, or it's to help you to put like words to kind of a whole mishmash of thoughts and feelings. It helps you to kind of like put together a story. But like, it's just like using like a pendulum. A pendulum doesn't have any magic power in it. But like, some people use it to get a yes no answer to things if they're struggling with it, and it's not really any different than, like, if you ask somebody like, okay, pick right hand or left hand, like you show them what's in it and you say pick one, and then like right before that second before you show them, they know which one they hoped that it would be. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's a way that you can like help the person find out their true thoughts. So there's no power in the thing.
In school, where you fold the paper and you go and then that's what it sounded
oh
like.
My gosh, I made those like a year ago with my daughter. Yes, those are fun. The fortune tellers.
Tyler, are you familiar with people that do like divining for like water?
Exactly. I want to interrupt on that. We're talking about all this, and we don't want to talk about witching for water or Wi-Fi.
Wait. Okay, witching for water is a real thing, because I did it.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
It's 100% real thing.
You can really do that.
I did it. Yeah.
With a stick.
I did it when I was a child. We found our well, and it was me and a water witcher, and she like taught me how to do it, and we found out, and my parents put a well on the flat.
From my experience, the probability is high.
Yeah, so I'm saying there's some things that exist that can't be explained like that.
Wi-Fi exists.
You guys cannot explain that a plant or a stick would reach for water when they reach for sunlight every day. What's unexplainable about that?
I'm just saying that's something that's unique in the world, that's been here since the dawn of time, that we don't fully understand.
It's got something to do with static, actually. Yeah, it works better with metal. It's got something to do with static if the water's moving. And then it works better when it's inside of a pipe.
So that's about energy. So the thing is, we are made of energy. So maybe the hairs on your neck are going to stand up when you sense danger down a road. Or maybe like you wake up this morning and you can feel like I should stay in bed because there's something back at that. Like my energy might end today. So again, these are the things that I don't understand. It has nothing to do with the divine, as far as I know. It could just have to do with just energy in general.
Like the way that tree networks work.
How can we say, if we don't understand it, how can we say what's not involved with it?
I'm saying it doesn't necessarily. it doesn't necessarily have to do with that.
I think it's got a 50% or less hit rate though.
But we
That's
do,
my
we do
problem.
have some. We do have some clues, right? Because we can see what energy does to, like, crystals. We can see what energy does to plants and stuff like that. There are studies that show. Like, we're not just going
picture
for
of
nowhere.
7 swords pointing at a queen. Like, I don't see the energy coming off of the idea of that picture.
Like, and I understand that, but that's what I was saying. The
All
most
right, Sonny. They said they rebuke y'all in the chat. Heather rebuking y'all.
Hey, how many people are viewing?
I don't know why her name was Heather in the first place, so she could rebuke whatever she wants. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never even heard her pray, so she could rebuke what she wants.
And how you gonna rebuke all of us when 2 of us are against the other 2 on this situation? Like, how you gonna rebuke all of us?
And how you gonna rebuke energy? She's rebuking energy.
How you gonna rebuke Wi-Fi? You rebuking Wi-Fi over there? Get off the phone. You telepathic motherfucker.
She rebuking his own Wi-Fi. That's funny. Listen to me. I don't have a problem. I just like hearing everybody's point. Everybody has their own point of view on this. You know,
In the name of AT&T and T-Mobile.
But when it comes down to it, I don't understand. I think it's funny in the aspect of it, and I have my own culture, my own understanding, and I like hearing all these different views and seeing how things are, because I feel like things have been made a certain way, and yes, we inhabit it, but things have their own nature, and we will never understand them until we get enlightened by the Most High. That I just feel like that. So we will always have to ask questions, because we are not completely part of this as long as we are in this flesh.
Another point I like to reiterate to kind of build on what you were saying was, once again, us humans will always go back to the same thing. So the what is the word called when you know something's about to happen? The intuition. The intuition is a human thing. We're going to build pyramids. If the whole world ended, we'd build pyramids again for some fucking reason. We just would. There's a reason why we would.
Lady Bones live because they rebuked her. Man, that's crazy. All right, go ahead.
Nah, that's all I'm saying. That's my main point, or not my main. That's the one big thing that I live by, is that all of us humans, we will all come to the Pythagorean theorem. You know, like we did Pythagorean theorem before Pythagorean. You know, he's just a white guy from Greece who made it poppin' in our culture because of the lineage. But really, we've been building walls. You know, we're going to know that things are square. We're going to want that.
Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about that. He's like, because they were trying to say, pyramids all appeared at the same time. He goes, actually, no. He goes, it wasn't this group thing, because it's just an easy structure to build, which is basically what you're saying. It's a logical conclusion.
Not just that, it's also the positioning of the sky. You're going to learn eventually that there are these 5 things that act in the sky that act different than all the other stars. And those 5 things are the 5 known planets. And then you're going to fucking build the obelisk, and then you're going to be able to track the fucking sky with the obelisk, and then you're going to know when it's about to start snowing 2 months before it starts snowing. And like that, you can more life. That is the story of it, in my opinion, and most likely, I do believe so. A lot of archaeologists believe so. That's where astrology comes from. It's just observing the sky with the obelisk.
Okay, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus. Right,
there's 5 that you can see with your own eyes that you don't need no telescopes for. And those 5, a lot of people say that that's where the cross comes from. A lot of people say that's where including the sun. A lot of people say that that's where the cross comes from. Is you have 1 in the middle and 4 on the side, and then some type of math bullshit. I don't really understand it when they get too deep into it.
were thinking all this, and they were only on this earth for a certain amount of time. So what were they thinking about it for instead of thinking about where they needed to get themselves? All this comes down to a point of we know that there's a mechanism and we're trying to find our way to it. Everybody is still trying to shoot arrows in the sky instead of looking right in front of them and appreciating what's in front of them. Like I say, as much as we're thinking about all this, we haven't broke down the elements of one leaf on this planet completely. We just think we know what it is. It's all calculations for us. Once you become part of it, then you really know.
See, and I kind of disagree with you a little bit there, Top Cat. Let me explain why. I think that a lot of science has been lost. I think that there's been civilizations that have come and gone, and everything from that civilization was lost. I think the story of Atlantis could have been real and an advanced civilization way beyond ours, and that was all lost. So I think that these were cycles that we go through that we keep getting wiped out to near extinction, and we start over again. Kind of like what the Matrix was saying. You know, we're going to wipe you out to just six couples, and then you'll start over again. And that's what I think that's a possibility that we haven't really looked at deep enough.
No, that's a good analogy, and then maybe I can put this. I'll put this back on a nutritional situation so you can understand. So when we go look at a label, we'll go look at it and we'll say, okay, this is apple juice or this is apple drink, and you say this is 100% apples, and then this one will say it's a pear, apple, and natural flavors. Okay, these are still us calculating. An apple doesn't never have to say that it's an apple. It is what it is. And once you become part of what it is and you have no separation, you have no reason to calculate it because you are that, you become enlightened. Compared to us, we're still looking out these eyes. We're still looking through sensory perception. You are of, so you don't never know what you are. You're just going to say, give it a name, give it a title. What happens when you don't have to have a name no more? You are what you are.
Interesting. Hey, Plug, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I want to hear from the chat. How many people are like really religious, kind of religious, not religious at all, or they don't believe in God? Because you know I'm kind of worried about the rebuke stuff. Like I want to know what the chats where your chat sits.
Oh shit, I think they got up out of here. I think they rebuked y'all and got on down. But chat, are y'all religious, not religious, semi-religious? Y'all let me know.
There was something you said the other day that kind of stuck on my head, so it made me do a little digging. Like when we were talking about life after death, and you were saying that you believe in life after death, you base it upon John 3:16. Like I was using
no, that wasn't the thing. You said that I forgot the statement that you made, and you said that there's
He started rattling off John 3:17.
no, it was something. Yeah, but he said something, and then I was saying you was like something God something. I was like, no, you have to go to John 3:16 because that promises eternal life. So that's where we got there. But I forgot the original statement that you made. But it wasn't what you just said.
It wasn't. It didn't have to do with life after death because I thought the dead know nothing. But then you said.
Right. That's what it was. Something about the dead know nothing, and that's what I was like. Yeah, well, you know, shit. You're technically not dead. If you going to heaven, if you're going with Jesus to heaven, you're technically not dead. They're calling that eternal life.
So I took a look at that text, and I went back and looked at John 3:16. But I read the whole chapter 3. So chapter 3 is basically so this is Christ having a conversation with Nicodemus. And Nicodemus was a high priest, he's a Pharisee. Now the Sadducees and the Pharisees, right? The Sadducees didn't believe in life after death. They thought, and they didn't believe in angels. They didn't believe in life after death. But the Pharisees did. The Pharisees believed in life after death and angels. So he's telling this. But the thing is, this is the weird part about that text. Do you know that that's supposed to be a conversation between him and Nicodemus? So they were alone having this conversation. No one else was there. So how did this conversation get reported? We know that Nicodemus didn't tell them the story. So allegedly, and we know that John didn't write. John couldn't write Greek. So there was written in 95 AD, which means that some guys are kind of like, this is their version of what happened. So I don't, there's no way to honestly believe, unless you believe by faith, that that conversation really happened.
Hold on, this is where you're wrong. But go ahead, Top Cat. You got it.
I'm just saying it's the same thing as said. You have a historical point of where you see these people coming and saying they talked about something and leading everybody else into crusades and to all different types of stuff. And then they get to America. I got some plates. Then I got over here and I talked to this. And all of that doesn't have nothing to do with the Torah.
Well, that's Top Cat's version of it. My version of it is
version.
this. My version of it is this. I see that you went back and you said that this is who wrote it, but my original statement still stands. When you said the dead know nothing, I brought the Bible verse forward because over here we, talk about the New Testament, the Old Testament. Some people bring the Quran forward, some people don't bring anything. Your statement was God, the dead know nothing, and I was just saying like, hey, look, well, in my religion, in Christianity, we believe that in eternal life.
Yeah,
through salvation. Let me add that.
So Top Cat, what you said is spot on. That has nothing to do with the Torah, and Christ only taught the Torah. That's all Christ taught. He didn't talk about anything else. And this is the belief of the Pharisees. There was a lot. So this is really an argument between the house of the Pharisees and the house of the Sadducees, because the Sadducees didn't believe any of that. They're like, nope, none of that's true. Angels don't exist. There's no life after death. And where I got my text from, that's from either Ecclesiastes or the Psalms. It comes from Solomon. The living know that only that they should die, the dead not. And it goes it's a lot deeper than that. But I'm just saying that it's really a belief that doesn't have any actual evidence other than we believe it by faith. You have to believe by faith that this is
correct. But then you have to understand. You have to understand. Like with me, that's what it is. It's faith. Be led. You know what I'm saying? Be led by faith, not by sight. I mean, if that's what we're gonna boil it down to, then yeah, I'm gonna tell you that. Yeah, it's faith. That's my faith. That's my faith. Right. I'm not trying to push my faith onto you.
No, I know.
You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what you do, honestly.
Yeah. I get that, but that's kind of what Top Cat was saying. And correct me if I'm wrong, Top Cat. He's saying that we're making these historical ideas based upon these, like this guy found this tablet here allegedly, and this guy allegedly said this, 65 years later after the fact, but it's not historical. It's just faith. And again, Top Cat has a point. If you believe in the Torah and the Old Testament, none of this has to do with that to me. And I guess I'm just making an observation because my point was that.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you is that in my religion is I don't just take the Torah. Now, when you're talking to Top Cat, that might be what he does. When you're talking to some Jews, that might be what they do. But Plug being a Christian, I take in the New Testament. That's actually what makes me a Christian.
Now,
go ahead.
You study to be approved. So I that's why I say I listen to everything, I read everything, I put it in concept, and then I put it to the laws of the Torah. When it says what it says, okay, if it has to be precept among precepts. So if there's something in the New Testament, which all of them do, they're going. Everybody that's in the New Testament is using that situation, precept among precept. But I also go by the point that you have to have two witnesses for it to become law. Y'all will see that these same principles are all the principles that we live by. The court of law is still by that. That's why there's witnesses. That's why there's evidence. That's why all this stuff still comes from principles of the Torah. So that's why when it comes to the New Testament, I still go through it. I don't think that there's bad people. I'm not in, Pauline, those people in the New Testament all had their own doctrine that nobody even knows about. So there was the Pauline doctrine, and then these new people came in and I walk with this person. So now it's the Clementine doctrine. And all these people became martyrs and saints because they came up with their own religions. Most of the time, nobody agreed with it. They killed them. They accepted something from that religion before and then sainted them and martyred them. So when I go to the Torah, it's just like saying, I'm going to the horse's mouth. I listen to the Most High. Man does not control the situation. So whatever the Most High has put there for me to go through, I read, I discern it, I pray on it, and it's part of my culture to do that. So no, I don't exclude the New Testament at all, but it is not my principle when it comes to me dealing with the Most High, because the New Testament, well, basically, this is a simple way to put it. The Torah is what it is. The New Testament is a new test to me to see if you know what the Torah is talking about.
See, this shit is where it gets a little funky to me when y'all get to saying shit like that. I'm sorry. It's like, it's kind of hard for y'all to conceptualize how, as a Christian, we would, believe that. I understand. Don't get me wrong. I have no problem saying that, but it's like, we take the accounts from the Torah as fact. Like shit, somebody still had to write that motherfucker, whether it was happening in that time or whether it wasn't happening in that time. Somebody still wrote it. I know niggas right now that wake up every day lying and will write that shit down on paper.
That's true. But the Torah also tells you that these same principles and rules are written on your heart first. And that's why they say that.
Man, I know a nigga that will lie on his heart, and his mama too.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And his mama too.
Does he really have a heart then? Does he have a soul in him? It goes back to that too.
Yes, he's alive. He's alive. You said a heart. Now with soul, we can do whatever. Hold on, Top Cat. You got the feedback. Of course he has a heart because the motherfucker's alive.
But it can be a heart of stone.
No, it can't. It gotta have some blood pumping through it, or he wouldn't be breathing. He wouldn't have no oxygen going through his
versus
body.
id. His id is still true to himself. He just lost touch of it because of his ego. I'm
just saying, let's take today. Let's just say if we wrote a motherfucking Bible of today. Excuse my language, chat. It's late night. I'm a little on one right now. If we wrote a Bible of today, it would be what? The most 300 influential people in the Bible. Y'all don't think Trump will make the Bible? Y'all don't think a lot of these celebrities will be in the Bible? If it was a 2026 version, they just rewrote the Bible. Let's be honest, it would be a collection of about 300 of the most.
Idea is a pilot to a show, bro. That is such a fucking awesome idea.
Trump would be the Antichrist.
I'm just saying, no, see, it depends on who wrote it. Who wrote it? Now, do you think now? See where I'm going? Depends on who wrote it, and depends on who published it, and depends on who had, and it depends on who had the mercenaries or militias, or who was ready to shed and spill some blood over said here doctrine.
That's a false doctrine. Then I mean, if Trump is a good guy, and that's the way people are going to believe that. It is literally a false doctrine.
It's not okay. What I'm saying is, it's not,
bro. Honestly,
listen. If motherfuckers right now make a 2026 version of the Bible, there will be upwards of 20. I can just say 20 million right now. It might not have been 20 million motherfuckers over there in the beginning, but it's gonna be at least 20 million Americans that will live and swear by that fucking Bible. Listen, hold on, let me finish. They will live and swear by that Bible. Now, right now, it's a lot of people around that will contest it, but 200 years from now, who's to say that there are people around still to contest it?
Because 200 years
when they see these statues and they see gold Trump gods everywhere, and they see and all of that shit, man. 200 years from now, Steve, I'm going to listen to your answer, but I don't think you got the answer, Sway. I think you just finna spit some shit out.
1,000 years.
Are you ready for my answer?
Go ahead.
In 200 years from now, they will have cracked the internet like a 4-year-old. And they would go through it, and they would dissect every single word that was ever put on the internet. And they would go through the Trump files, every single word, unredacted. And they would know exactly who that man really was. They would be able to see that
thought exercise.
they'll be able to see those quiz
Steve,
links.
they're doing that shit right now with the biblical
No,
figures. What are you talking about? We got
because
shit
the
in the
internet.
man. We got biblical figures that had shit going on, bullshit shit that we can say in 2026. Those motherfuckers in the Bible was tripping, doing the utmost. And what happened? Dog, they're not looked that bad, that damn bad. We
Because
talking about
we
some
don't.
internet and shit, man. The internet, we already got the internet being censored. Like we just had fucking Paramount just bought everything. It's Warner
Yeah,
Brother. Paramount just bought Warner. That's Larry Ellison in control of
going for
this shit.
TNA right now. You know about that? They
You
going for
sit here
TNA
talking
right
about
now.
the internet and shit, man. I don't think that's the
You
answer.
said,
I don't know.
but
Warner
you
Brothers.
said 200. You said 200 years from now. 200 years from now, they're gonna be able to go and pull up all the old files that
That
were
shit
on
won't
Twitter.
be there. Are you not seeing? We're sitting here talking about them erasing history right now, but you're going to use the internet, the thing that they're using to erase our history as your
The internet is
factual
fragile.
basis. I don't
It's
see
way
it.
more fragile than we give it
I
credit
don't
for.
see it, man. What happens when they
explain
start
why.
hanging people or cutting people fucking heads off for viewing that shit? What happens when it's like China and you lose your
explain why.
social credit score for not believing in that shit, man? We talking about the end of days. I'm talking about the mark of the beast here,
Kingdom of
man. I don't think
Tartar.
the internet is going to save us from the fucking mark of the beast, man. We might can share some information around until they tell us we can't. Until they tell us we can't, man. They already in Iran, they going door to, they knocked out their whole fucking internet and was going door to door, killing motherfuckers with Starlink. And we gonna say that this is what's gonna save us?
Yeah, because 200 years, like right now, AI is about 8 years old.
Bro, they're going right now, they're trying to get Anthropic to do mass surveillance on us and use autonomous fucking weapons, man. And you're talking about this is what's going to save us. Anthropic's CEO is literally going to war with Pete Hegseth right now because this shit will end us.
I'm not saying save us. I'm saying 200 years from now, states as you see them will no longer exist. It'll be a completely different system. They're going to look at everybody that was involved in everything. They're going to be able to see everybody's life.
Who's running this system?
If AI's going to take over everything.
All you got to do is press
AI
delete,
taking over everything. No, you can't.
All you got to do is press yes.
Now you talking about AI taking. We already know AI is biased. That's why you run the Chat GPT all the time, because AI is biased, man. That's why everybody's trying to get on Grok and other shit. Then we say Grok is biased. All of this shit has a bias in it.
Let me say something. NSA can pull up any phone call that's happened since 1993.
Man, I seen a thing where
and NSA can make it where it never happened.
Okay, right, they can.
But
and listen, you sitting here talking about the internet and shit. You talking about NSA can pull this shit up, man. Listen, that's because the NSA has privacy. They can go through that shit. We can't, man. Guess what? Your ass try to look up some shit like that, you're going to the feds for communications violation. Your ass going to the penitentiary.
But that's okay. But again, you missed what I said. 200 years from now, the main governing body that will verify if this new old Bible that they made was true is going to pull up everything. The NSAs of the future are going to look at everything.
Listen, Steve, you have a very moral version of the future. You have a very, very moral version of the future.
I didn't say that they're no. I didn't say they're using.
You have a very truthful version of the future. You just think all in the future everything will just be true.
No, you
fuck,
think the
bro.
data is indestructible.
Everything will be true. Everything will be visible. Like the past will be completely visible in the future. They're gonna look at every right now. They can go.
The data is not indestructible.
Bro, right now,
everywhere. It's everywhere.
Okay, let's go talk in circles, man, because we just go. Me and Nick are just gonna fundamentally disagree with Steve.
Because I guess the guys, do you know the power of the NSA? They can report anything that's ever happened. They have all
the fuck runs that. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. And it's not even that. What he's saying is true, but who controls the NSA? Government.
You tell me who.
That's what it's government. So you're sitting here telling us government the same. Hold on, next. I got it. The same government that's been hiding shit from us since it became a government 250 years ago is just going to be all transparent.
No, I'm saying they're gonna know if this Bible is fake or not. They're gonna know that everything that really happened with Trump. The
So
NSA
they
has a
don't know
full
now.
document on
They
Trump.
don't know half this shit we going through right now is fake and a psyop and ain't saying shit.
So, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi looked at images of Donald Trump with children and they deleted it. Okay, they saw those images. They knew that it was true.
And
They're
this is the
covering for a giant pedophile ring.
so what are you talking about, Steve? This is the same
They're going to
shit
be
that you're trying to
prosecuted.
tell me. This is the same shit you're trying to tell me. The same people, the same agencies that you're telling me deleted shit. Now you're telling me it's gonna allow all transparency.
No, I'm saying that in the future, you can't delete it permanently. They can delete it from you and us, but in the future, they're going to be held accountable. They're going to be tried and go to jail. Even if they're dead, they're going
Like
to try to
JFK,
posthumously. What do you mean like
like
JFK?
Vietnam.
The JFK files is this. We knew Vietnam was a fraud.
Man,
All
listen,
this
man,
stuff
I
is
would
done.
keep it real with you, man. There might be some damn unicorns and fucking rainbows popping up in that new future of yours, because I just don't see it, man. It might be some crazy shit going on in that
You think
future. I
Trump's going
just
to be in
don't
power
see it.
forever? How long
No,
do you
I
think this
know.
is going to
See,
last?
this is what I'm saying. Steve, you took a hypothetical and now you said Trump would be effective. My whole point of this is that the mute up, Top Cat. Nobody can hear anything with that shit. My whole thing is that 300 people, there are about 300 people in the Bible. And if a Bible was written in 2026, the 300 most influential people would more than likely end up in that Bible. Trump would be one of them. That's where I started this. You said Trump would be the Antichrist. I said depending on who wrote it. And you just had a problem with that. That's where
No,
this
they didn't have
started, remember.
but because you make it sound like Trump is like when you say
I'm not saying
the
he's
Bible,
good. You're saying that he's gonna for sure be the Antichrist. I'm saying depending on who writes it. Yes, I'm sure some people will write it as he's the Antichrist. I'm sure some people will write it as he's the Messiah. I'm sure some people will write it as he was just one of the most influential people that got to tell his story and accounts of what went on.
But then again, look, this has nothing to do with God. Then, if the Bible is
That's
supposed to be
my
written
whole
by Moses.
that exactly. That's what I'm saying. So how can you come at, and not you, but everybody on the panel come at the Christians when we can break all of this shit down and say it's made up? The whole thing about the New Testament was it wasn't written when shit was going on. And my whole thing for this whole soliloquy or this circle that we went in was that shit. If we're gonna use that as a basis, why are we believing the Torah? Because it was written while shit was going on. That was my whole. We're right full circle.
That was the whole point. Yeah, I caught that as soon as you said it. Then it went off the rails real fast.
I mean, as you know, the Torah was written by Moses, right?
Exactly. Moses couldn't lie.
Sure.
Moses could kill, but he couldn't lie, right?
It was definitely written by Moses.
Hold on, Top Cat. If Top Cat gonna talk, we gotta all let him talk because that we can't hear nothing with that bleed. What I'm saying is, you just like you said, it was written by Moses, right? Now that's what I'm just saying. Well, it was written by Moses. Moses' ass couldn't lie. He could kill somebody, but he couldn't lie, right? Go ahead, Top Cat.
Shit. This is a very good conversation. I liked how you put that up. That was a hell of a debate point. But everything I'm hearing today is kind of what the book has already said. I've been sitting here smiling so hard because even every analogy that you guys are putting forth, there's an analogy for it in the Torah. So exactly what you're saying. So you was like, what if this happened? They'll kill all these people. Okay, come kill all the firstborn. Okay, so what if they control all the information? So the Pharaoh said did this, and Whoop Whoop said did this, and do that. Everything that you guys have, every analogy that you put forth has already been put forth in the Torah. So when we come back to the point of what was written, what wasn't written, that's why I said half of these things were written on your heart. That's when we get back to the Melchizedek. So there was people that supposedly written this or wrote this. There was whole generations of people that were living by these situations. That's why it transforms and goes through so many
Who was
different.
backstage? My bad, Top Cat. Somebody was backstage. Y'all can come back. I didn't see you. Go ahead, Top Cat.
So it's so many ways that you can go about it to see that this goes through generational situations where everybody has these stories, everybody knows these truths, everybody lives by these truths, and then it came to a point of where they had to put it down on paper. That's the one thing that the Torah does that none of those other ones are going to do. Now, when it comes to the point of the supernatural situations, just like in the New Testament, that's why I said in the Old Testament, it told you that it made court, it made the court of law, it made all the things that we're talking about. These things have to be proven. They have to be witnessed by at least 2 people. It has to be all these different things were established.
So 2 people ain't never lied.
No, it ain't about 2
Me and
people.
my partners done got together and lied a bunch of times. Go ahead.
But it's hard to lie about a witness. Okay, so that we have results and we have the witnesses. So that's the same thing I'll tell you about Paul on that caravan in the New Testament. When Paul was supposedly had those shields and things that went over his eyes on Damascus, and he came down there is not one witness, and they said he had over 5,000 to 20,000 people in his caravan. How could not one of them say an account about this? He said that my witnesses were the Most High and Jesus. Now, if we go into Christianity, they said that that's one person. That's one. Oh no, there's nothing interesting. You get what I'm saying? It starts getting wild when you get in that, but you don't have those different things going on when you start reading the red letter about the so-called, well, everybody else, I'll do it for them, Jesus, or well, who I would call a Hamashiach, the messenger. When he comes and says, I come and speak for the Father. I did not come here to change the law. I came to fulfill the law. Okay, so all the stuff from the Torah matches up to everything you're saying, to what you're thinking. Everything matches up there. Once we get into the New Testament, it starts not matching as much.
So in the Old Testament versus the New Testament.
Go ahead. Hold on, Steve. We got a new guest. What's up, OG?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing? Love to the panel, love to the chat. You know, I always tell y'all I love the conversations that y'all have.
Top Cat, mute up.
Yeah, I love the conversations that y'all have because y'all really get down to the meat and potatoes of what people need to be hearing. I just came up because I wanted to kind of agree with what Plug said earlier. Now they want to lose my thought. And that is, for the book that we follow, every time we look in that book, and I've said this on here before, for everything that we find a discrepancy that will contradict everything that we find. Plug made a statement that's very valid. Some of the most valid scholars in that book have all committed sins. You can go from David to Solomon, and the list will go on, all the way to the beginning with Adam and Eve. The same 10 Commandments that we read about, everybody in some scripture has broken those commandments. So how do you know what is really factual if you don't operate off of your fact? And I just wanted to step up just to input that 2 cents into it, fellas. But y'all continue on because it's a great conversation and I'm loving it.
Appreciate that, OG. Go ahead, Steve. You got the floor.
So the Old Testament, the first 5 books are the Torah. Torah was written by Moses, allegedly. This is the part that I don't get. So in the book of Exodus, it says that, and don't quote me exactly, but basically that one day Moses walked the top of the mountain like a goat, just kind of skimmied up there, and he just died. And then the angel buried him, all this stuff. Okay, if Moses wrote this, how did Moses write about his own death? That was my first question. And then we continue on to the New Testament. I mean, basically, it's a toss-up between the writings of Christ, the ideas of Christ, and the ideas of Paul, or Paulinian, as Top Cat was saying. And the whole thing is really written by Paul, and it's completely opposite of what Christ taught. So that's why I kind of reject. You have to reject the Old Testament of the New Testament because it's not the teachings of Christ.
Let me stop you right there,
teachings of
Steve.
Paul.
Let me stop you right there, Steve, because you can't tell me what I have to reject. You can't tell me or anybody here what we have to reject. That's what I was kind of trying to tell you earlier. I'm not trying to push my beliefs off on you. But now I see that it's obvious you trying to push your beliefs off on us. So let me just stop you right
Like
there. I don't have to do anything.
Can I clarify what I meant when I say that? What I'm
No, you
saying is
said
that
you have to. I know what
okay,
you
but hear
meant.
me
I
out.
know when you said
Well,
what you meant.
let me clarify. If you are a true follower of Christ, of the Christos, a follower of the way, then if you're following Paul, you're not following the way. So I should say this: it's a choice that you should make. Are you going to follow Christ, which means you have to search and find the truth, or are you going to be a Paulinian and do exactly the opposite of what you want? That's a choice that everyone has to make on their own, of their own choice. Because it's easy just to follow the wide, narrow path that Paul laid out. That's not the message that Christ taught at all. And so, if you really want to know Christ's message, you have to dig in
I
the
don't know
Old
if I should be taking the Bible lessons from your ass. You be playing with them tarot cards and shit. I'm just gonna keep it all the way real. I get what you trying to say, but shit, I don't know. You done kind of pushed me the
for my
wrong
own
way today.
education
I
purposes,
really
what's the
don't.
difference between Paulinian and
Yeah, I don't know.
When did I ever say
Jesus?
that I play with tarot cards? I never said that. The difference between
You were defending the hell out of the validity of the tarot cards.
Y'all about got me ready to
Understand
go
that
get my damn
that
sword.
you have to study it. You have to. I mean, again, I'm about studying stuff. Let me answer your question. Look
Nah, you were defending it.
look up Christ's views and Paul versus Paul's views. Just look it up for yourself. Do your own research on it, and you'll see there's a huge difference. Christ had a couple of main pillars. Number one, that women are the backbone. Women are equal to men, and they have a key part in the church. Paul did not believe that. Number two, Christ taught that children come first in the kingdom of heaven. Paul taught kids to be heard, to be seen and not heard. All right.
How
Christ
do we
taught
know that that's what Paul was teaching, though? I'm confused about that
it's
part.
read his. Just look. Okay, look it up. Just look up views of Paul versus views of Christ, and it's very simple. It's the kind of a known thing. Christ was saying that there's no place in the kingdom of heaven for a rich man, and he gave there's the example of going through the eye of a needle. All right, you can't. A rich man has no place in the kingdom of heaven. Paul was all about working with the rich, and he wasn't the prosperity gospel, but he definitely thought the opposite. And by the way, this is the most important thing. Christ never once proselytized somebody who wasn't a Jew. Now, if he had, on the top of his cross, it would have said proselytizing. That was punishable by death in Rome. Okay, they could kill him just for that. He never once, he wouldn't even talk to a Samaritan woman, and they're still Jews. Paul only talked to it. Paul didn't talk into the temple. He was thrown out of the temple. He only proselytized. That's why he was killed. And by the way, all those guys that were killed for proselytizing, they deserve to die. If you're going and teaching some other faith, teaching your faith to some little kids in a Roman kids, you deserve to be killed. And that's how they all died.
On GTA, because this is not real life and we talking about the video game. Steve, your ass be giving me shadow ban talking like that.
On GTA, like unalive. That's the reason that they all got unalive, is for going and talking to kids of other, like talking to Roman kids and trying to get them to come over here, kid, come into my house and let me tell you what I believe in. That's horrifying.
All right,
Today,
let's hear from Top Cat.
That's horrifying.
Go ahead, Top Cat.
All right, I'm gonna come in. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. He is hitting a lot of great points. He's not just going through the situation. So Paul wrote letters, and he said he put the names of the people that he was speaking to or about directly on it. I'm speaking to the Corinthians. I am speaking. This is a letter to this and a letter to that. How it's weird, but they made this canon when it was already declared. So Paul's first thing that he did that was kind of weird is Peter told him where to go. And instead of him going to where Peter told him, he went directly to Antioch. And if we look at Antioch at that time, they were one of the most powerful trade centers in that area, in that part of the Levant or whatnot. And they had kings and queens. So he got a whole big, I just said it like, he got a big old army, and he had everybody rolling with him on the first part of his situation. Now, this place in Antioch is the first place that you'll see the obelisk. That same thing that's in Washington, that same thing that they always say, why do they put a phallus in front of every single church. Okay, so you start seeing that this is a Roman thing. So that's the same as that Roman pillar. And also Paul was the first one to say, to get my message through, I will be anything. I'll be an Egyptian, I'll be a Roman, I'll be a Jew, I'll be this and I'll be that. So Paul was very versed in everything before he ever said that he had this transformation from changing from Saul to Paul. He had that transformation. He was versed in a whole bunch of things. He was taught by Gamaliel. And Gamaliel, so he was a Pharisee and a Sadducee. See how Paul always had a hand in everything. So if we go back to the Torah, they talk about the deception that was going to come. And then if you read the patriarchs, you'll find out that all of them were told that there was going to be a fall. So as much as Paul did some different things, it was spoke about in the Torah for him to do what he was going to do. So there is a SEAL Team 6 about him. There was basically, people always say that the Most High won't do something to you, but if we promise you that it's going to happen to you, it's going to happen. And Paul came and confused everything. And he was very misogynistic. If you think about how women played a part in the book, it all changed. Damn, everybody gone?
No, I just hit the wrong button.
So it all changed. So before you hear about women having different places and having to be meek and different stuff, a way to carry themselves, where Paul came in and straight said it, hey, a woman should never be preaching in the church. They should never be this, and they should.
Damn, chat. Hold on, I'm gonna load back up.
The Most High, and you're coming together as one. He said that basically this was to stop people from fornicating and pretty much and being sinners. So that's why marriage is there. He didn't say it was a combination of two coming together and being one under the Most High. He said it was put here so that you guys wouldn't get in trouble and you have a way to get in. All this is not terrible. It's just a point of changing the thoughts of what things are and the laws. Yeah, very well. I don't agree or I don't know a lot of stuff that Paul said, but I do believe that he had his mission to change us in a position.
You cutting out, Top Cat.
Crazy, I'm in the house. But basically, I'm saying he put himself in positions to do the Most High's bidding. And it wasn't good bidding at the time. So he's not going to be looked at as a great figure by nobody but mostly Christians, because everybody know what Paul did. He was the apostle to the Gentiles.
Exactly.
All right. Next, you got anything?
Yeah, I guess. Oh, damn, how did I say it? Well, the Trinity. Where does the Trinity come from? Because, like, I feel like Christianity, and like you were saying, Plug, that like 1,000 years from now, and how you could say things right, like the idea of the Trinity, that's like a lot of stretching. Like, there's no exact spot where it's like, yeah, this is what Christianity is all about. And then with that being said, okay, so now you got the Trinity. That apparently that's the foundation of Christianity in today's Christianity and our understanding of it today in the last 1,000 years. But then you also break away from the Catholics to the non-Catholics, or that's the easiest way to explain it. And the difference.
Move your mic back from your mouth. Your mic too close to your mouth.
All right. The difference between that I can tell is that the Catholics think that you have to eat the body of Christ literally, and you have to drink the blood literally, which, that's weird. But then the other side of Christianity from the schism, that was the basic of the schism, and then it gets real complicated. The other side is saying, no, it doesn't have to be literal, but you do literally have to accept Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior. So which one is literal? That's my problem. One of my thought exercise problems with Christianity is that, like, so are we literally eating the blood and drinking are we cannibals or are we not cannibals? I'm asking that to the Catholics. And then I turn around to the non-Catholics, and I'd be like, well, if you think that it's not literal, then why do you literally have to accept him as your personal Lord and Savior just in order to say that you can follow him? Why not just follow him? And then with that thought, then you get the Judeo-Christians and the popular culture of today, and it's like, okay, well, you're not following Jesus, but you accepted him as your personal Lord and Savior once when you were 13, so I guess you're a better Christian than a real follower of Christian. And Christ means anointed. I forget what Stephen was trying to say, man, but yeah. That was my thought process when you asked me that question. I was kind of just thinking that in my head.
Christos means the anointed one. That's what the term Christos means. It means the anointed one.
Okay.
But
you posed some good questions.
Could I answer some of that question that he just had? I got a couple answers maybe that might help.
No, I want the Christian to answer me.
We don't want you to answer this shit. You just go kick dirt on the situation. Maybe we get God logic on here one day. Okay, well, shit, he don't need a cosign. What I'm gonna say is, when you going back to the Trinity, it goes back to let us, So in that moment, God let us, so I can pretty much, we can go all the way back to Genesis, and we can go into that if you want to get into the Trinity. That's going to be a foundational basis right there. And then when we talk about God, is shit, Jesus came from God. So that's going to be that whole little triad. I mean, you can go listen to God logic. He'll break it all the way down for you. And what was the other thing? Oh, the cannibalism. I mean, we did communion. We didn't actually, eat nothing. We did the crackers and the juice. I guess you would call that
Yeah, the Catholics believe that the bread would eventually become the skin of Jesus, and then they put some fake pseudoscience shit out there on YouTube for Catholics to believe it, that like a certain piece of bread turns into skin, and then they did science tests. I don't believe it, but whatever. But like that's how in-depth the higher up Catholics, like the Vatican, actually believe that when you eat the bread of Christ, it can become, if you let it, it can become the actual skin of actual Jesus.
No, I get you. I got my laptop right here. I could look this shit up, but I'm just trying to have a conversation. Like I said,
apparently that's
I got my sword in there. I'm just saying everything. Like I got my sword in there, but I'm not trying to, because like when I type on my computer, everybody can kind of hear it, and it's like clack, 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 clack. So I just right now I wasn't prepared to get in this conversation, in all honesty. But go ahead, Steve. You said you wanted to add on something.
Yeah, and then I'll let Taka, you go first, then I'll finish. Well, let me go first. And Taka, I'll probably say the same thing. So back in the days when the early church, when they were in Rome, they used to worship in the catacombs to hide, right? And one of the charges against them was cannibalism. And that was one of the concerns, that they were teaching cannibalism. So it was a concern at the time, because they were saying that this becomes the actual flesh of Christ and the blood that we drink. And so it was one of the early charges against him. Whether it's not true or not, I know that, like you said, the Catholic Church teaches that, but Martin Luther, what's his name? Martin Luther, the guy that stuck the thing on the door of the church, and he separated the churches. So now it's more of a symbolization thing, but yeah, it was a problem.
And what's crazy is, chat, what's crazy is I got my Bible in my bedroom, right? And right before I press live, I went in there and I put a little, coconut oil on my hair, because I didn't want my shit looking dry. And I looked at my Bible and I picked it up and I opened it. I was like, man, I need to take it in there in the setup. And I just set it back down. And here we are in this convo, man. I should have brought my sword, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Top Cat.
All right, man. I'm gonna break down a couple of these different things. So the first thing we started with was that was the Trinity. Next was talking about the Trinity. Okay, the Trinity has nothing to do with nothing. It is something that was brung before and introduced when the pagan points of stuff started getting into the church.
What I'm saying, honestly.
So there's a person, and this name is going to be really crazy, y'all. It's Jesus. It's a god named Jesus. And yeah, just put a J in front of it and it turns into Jesus. But it's Jesus. This is a pagan god. Now, but I don't know if he was Greek or if he was he might even actually be, what is it, the Irish people? No.
It was Celtic. We talked about this a while back.
Celtic.
He was a Celtic god, and that was one of the ones that were part of the Trinity. So the Trinity started with these other people. All these inceptions came in with Constantine because he was trying to get all the people together, so he accepted certain things. So that is where they made the God. There was another head of gods before they started calling it the Godhead. So if we talk about any type of plurals back in the Torah, we're going to talk about the Elohim, which is going to be way more than just three, the Godhead three, so do they have their place? Are they entities of the Most High? Yeah, most definitely. But there's only one. And that's why when you look at the first point of the 10 Commandments, it's going to tell you there's only one of me on high, below, in the dirt, everywhere. And I'm jealous. Once you start talking about these other ones, I'm going to get upset with you because I just told you it's only one of me. Everything else is of me. I am. Everything is of me. So it's only one of me. So that was I'm just doing a little quick one on that, on the Trinity. And then when it came to the next point, what was the next one, y'all? What was the next thing y'all was talking about? Shit, y'all started talking about so many different things.
Eating of the flesh.
Okay, the flesh. Okay, so when we come to the flesh, I'm glad you came. I was really waiting on that. So all this time I heard everybody mentioning this, and nobody mentioned the Passover. That's where this whole thing comes in. So before the Hamashiach came around, better known to other people as Jesus, there was already a Passover, the sacrificial lamb. Okay, so when Jesus, how the Bible comes around, Jesus became that sacrificial lamb that always had to go down during Pascal or Passover. He became that sacrificial lamb. And that's when they said he has been the only lamb, and that, this is kind of fiction, but they say he's the only one, and that's why they say that you don't have to sacrifice the lamb no more. And that's where it became that. But we read in the Torah that it says that the blood is the Most High's. That's why we can't eat no food. All our food has to be fully cooked, and it has to be that way because the blood is the Most High's, because the blood is the life. So that's where we're having this problem where people say, oh, drink of my flesh and of my blood, and the blood is the Most High's. So it's not even, we're never supposed to have the blood. That's his. So that's a conflict.
So who is us? Who is us, though? I'm just asking, who is us? When he says, let us make man in our image, who is us?
Us is the Elohim.
Right. So that would be the plural, right?
Yes, the plural. That's what he's saying. Of the God, let me make them in the image of us. You guys are of me. So make him in the image of us. Everything that's walking around is of him. So it's so many different ways that they could look. You get what I'm saying? But this is what we put together that we all are distinctly like. So if I have wings, if I have this, I have that, I still have my 5 digits. I still walk on 2 legs, and I still move like I move. And I also have the ability to be cognitive. So
Exactly. I was about to say it might have more to do with consciousness than our actual body.
This is what I'm saying. I'll be trying not to get too in deep with it, but when it comes to the flesh of the Hamashiach, it's the sacrificial lamb. So when people came out of Mizraim, we're talking about out of Egypt, when the Hebrews came out of Egypt, he said, do my Passover forever. Forever. You're never not supposed to not do the Passover. But when it came to Christianity, they changed it and it became sacrament. Instead of one time a year that you do the Passover, now they do it on a monthly basis. This came in a whole bunch with Pauline doctrine. So when they had the Last Supper, it was during Passover. That was Passover. Okay, so Jesus never did nothing no different than the Most High said. That's what Steve was trying to tell you. He never went against the word. He never went against the Torah. Everything that he ever did was Torah. That's where we come with it. So the sacrificial lamb most Christians say that, okay, because Jesus was supposed to be the last sacrifice, it's supposed to be then changed that we're not supposed to do Passover. Where me being an Israelite, we have to do Passover because the Most High said, you do this forever. And for me to say that we're not supposed to do it forever, that's going against the Most High's words. This is God's words. He said, do it forever. So I have Passover next month. And yes, I do sacrifice a lamb every year.
Do you eat a lamb? You eat the lamb, right?
I have to eat it in a rush and in a hurry. I have to eat it like the greediest man around. And yes, and then I drink some wine and all these things. I have to do that because it's showing what we had to do when we left Mizraim. So every 14 days after the equinox, we start into the Passover. That's why I've been telling y'all I'm going to be fasting and doing all the stuff that I have to do. And you know that's the same as sacrament. And this is something that's been usurped by everyone. So Christians do it. You get what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about Lent. That's why we're talking about Ramadan. That's why we're talking about all these different things are the points of positions of the Passover. So that's where the flesh eating stuff comes in. But that's the pagan part of it. That's because there were people actually eating flesh. Because God, you know, he said there's people that are doing abominations, have done every abomination. That means they were eating flesh, eating each other and doing all these different things. So that was going on. And then you see right there where the convergence of it comes in. Right on, well, basically Africa, but where they talk about the Levant, because we had different people from different cultures. That's what Constantine brought all together. That's why we have everything getting changed. That's why the Sabbath, we don't go to church on Saturday. When I used to be in Baptist church, we go on Sunday. That Constantine changed all these different things. Before that, it was always the Sabbath. It was always Passover. And I'm telling y'all to watch, go look at that documentary, the Black Mummy. You will see that Passover has been being followed for thousands of years before writing. They all came together and put these rocks and stones and sacrificed animals to the Most High before they ever wrote a book or wrote a letter or did anything. They had already been doing it. It was a practice that started again after they had you basically have been in the ghettos in Egypt. You know, the folks that they show over there that look like black people, you know, with the braids and stuff.
Okay. Well, yeah, chat. Y'all got anything else y'all want to cover? I mean, I had a couple more points, but I'm gonna get my shit together, and I'm finna come at y'all with shit, man. Don't worry, I'm gonna get my shit together. I'm gonna come at y'all. Yeah, y'all better stick to the tour, because if we're going Old Testament, I might have something for y'all. But what about the other stuff that we talked about today?
Man, what's her name? She needs to pipe down if she ain't gonna get anything interesting. The last couple of episodes has been nothing, just been her talking shit.
Nah.
But I mean, there was a few episodes where she was dropping hella names.
I disagree with you. I think these last two episodes said a total lie.
Were you watching her like 2 months ago, 3 months ago?
I mean, yeah, but that was hype. But if you listen, this is about...
that shit was dropping names, bro. Names on names on names and connecting dots on names.
Right. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. That phase is done. That was an attack at TPUSA. This is breaking down Erika's history. So the connections to the 3-letter agencies, her dad being her dad or not being her dad, you know, the connections to the Freemasons in Scandinavia or whatever, all going back to the school that she went to. Nobody knew she went to this school that was funded by the Waltons and the Bush family. Then she goes back to the Bush woman being anointed by Alistair Crowley. So I don't know if you was following along or you just wasn't listening.
Yeah, plus I saw that. None of that's real. But like that was debunked back in 2005 and 6 when Bush was in office. So because it was by his mom. So she never did all they look alike.
How do you say none of that is real because you go and then go back to Bush? So Erika didn't go to a school that was funded by Sam Walton and the Bush family.
No,
I'm saying like I know, right?
I'm
So
talking about
when
very
you
something
say
very specific.
when you say none of that is true, and then you focus on a specific thing, you kind of hear how that's kind of crazy. Yeah, none of that is
So
true. Let me tell you about
let
this
me
Bush thing here.
let me explain what I was talking about. None of the stuff about the Bush is true. She
Right.
was like, this is
Okay.
Alistair Crowley's daughter. Like none of that is true. That whole thing was debunked years ago. Because when I saw the picture, I said, holy shit. And then I started looking into it, and everybody talked about it. Like that was never true. But she makes that as one of her bases. So that part is completely not true. Completely not true. I'm just talking
Now,
about what I actually know. But yeah, go ahead.
I just feel
That
like
part was.
what's more germane than the things that she's been saying lately, which makes me question if the things that she was saying before was important, because once again, I think it's more germane. So wouldn't you reiterate that before you reiterate other things? But like the connection, like the foundation of the Liberty College that they all went to,
No.
the connection between that in Arizona and then the shooting in the oh man, what you call it, movie theater, and all of those connections with the military and Romanians and the fucking that shit is crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, how much more can she talk about it? I mean, she ran that shit into the ground, and it's like,
Nah, bro, you sell that on the melon until everyone's talking about it like Epstein, because that is
right,
Epstein. That is
right. But what I'm saying is, what more can she bring forward on that? Right now, she's at a different point. She knows that what happened. They were talking about putting Erika Kirk as a running mate to JD Vance. They know that Erika Kirk is over the $250 million thing that she was involved with back in the day. Now she's just doing a fucking expose. And you got to understand too that yes, this is a lot of vendetta. This is a lot, and it's beneficial. And if you watch my live earlier, I showed you who our PR man is and what he has going on, his strategies in PR. So if you just look at it like shit, the vendetta is not just on the relationship shit. The vendetta is that a whole side of the internet is attacking her, and it's coordinated and strategic. So yeah, she has, oh, this is what y'all mad at because I'm talking about her. I'm finna double and triple down on it. And her PR dude is telling her that's the fucking sauce. That's why you see her with 269,000 people in her live. If she was still talking about that Fort Huachuca shit, she wouldn't have 279,000 people in her live. Now, while this shit is going on, this Bride of Erika, if some other shit pops up that's relevant, I'm sure she drops it in the episode. But shit, I mean, I understand as a watcher, a viewer, that might be where you want her to take the direction of this shit, but yeah, that's not where it's going, and that's not, you know what I'm saying?
I guess if we're talking about the presidency. Yeah.
I mean, you really think Erika Kirk is gonna is
No,
qualified
she
to
has
be
the
the vice
power
president
to.
of the United States?
She has no. It's not even about her being the vice president. It's the power. They've raised over 250, over $250 million, almost $500 million, and this shit at TPUSA is to fund the Republican Party. It's to fund not only the Republican Party, but the people that they want in control. Not only is it just Erika Kirk sitting on the chair, oh, I'm vice president. No, it's the TPUSA money, the money where she's saying it's coming from. These people that offered $150 million, they're going to be the ones to get the whole next generation of young Republicans out here to vote. Not only vote, but vote for their candidate, whoever that may be.
Man, I hope not. We need more Republicans on this live, by the way.
It's a scam.
I hope not.
So right now you have a coordinated effort. This is Candace's attack. This is going to be a stretch. This is going to be content from now until the election. Just like Nick Fuentes is saying he's going after JD Vance. That's between now and this election. Just like he said he's coming at Vivek Ramaswamy for this midterms. These are political wars that are being fought not just on mainstream media anymore, but from creators that are getting paid exorbitant amounts of money. When I know these gambling deals are paying fucking $250,000 a month. So I can only imagine, the other shit, the little regular shit's probably still paying $100,000 a month for ads and shit like that, man. It's big money in this shit, bro. And this shit's gonna continue to go on because there's a large political implication surrounding this shit, which is the 2028 election. TPUSA holds fucking weight when it comes to that. You don't remember when Charlie Kirk died, they asked every high school in the fucking nation to start a chapter. They asked every college in the nation to start a chapter. Oklahoma, I think their fucking governor or somebody mandated every school get a chapter. These are the 16, 17, and 18-year-olds that are going to be voting in 2028.
Yeah, so this is exactly. Remember how Trump was always worried the left was going to do
That's
this?
why
Now
it's
he's doing it.
important to know who this woman is.
It's brainwashing. It's using the government to try to push a right-wing narrative. You know, do you know what's funny in this book? Is Israeli intelligence services. You know what's funny in this? Russian intelligence services and Heritage Foundation. So they all three have to gain from this. This is the worst thing possible.
Yeah, but
because
they're not playing the same game though. That's
no,
TPUSA
they're all
the way
That's what I'm saying. This is
that's revolutionary the way they're
TPUSA.
talking
right.
about.
What I'm saying
They're
is,
funding Team PUSA.
so who is it?
They're
Is it
funding
the
them.
Russians? Is it the Israelis? Is it just the grassroots? Everybody's
Not
fucking
just
funding them.
that.
Is it
There ain't
Qatar?
no
Everybody's funding them. So what
grassroots.
I'm gonna say is this: they are building a base. A base. They'll get awards. You'll get chapter awards for signing people up. They're building blind loyalty at an early age. We're talking about chapters in high schools. They'll probably start going to junior high schools and shit. So from 9th grade, you get in this TPUSA chapter, man, and it's just bread. Now you have your friends are all in the chapter. Now you getting it by the group. Now they're little brothers and shit. Oh, my brother was part of that chapter at school. I'm gonna go. This is a fucking funnel. And they have $250 million behind this funnel. That's why it's important.
And it's not grassroots. That's my whole point. It's funded by big money, and in the end, they're going to have all these organizations that are going to be all empty because people are going to go and debate these guys, and they're going to destroy them.
Man, that
It's like
shit's
Charlie
not.
Kirk had
No,
destroyed
it's
every
not going to
freaking
be
campus.
empty. I disagree with $250 million fucking dollars, and this is just one cycle. They're not even done raising. That shit will never be empty. Never. It's
They're not
not even
raising it.
about the debate. What I'm telling you is it's not about the debate. It's about sheer numbers. They're trying to put a chapter on every school. The Dems have
It's
nothing
about burning
to
books and
compete
writing
with it right
Bibles.
now. They just had a fucking WWE Fest or whatever it was, not whatever. Then they had Charlie Kirk. At every one of these events, they have fucking voter booths signing people up to vote, getting damn freedom t-shirts and shit, man. This is a funnel at the this is the largest political funnel we have ever seen.
Now we've seen bigger funnel. You know what the bigger funnel was? The bigger funnel was the Tea Party. Like implied by the Koch brothers.
Man, listen, I wasn't alive when I wasn't
alive.
alive for that Tea Party shit, man. I wasn't alive for that shit, man. I'm talking about right here, right
I
now.
think he's talking about the 08 shit.
Oh,
which
the
was way
08 shit?
smaller.
Ah, hell
That was
no.
way
Hell.
smaller.
Tea Party was in 2010.
Nah, that shit's nah, hell no. I think
That's
you're talking about some
nowhere
old shit.
near the
It ain't
size of
nothing
the
like
thing that
this.
Plum
Social media hadn't even developed like that in 2010. Social media, it wasn't even where it is now.
You guys didn't follow
This shit
Tea
is
Party
on
thing?
steroids, man.
Okay, but do you see these
I
shorts
understand.
and what they do with these kids? And then if you're going into schools and then you're putting Bibles in the schools and shit like that, and then saying that you're not a real American or you're not a real Christian unless if you're TPUSA in a
Yeah, there's
school,
gonna be a
and then
backlash
you put gasoline on that shit with fucking shorts. Like
And there's gonna be
I
a,
see
and there's
where
gonna be a
Plug's coming
backlash to
from right
that.
there. That is scary.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, there's gonna be a backlash to that because they're gonna get in those schools and they're gonna try to debate things like that, and they're gonna get destroyed because their
That's the
arguments are
thing.
stupid. What they're talking about is
What
stupid.
I'm trying to tell you is this. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Steve. I don't know if you're out of touch or what, but people don't give a fuck. This is a community. They don't care if their community sounds cool at the debate. They don't care if their community is their community. And this is one of the largest communities we have seen. I think think these kids care about politics, man. These kids care about socializing and having camaraderie and shit, man. This is why I say blind loyalty. I'm not talking about, oh, who has the better talking points and who. No, we sit there and watch fucking Dean Withers and Get a Job Parker debate these people all fucking day, and they still don't care. They don't give a fuck, man. It's blind loyalty.
They lose those debates every time. And
do they care? Do they care? Do they
No,
care?
they
They don't
because,
give a
because
fuck.
they're
So
getting,
why do you
they're
think
getting
these
paid.
people will?
They're all getting paid because certain people are getting paid to do this. Like those Aldo chapters.
Man, I know some motherfuckers right now at the sawmill, at the damn brickyard, at the fucking casino right now working, man, that don't give a fuck, man. They're gung-ho Trump, man. He can't do nothing wrong, and they're not paid, man. I'm in fucking Arkansas, bro. I'm talking about Confederate flags everywhere, man. They love Trump, man. They're not getting fucking paid.
So you're in a state that voted Sarah Huckabee in, who had no experience, who's sending money over to Israel, who's not taking care of their people. Yeah, there's that. Like you're in one of the most uneducated states in the nation. Just look it up. They're the lowest education, maybe what.
Okay, so listen, we can talk about that, but wherever we go, we can talk about the whole fucking South. Listen, the people who love Trump, they don't give a fuck, bro. At this point, they don't give a fuck. The people who are loyal to the Republican Party, man, they're loyal to the Republican Party.
Heritage. It's my heritage.
I just think you have a lot more faith on flipping people because of debate or argument or policy when it shows that these people don't give a fuck. They're not even mad at the Republican Party now. The people that are flipping now, they're just mad at Trump. They're not saying that they're about to be Democrat. They're not saying they're about to be Democrat. What are they saying? Okay, Steve, we're saying, I get what you're saying. I'm not judging these people what they're doing. I'm telling you what I'm seeing going on. These people are not turning on the Republican Party. They're turning on Trump, man. That's what I'm telling you, man. They're not about to go be fucking Democrats, man. They want to put another Republican in. Some people want a guy like Thomas Massey. Some people want a guy like Marco Rubio. Some people want J.D. Vance. I'm saying that TPUSA has the money to choose their candidate and put it through the funnel, getting these 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds who are going to be 18 and old enough to vote into that funnel to push it. And then they're going to get free advertisement. They're going to hit the algorithms and shit like that. If the Dems can combat it, but they don't have a movement like that. That's why we seen the Republicans capitalize like that. That's why they had the big ass stadium rented out with the voter booths outside and shit, man. It was to secure a generation. It's not just about one election. It's to secure a generation of blind loyalists.
A blind loyalist is exactly like there's a set number of Democrats, there's a set number of Republicans, but the majority of America are independent. And that's what they're not going to secure. They can trick their own dumb base who believe anything. But, you know, people are going to look back in the future and say, these guys are protecting a pedo class. They're protecting billionaires. I don't want no part of that. And so maybe they might get their kids to vote for the Republican Party, but they're not going to get the average individual independent to support them ever. And that's what I'm saying is going to happen. Just give it time. Watch, because all these are all plants. They're all making money doing this. It's a giant grift. You know, get these guys in, let's get their money and let's get them into our little cult. No cults ever really succeed.
You believe in that, but you don't believe Jesus coming. Is crazy. Go ahead, man.
For Jesus to come, so you're telling me that
it was just a little sly joke, Steve. I promise you, man. It's just a little sly joke. I'm just saying faith, man. You got faith. You got faith. It was a faith joke. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that you have a lot of faith, just like I have a lot of faith.
I look at numbers, and we'll let the numbers decide it.
Okay. I watch both channels too. I watch Democratic channels and Republican channels, low key. I do as well. They used to say I was a Fox News head. Then I started watching a little CNN and MSNBC and People stop fucking with me,
Yeah,
but
CNN. Let's talk about Paramount. It's kind of like the same scam, but more suits. It's like the same TPUSA, but with the suits with Paramount. How Paramount's moving. You know what I mean?
that's what I was telling Steve. Like Larry Ellison's taking over, man. Larry Ellison just got all of this shit, man. It's over.
CNN has 50% MAC on it at all times. So no one watches CNN. CBS is the absolute. CBS is basically Fox Light, and like you said, Larry Ellison is as Zionist as they get.
Honestly, CNN's been stand up through the recent years. CNN was stupid as fucking Obama. It was almost like a joke. But Biden time, like remember, CNN is Jen Psaki. All right, this is my little conspiracy.
Chat, hit the like button.
Jen Psaki, I feel, quit the White House because she saw Biden. And then she went and told her CNN peoples without telling her CNN. You understand? I believe Jen Psaki is the reason why Biden had to go on stage with no script. Somebody told CNN to tell them no motherfucking script. No scripts, no, the thing that you can read, no, none of that. I feel like CNN outed Biden. They dry snitched on Biden, basically. So shout out to CNN on that. I don't think that they're actually real left. Or I mean, they are left at the end of the day, but I think they try real hard to be moderate. And I like that when I see it. They actually try to be moderate. Yes, they are left, but they try to be moderate. Unlike MSNBC, that's fucking garbage.
CNN has 50% MAGA on it. Just look at the numbers. MSNBC is now called something News Now, and they're complete. By the way, Joe, Coffee Joe, or Morning Joe was a Republican. Okay, so and they're as pro-war as it gets. MSNBC is never really left. Like they're at best you have Rachel Maddow, who's conservative left, but that's not, she's a liberal. There's no progressive news channel out there, like a Mamdani style news channel. And that's what we need, because that's what the people really want. But it doesn't exist. CNN is not left. They're centrist at best.
Damn, man.
Hey, CNBC, that's where it's at. You want to know what's going on? CNBC, and that's the retarded version. And then after that, you just do your own research. But CNBC though, that's where the truth is at. Follow the fucking money, but they're always trying to sell something to you too. So you got to remember that.
You guys ever follow Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk, or Sam Cedar, the Majority Report, or guys like that?
No, I heard of it. Maybe I see it every now and then, but I don't follow anything specifically.
That's progressive news. And so if you want to know what the progressives are saying, that's what the progressives are talking about. That's the real stuff. Like everything else isn't. I mean, I'm not a liberal. I don't like liberals or MAC. They're almost the same to me. So I don't support liberalism, the liberal party, the liberal ideals, or any of that. I don't support supporting Israel or Zionism. I don't support supporting big government, not big government, corporations, or let's let the rich not pay taxes. I don't support any of that. I want Medicare for all. I want raise wages, and and tax billionaires. So we don't really have a news agency out there that addresses.
Kill the filibuster.
Yeah,
I want to kill the filibuster. I want to kill Citizens United, and I want to expand the Congress. That's my shit.
On GTA 6.
All that other shit will come naturally. Those things are the things that are making it where it's impossible to do it.
Those are all progressive ideas. Everything you just said.
I know.
Yeah, we want to do all this shit on Grand Theft Auto, man. All of that on Grand Theft Auto, man.
Grand Theft Auto all day.
What?
Yeah, anytime we say that, man. See
the word,
like that, yeah, because they got the AI on it. So if you like, you know what I'm saying. Go ahead.
AI's gonna be a real problem in the future, allegedly. But AI is.
I just got out of a shadow ban today, y'all. See, I had to go delete 70 of my videos and shit, man. Ever since I started doing these panels, we getting them strong languages and shit. They say if I get too many strong languages, they shadow ban me. Then I was playing fight, so they shadow banned me. So I was double shadow banned. I had to delete like 60 videos, and you know, it was a struggle.
Yo, that one episode where we went real hard in the S word. That probably did it, bro.
Yeah, for sure. They had me. I mean, like I think yesterday was the first live I had to hit over like 9,000 in like 2 weeks.
9,000 what?
Views.
That's cool.
I mean, shit, normally I do like 30, 40, 50K, 100K. Shit, I was doing like 1K, 2K, 5K, 4K because we were shadow banned. That's why I be trying to tell y'all sometimes I know I go hard on here and shit, but like if I get shadow banned for some shit I said, I'm kind of cool with it. But me getting shadow banned for some shit y'all said, yeah, that blows me right there. It pisses me off. Oh, y'all didn't like that. Damn, where y'all go? Everybody left me. Oh, my brother. Can y'all hear me? Yo, what the fuck happened? Damn, it ended the live. Damn. Damn, everybody left? When everybody leave? Y'all can't hear me? Damn, they said my browser lost connection. Yo, chat. Damn, everybody left. Damn, chat. I didn't know everybody was finna leave. Shit. I couldn't even hear nobody talking no more. Damn. They just ended that motherfucker, didn't they? I might have too many tabs open. Where the fuck is OBS at? I gotta make sure I'm still talking on this bad boy. Alright. We had a good combo tonight, though. You said I'm looking at top chat. Oh, I am looking at top chat. Live messages. Live chat. Yeah, I was talking about the panel. Yeah, the panel ended. I didn't know when. I just was talking about Haley. I said it pissed me off when I get shadow banned from y'all. And next thing I know, I seen everybody leaving the panel. I said, damn. We was just kicking it. That shit crazy. Well, shit, if y'all want to jump in the Discord, we can jump in the Discord for a minute. Y'all want to jump in the Discord, man? I'm gonna run me a game of Fortnite and shit. So I'll see y'all in the Discord chat. Y'all double tap the screen, shut the live out, man. Thank y'all for the panel, man. We got an excellent panel. Thank you, Top Cat. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Nix. Thank you, Lady Bones. And thank you, OG Yosemite, man, for coming up, rocking out with us, man. Appreciate everybody that rocked out with us in the chat. You know what I'm saying? We do got the best mods on YouTube, Let me get this unalive right quick. Let me get that little unalive. And he had a purple shotty on him, chat. I'm in my bag. Let me get that purple shotty off you, big dog. You know what I'm saying? Let me get that off you, chat. I get in my bag sometimes. You know, I ain't just the best on this shit, but, you know, I do what I can. You know what I mean, chat? I do what I can when I can, man. I do what I can when I can. Damn, Chad. Solo, I ended the panel, man. I had already ended that motherfucker, man. I don't know why they didn't. I couldn't hear them when they were saying bye and shit. I couldn't hear nobody. So how do y'all feel about the Candace situation, man? Do y'all think Candace really going too far? I know Steve just don't like her. Steve don't like Candace, man. Steve don't be trying to hear none of that shit. I don't think Lady Bones like her either. I think Steve and Lady Bones like, fuck all that Candace shit. Then next thought the episode was born that Candace had. I had to, break it down a little different. Like, nah, this shit kind of matters, bro. It's a big deal. But y'all know me, man. I value everyone's opinion. I might not agree. I might think it's some bullshit. But I hear you out. Yeah, I hear you out, chat. Damn. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do a monologue tomorrow, chat. I'm gonna do a monologue. We're gonna stream Candace episode, and then I'm gonna probably do a monologue. I would go live in the morning, but it's kind of late, bro. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like, I'm finna get up and go live. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all like that. Y'all will be up all early looking around, and I'll be looking around sleep. Hurt. Hurt, chat. You said she going too far for the most. Yeah, she is doing a damn deep dive. I ain't gonna lie. It's a little in depth, man. But shit, like I say, man, this the head of the new conservative movement, man. Y'all don't want to know who finna be leading the conservatives in the battle? Y'all don't want to know who leading the conservatives in the battle. I figured y'all want to know, man. I know Candace making some money because I seen one one podcast that said that they was doing like at one point in time they were doing like $4,000-5,000 an hour on live. And they were nowhere near what They was like with 2,000 people in there, maybe 3,000 people watching. Man, I know Candace gotta be doing like at least 50, 60K an episode. She gotta be doing 50K an episode. longer than that because that off of AdSense alone, she's doing like at least 1 million views, hour-long episode, plus clips, shorts and shit. Yeah, she probably doing like donations too. She probably doing like 15, 20K in donations. And then off the AdSense, she probably fucking another 100. She probably get about 120 episodes. Over time, you said like I ain't too focused on the Charlie thing. Shit, man, I think it's important because, like I said, she's finna be the leader in the new Republican movement. Because you got to think like you got the young Republicans, but that movement is nowhere near what TPUSA is, and their chapters on the schools and shit. So these are 15, 16, 17-year-olds that are involved in that potentially they're not even gonna say potentially, they're on the track to become hardcore Republicans, lifelong hardcore Republicans. And this is the lady that is ahead of the movement at the top. They talking about Charlie had $10 million come up missing. Shit. For that 10 million, you know how I can get. Yeah, I know how I can get for that 10 million. I wish I could see my gameplay. I wish I could put my little capture card up here where I could see my game. Maybe I could go live on the Debate Nation. Let's see. Let me see, chat. All right, I just went live on Debate Nation. Now I can probably restream it to here where y'all can see. It might be a little delayed, but oh well. It might be a little delayed. Put that gameplay up there for y'all, man. Once I get it set up together, you know, it'll be a little different, you know what I mean? Damn, why I didn't go to full screen? What the fuck happened? Man. Let me close this shit, chill. All right, chill, here we go. All right, let me get it to where I can read the chat again. You said why I'm not in vertical? Oh, because I'm over here on the main channel just talking. They can see it on the main channel at the top. They should be able to. The hell is it? Can y'all see that? Oh yeah, y'all can see it. Be decent. Who the fuck shooting in my body? Let me read chat. Hold on. You said TPUSA has the largest black summit where many can have their voices heard. There's many chapters, a lot of different things in these schools. I know. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying this shit, Candace is doing her investigation for a reason. Bro, it's no way. Oh, fuck. Bro, this motherfucker killed me, bro. I just died to that bullshit. I just died to that. I'm so ass, Chad. This Fortnite core world, I'm so ass, Chad. I just died to that. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. You said Battlefield is a better game. I don't like first-person shooters, Chad. I play Fortnite because it's third person. Yeah, I'm not good at first-person shooters. I'm really not good at this. I used to be all right. Like, I wasn't never just crazy at it. Damn. I don't. I can't see the chat, bro. I'm not used to using Windows. That's how I scroll it down. How come my panel all quit at once? I don't know. I lost audio and then everybody just left. Y'all can jump in the Discord. If y'all jump in the Discord, I'll be able to hear y'all. If y'all want to talk, y'all can jump in the Discord. But shit, ain't nobody in the Discord. Nobody's in there. So shit, I'm just chilling. Man, I think something happened with my audio on that panel, yo. I think it was my audio. Cause when I loaded back up, my audio is messed up. I don't know if they heard me or not. I got a stick drift on my controller too. You said let's Solo back in the Discord, man. Solo spit on Lala on that damn meme, man. The family was pretty mad about that solo. See, I didn't know you would put that spit, man. They was a little upset about that, man. Like you was just gonna spit on La. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know all that was going on. All right, we here. But I ain't never played Battlefield. Most of the games I play is NBA 2K, NBA 2K, and NBA 2K and Fortnite. You said what spit? That I get that mean that spit like you spitting on it. I'm like that. Yeah, that was bad about this solo. They insulted to me, but shit, you know, I don't be paying attention to my messages on Discord, so I really hadn't even looked at the shit. And then when I did, I was like, damn, I ain't gonna lie, solo was tripping. You said I'm playing the game. Yeah, Corey, I'm playing the game. I'm on my real streamer shit. Oh, that's Leo. Yeah, Leo. I'm on Fort. Load up, Leo. You got Fortnite. Load up, nigga. I'm running a solo right now to warm up. How y'all feel about How y'all feel about it? You said she said some more BS in the chat, like let's spit bars back up. She was saying she is a lie. Okay. All right, Solo. We might have to see what this talking about. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Okay. How y'all feel about that? Damn, I got somebody on me. How y'all feel about that? How y'all feel about Floyd fighting Pacquiao again? Oh, he's running? Thought you was finna run from me? You thought you was finna run from me? It's crazy. You'll wait for the panel? All right. We'll talk. Said Dorsey said, we got on Dorsey ass, man. We got on Dorsey ass. I think Dorsey was talking in general, too. I don't think Dorsey, you know what I'm saying, came with nobody. He did tell Ronnie to suck his dick, though, allegedly. Let me scroll down so I can see the chat. You said just the Casper on the Floyd shit? Yeah. Man, only thing I don't like, I just don't like that they having it on Netflix. It's like them having it on Netflix. Oh shit, that's a self-revive, man. I ain't gonna be able to get that bitch off. Who dares ride that car over here, man? So, yeah, come Come on, think it's sweet. Yeah, think it's sweet. Think it's sweet, yeah. I missed all those shots. Oh, he got some. He. Oh, he got in the car. Pete, boy. Thought I wasn't gonna do you so bad, brother man. Chat, I'm low key in my bag, bro. I'm low key in my bag, bro. You said they don't care what Dorsey said because they like him. I said something to Dorsey about that. I think Ronnie did too. Solo, you feel like you most hated, man? That's crazy. Chat, I'm low key in my bag, bro. I'm playing some bombs, but I'm low key in my bag. Corey, Will, what games you be playing besides RuneScape? You say you play Madden in NBA 2K. Let me find out you got 2K, Corey. Well, we can run this shit right now. We can run that 2K right now, Corey. Well, you got a my player? Oh, they fighting over here. I'm thirsty. I'm trying to see what's going on. Man, they talking about GTA 6 ain't coming out for a motherfucker. The motherfucker, GTA 6 ain't gonna never come out, man. We'll probably get another black president before GTA 6. Oh, now they trying to say Obama wasn't a black president either. They trying to say he was a mixed president. First, uh-oh. I was trying to say, how the fuck is he still that white? I just hit him for like 110 white. Well, once take it out. Well, I want that chat. Nah, let me get my shit back, man. Oh shit, they up there all night. Oh, I need some heels, bro. Where the heels at? A woman president before GTA 6, probably. We're gonna get this dub chat. It's 3 people though. Oh shit, not like that. I'm gonna fucking die. Yo, baby, I'll eat some heels. I need to give me some heels. Yeah. Oh, that's a gold bad boy. Chill out, Corey. Somebody shooting a sniper. Where y'all think this last person is, man? Where y'all think this last person is? Oh, somebody just shot at me. Oh shit. Nigga so hiding, bro. There's no way he's hiding, bro. I need a car. Man, I need to find them dude, bro. I better not lose either. It's gonna piss me off so bad if I lose. Shit, I don't gotta go park around. There you go. Fuck. That bitch shot me down, chat. I'm getting off this shit, bro. That bitch shot me down. All right, chat, man. Y'all have a good night, man. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. That bitch shot me down. I did all that shit to lose, bro. I'm pissed. That shit's crazy.